Hello guys and welcome back to Empress Teresa. We got a lot of shit to slog through here tonight, guys. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. In fact, I dare say the most entertaining parts of this trash are behind us. I don't think the rest of what's here is just god fucking awful. People in chat, I see that, are wondering why I would continue to do this to myself, and the chief answer to that question is, I finish what I start. I finish what I start. If I bite into a sandwich that I absolutely fucking despise, I am going to eat the rest of that fucking sandwich. It's just in my nature. Alright? Now, this is usually the part where I say something like this and a bunch of people in chat are like, what about XYZ, providing a perfect example of when I finished something and didn't start it. And my response to that, I'm going to preempt that shit by telling you that everything I said that I was going to do, I am eventually going to do. Yes, Fatty Bear birthday cakes. Sooner or later, they're going to happen. We were talking about the Hyperdimension Neptunia. There are still a number of people that are legitimately fucking upset that I have not finished Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth. It's happening. It's happening. It's coming. Do I want to play it? Not necessarily. I could think of a couple of things I'd rather do than play Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth. One of them being just, putting my balls in a fucking blender. But you know what? I'm gonna do it because I said I was gonna do it. And the point of this conversation is I always do what I say I'm gonna do. All right? It's in my nature. That's why we're here. That's why this is happening. I don't like unfinished business. That's one of my biggest irksome peeves, or what have you. Unfinished business. I don't like unfinished business floating around, hanging around. It just gets to me. It gives me, I feel it like, it's gnawing at me. Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth has been gnawing like the inside of my fucking anal canal for like the past 2 years. It's just up there nibbling. It's a little nibble, and I can ignore it for extended periods of time. But every now and then it comes back, and it's like, like I feel it gnawing at my fucking rectum in the wee hours of the morn. And that's what this was gonna do if I didn't finish this. I don't need another thing chewing the inside of my anus, guys. All right, trust me when I tell you. There's enough going on up there as it is. Let me say thank you to everybody who resubbed. Alavopix, back to the family. Ivan WB, back to the family. I have a funny story for you, Ivan. I had a dream. Like we were in like the Hampton or the Hilton or the Hampton lobby. Like it was too many games was the context of this dream, right? I was in the lobby at too many games, and you walked up to me and you were like, "What's up, motherfucker? I've been waiting for this a long time." And then you like rolled up your sleeves and you beat the ever-loving shit out of me with your bare hands. And then I woke up. Ivan, I don't know what I did. I'm really sorry for whatever I did, dude. Really, I don't know what the fuck. I swear to God, I had that dream. Ivan, you beat the shit out of me in the hotel lobby at this convention. Again, I'm very sorry. Whatever it was, I don't know. I'm sorry, but please don't hurt me. Also, Druzy, back to the family. Sweet Scribs, back to the family. Katana Squirrel, back to the family. Hold on. Yeah, do we know, like, Ivan, is there something I did? Ivan, like, let me know. Dude, we could talk it out, man. He was pissed. Oh my God, was he livid? Whew. And I just went down, and then like before I wake up, he's just like on top of me, he's just laying into me. My eyes are like slowly filling with blood. It was gruesome. Oof. Am I already forgiven for it? I didn't do it yet. Like I don't know what it is. Like yeah, he was pissed, and also, like I'm not saying like this is not a commentary on like his physique, but in this dream, Ivan, you were juicing. Like, you were doing steroids or something. Like, you were fucking massive, mate. You were brolic. Like, he's not, a large, like, he doesn't look like a juice head. He doesn't look like somebody who's like on roids. But, like, are you doing steroids right now? This is one of those things where I feel like I want to ask you. Like, maybe there's sometimes when you have a dream, it's like something's going on with that person, and it's like collective consciousness thing, and you want to check up on, like, you're not doing steroids, right? Please don't do steroids. Because in this dream, it looked like you were doing steroids. No, he wasn't like, maybe he was bulking up. Maybe it was just legitimate, like, protein loading with shakes and maybe like some legal and like doctor prescribed creatine or something like that. Ivan Drago. Yeah. I will break you. Oh, damn. Harris Bow is also here. I have an important piece of paleontological history you will really want to know about. I want to see your live reaction. You know what? Yes, tweet it at me right now. I would really enjoy that. And then we have to dig into this because there's a lot here tonight. My throat is alright. You could tell, like, before we even start, my throat is like having issues. Let's see. Did you tweet it at me already? I don't have any notifs. Is this coprolite related? Yeah, we're procrastinating, Gubbington. Yeah, sue me. You'd procrastinate it too if it was you, trust me. Really quickly, for anybody who doesn't know what's going on here tonight, Empress Teresa is an unfortunate work of literature by a talentless hack named Norman Boutin. It has some comedic elements to it, unintentionally, obviously. I don't know how much that's left. Like I said, I think the best is behind us, but I have to finish what I start, so here we are. When last we saw our heroine, she was being ejected herself from a jet that had a nuclear bomb strapped to it, so she could avoid the detonation of the nuclear bomb, and she was able to save herself from the impact with the ocean at 45,000 feet by strapping a bunch of empty plastic Coca-Cola bottles to her body to act as flotation devices. And it's the kind of thing where the more time I spent away from it, the angrier it made me, and the stupider it became, and it's the more I thought about it, the stupider it got, right? Like, my reaction to that when I read it was subdued, wasn't it? Because I think I was in it and I didn't see the forest for the fucking trees. But now, like a week later, I'm thinking back on it. I've been thinking back on it a lot. And I'm like, man, that was fucking intensely stupid, wasn't it? It had to sink in. Sick. Was that a pun with the Coca-Cola bottles? You son of a bitch. All right, Harris. Fun paleontology fact. The first valid name for a dinosaur species was Scrotum humanum, named so in 1676 because a guy found the end of a bone and thought it looked like a ball sack. Unfortunately, the name has since been changed. This feels like a fake fact. Harris, is this real? Jurassic truck nuts. I don't know if I buy it, man. Really? Saccosaurus rex, skull jester. Of course. Sacrosuchus, perhaps, Harris? That's a dinosaur nerd joke, I think. Yeah, did this dude who discovered this just slap it to his fucking rear bumper? He found the first dinosaur fossil, and he invented truck nuts in one fell swoop. Well, it was 1676. He could have affixed the balls to the end of his, what? Covered wagon? Yeah, they were using covered wagons at that time in history, right? They had chariots. It'd be kind of redundant to just, like, stick the truck nuts on your horse. especially if your horse already had nuts. What would you do? Just put the nuts like onto the nuts? That's, you know what? That's a statement. That's a statement. That's a power move, I want to say. There's a specific kind of energy associated with that. Putting truck nuts, affixing truck nuts to the nuts of your actual horse. Horse's actual fucking nuts. There's a statement there. Z Reserve says, why am I looking at a picture of a scrote? That is not a picture of a scrote at all. That is a picture of a dinosaur bone. I don't know. Not sure if I buy it. Chat, what do we think? Real fact or fake fact? Fake fact? Reverend Joe says it's real. Scrotum humanum. So this would have been like a really large scrotum. This guy would have, I guess, assumed that this ball sack belonged to like a giant, right? It's real, huh? You know, Harris, I'm going to trust you on this one because you're a professional, right? I learned this fact from an expert. You know what is another interesting dinosaur fact I learned recently, Harris? I thought this one was very amusing. I believe it was the club-like tail of a stegosaurus was at first dubbed a thagomizer because the guy thought that's what it sounded like it would do to people, like thagomize them. Basically just a phonetic, like, onomatopoeia, like, fucking name right there. Am I right? Had you heard that? And I believe it's still called that. You want to back me up on this one, Harris, or am I repeating this incorrectly? Oh, it comes from a Far Side comic, right? So, check, that's right. No, I remember that now. So this is the sequence of events. I lied. So the guy, his name is, Brie Larson, who writes the Far Side comics, was making a joke about, that was his idea, right? It sounds like that's what this thing should be called, you know, in his comedic genius. Put it in a Far Side comic. And then a paleontologist saw the Far Side comic and was like, you know what, why not? Let's name it that. So the writer of the Far Side comic strip ended up naming a fucking actual part of a dinosaur's body. Yeah, Brie Larson, spinny things. What's wrong with that? Gary Larson. Thank you. I said Stegosaurus tail spikes. Did I not? Hello, Beaniel. Holy fuck, you're reading Empress Teresa. No, more accurately, I am procrastinating reading Empress Teresa. Alright, man. Let's get to it. Chapter 6. There is a quote here from Norman Boutin, our author. It says, I didn't do anything, and people want me dead. It's wrong. Why do people do the wrong thing? Where does evil come from? Why is there evil in the world? See a lot of crossover between this book and the Maradonia movie, right? Why are bad people bad? You know, and I mean, his unironic answer to something like that would probably be like, because masturbation exists. I'm serious. Like, again, there's a religious bent to this book. There's a religious bent to this guy. You know, it's like, oh man, why are all these terrible things happening in the world? Why is there evil? Why do people commit evil acts? You know, and it's like, not because human nature tends towards selfishness and greediness or anything like that. It's because every single fucking human being on the planet isn't following, you know, the Old Testament to a T. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, God's pissed. God's pissed because we're letting our fucking shellfish touch our meat. And I don't mean like somebody's, you know, fucking a clam. Which, I honestly, if God was getting annoyed at that, I wouldn't blame him. I'd be like, you know what, yeah, I'm with you on that, God. Like, dude, you shouldn't be letting these people fuck clams. Like, I don't know, smite them, do something. There should be, like, some kind of consequence for that, man. I am with you on that. That's a little too far. I am going to leave the ball sack on the screen. Sorry, it's the dinosaur bone. I'm going to leave the dinosaur bone on the screen because I feel like it's a good metaphor for this entire work of fiction. Superintendent Chalmers, fair back to the family. Thank you for 13 months. That is a dinosaur bone. Although I have a feeling that Norman, that quote, he's not talking about himself. That's a quote from Empress Teresa in the book. I think what's happening here is, see, what I thought at first was, this is him being like, why do people want me dead? As a consequence of all the arguing that went on in the fucking forums and in the Amazon reviews and shit. I'm sure he received more than a few death threats. This fucking guy. For all his douchebaggery, right? All right. Chapter 6. Author's note. Prime Minister Blair asked the BBC to show a montage of news films to show Teresa what has been going on the previous 2 weeks. I'm sorry, that didn't make any motherfucking sense to me. Let me read that again. Prime Minister Blair asked the BBC to show a montage of news films to show Teresa what has been going on in the previous 2 weeks. So that's how that works, right? So the BBC is like, British state-run propaganda. And fucking, the prime minister could just tell them to do whatever at any time. That's how that works. It's like fucking Prada in Russia. Oh my fucking God. I don't think how that works. It's just because, like, in Norman's mind, it was like, all right, British Broadcasting Company. Clearly, that is just an arm of the British government. So the prime minister should definitely just be able to fucking have the BBC do whatever he wants them to do. I think that's how this guy thinks. All right, I'm going to remove the dinosaur bone because of how much it's confusing people. And then I'm going to replace it with that. That works. Okay. Hold on. How many chapters did we skip ahead? So the last chapter we read was chapter 4. This is chapter 6, right? And again, these are the only chapters from the book available to me, free to read online. I'm not buying the book, reading the whole thing. That's the insanity. All right, I don't hate myself that much. President Martin suddenly resigned in the middle of the night because he believed his action had condemned the human race to slow, miserable death by starvation. What the fuck happened in one chapter? Jesus. What? What did he do? What? He made an executive order to cancel food. All food is canceled because somebody keeps fucking clams. President Martin went on Twitter, right? He's like, what the fuck did Trump say? What was it? Unimaginable wisdom. What was that fucking tweet from the other day? In my unmatched wisdom, have decreed that food is canceled. Yeah, unmatched wisdom. So he suddenly resigned in the middle of the night because he believed his action had condemned the human race to slow, miserable death by starvation. Maybe it was like tariffs. Why would he resign? It's almost like the guy woke up in a cold sweat, called a press conference at like fucking 2 a.m. Central Eastern Time and said, I need to resign from the presidency right now. Right now. Could have waited till morning. Or did he just resign in the middle of the night and nobody knew about it till the next day? Chapter 7, not shown in this look inside, will be about Teresa's Sunday night talk with Prime Minister Blair on live television, viewed by 4 billion people to try to find out what Hal is and what can be done about the crisis. He left a note on the desk of the Oval Office that said, "Later, homos." Oh my God. All right, man. Chapter 6. I was getting depressed. No, that's the book. Although I empathize with that. Just fucking reading chapter 6 just out loud tanked my fucking mood. This BBC program had been giving me nothing but bad news. Did anything go right in this world? The United States was also in a terrible mood. They don't mean like the zeitgeist or whatever. They don't mean, as a country collectively. They just mean like, that the Hetalia character. It had always been assumed a man with the willpower to become president would never suddenly resign without a fight. President Nixon had resigned after being under tremendous pressure for 2 years. President Martin had simply walked away. Commentators agreed it was another shock and a horrible week, but we shouldn't be so surprised. The poor guy had condemned the world to a slow, miserable death. There was no chance he would be allowed to stay in office. What happened? Oh my fucking God. I feel like we cannot continue until we find out what happened in chapter 5. Oh my fucking God. Man, I mean, this is like, it's a little bit topical in a weird way, huh? Did anybody read this for some godforsaken reason and wants to tell me what happened in chapter 5, please? Okay. Who knew that this could be the consequence of purchasing Greenland? He nuked Spain by accident, Just Taco, right? Like there was a miscalculation in the flight path. That bomb actually fell over Madrid. He ate all the hamburgers like King Dedede Helix Snake. It's the fucking plot of a Kirby game. This is fucking... Hold on. President Martin's unprecedented sudden resignation with no warning was another indicator that the world was in a real mess. I must have made some of my trademarked funny faces because Nancy laughed. I told her, I wish I could walk away from his mess. Oh, there's a wiki with chapter summary. Can someone just link me chapter 5 or copy paste chapter 5. Just copy paste chapter 5. If that's real. Please, like, come on. Pelletieri, we barely fucking dug into this so far. All right. I need to read this again because it didn't make any fucking sense to me. I must have made some of my trademarked funny faces because Nancy laughed. I told her,
I wish I could walk away from his mess. An 18-year-old girl with no experience in anything has to save the world from extermination. Good luck, everybody.
It was 5, Jen. Chapter 5. Vice President Veronica Stinson was sworn in as president at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, really? It all went down within like an hour. Her first televised statement showed she was shaken. She said something about how we all had to pull together and do what we could. It was something like that. Thanks for giving us the cliff notes, Teresa. I didn't pay much attention. I was shook up myself. Somehow, all this disastrous mess had something to do with me. If I had told people about Hal years ago, would any of this have happened? That was my burden. Man, imagine being the author of this book and being like, yeah, it was something like that. You know, I know it's a first-person narration, and that's the only way I could give my readers any information about anything that goes on, but I guess I kind of don't really feel like explaining it. So I'll just say it was like kind of something like that, you know. Unless, again, he's a really good author, right? And this is all in universe as, like, you know, an 18-year-old girl or whatever. Yeah, you know what? Thank you. Chapter 5 summary. Thank you. Okay. Teresa wakes up in a British hospital bed with Peter Blair watching over her. Who the fuck is Peter Blair? Prime Minister was Tony Blair. Who the fuck is Peter Blair? Teresa doesn't know what to do, but agrees to a BBC interview discussing Hal. All right. Okay. Teresa's kidnapping was kept a secret from the FBI. Deep state! And if it was a government operation, it would be the greatest conspiracy in history. The next part was President Martin's speech explaining the bomb. Since the alien was doing nothing, it was horribly unpredictable and needed to be destroyed before it became hostile. So the justification for trying to kill Teresa and thus the alien inside of her gunt, okay, with the nuclear weapon, was that it wasn't doing anything. It's like, oh man. It's like America being like, man, Switzerland hasn't done anything in a while, like at all. They're due. They're due for some shenanigans. It's only a matter of time before they get up to something. They're long fucking overdue. I think we should just nuke them now. Right? They haven't done anything. Don't you think that's weird that they haven't done anything? Like, obviously, something's up. Let's nuke them. They've done absolutely nothing. Let's nuke them. True Blue Review says, as a Swiss, I'm offended. Well, listen, I think by this logic, if your country wants to avoid getting nuked, I don't know, invade somebody. Start getting aggro. I don't know. You know, to avoid suspicion, right? Dear fucking Christ. He apologizes for killing Teresa. He says, although it was the bravest thing anyone had done for the country, he wouldn't award a medal to her. Okay, this is so stupid. Teresa's husband, in a Senate hearing, says he knew nothing about aliens and how amazing Teresa is. Another segment describes how her last words were so amazing, they'll make a movie about her. Yeah, imagine the film adaptation of Empress Teresa. You know what? Don't. Father Donutty gives a testimony of his experience with Teresa, eventually declaring her a martyr. Well, you see... Fucking Donutty. I told you guys my theory on Donutty, right? He wanted to call the character Father Doherty, but he couldn't spell it. Another story describes how a freighter witnesses the first evidence of the wind stopping. Wind stopping? Oh, I fucking, like, skipped over the most important sentence in the summary, didn't I? Okay. She goes to the window to see 500,000 people cheering her on. She is then told that because the wind has stopped everywhere, the only livable places will be near the coasts where the only rain will happen. Okay. How and why did that take place? Jesus Christ. This really is like Trump dropping a fucking nuke on a hurricane because he thinks it's going to do something. Oh my fucking God. This is like eerie now. The nuke stopped all the wind, which was okay, and that's the president's fault because he was trying to kill the fuck. Oh, so again, I'm not a scientist. I never claimed to be a scientist. Now, as you know, this entire Twitch chat is an expert on literally fucking everything. So let's take it to the experts. Guys, is that possible? And would that happen? I mean, obviously, common sense, whatever common sense I do have, is screaming that the answer to that question is no. But I just want to make sure, okay? Internal table. Free back to the family. Thank you for 5 months of support. Would have to be a total midnight blackout from the sun, and even then it would take years. So it is possible, but it's not something that would happen like 2 weeks after a nuke. One nuclear explosion happened in the middle of, what, the Atlantic Ocean, I think? Obviously, this was unintentional. The president wasn't like, well, fuck the wind! Don't need that shit. Though it would be bad if wind stopped. I feel like wind is probably, you know, an important part of the natural order, right? Frederick Knudsen pointing out nuclear testing is a thing. Had gone on, you know, for decades. I mean, how many times have nuclear weapons been tested? All right, we got like a couple of dead coral reefs, maybe some mutant fish. I don't think it ever had any impact on the wind. I mean, wind's still happening. It was pretty windy a couple days ago. World's still turning, baby. What would you have to do to get the winds to stop? Oh, fuck me. Blair seems to realize that Teresa is the reason the wind stops. Finally, President Martin resigns, leaving the Secretary of Defense in charge while the Vice President was sleeping. They wouldn't immediately wake up the Vice President in the event that the fucking President resigns. Ah, shit, you know, better tell Pence, you know. But no, wait. He has a really big morning tomorrow. You know how cranky he gets? He could get pretty cranky. You know, when he doesn't get his beauty sleep. You better just let him snooze. All right. Well, just let him wake up on his own. He'll find out in the morning. All right. There's no reason to wake up the vice president. He looks comfy, Pate. Doesn't he just look? He looks so serene. Look at him. Look at how content he looks. You want to ruin that? Look at that. That's precious. Okay, so maybe Hal got pissed off and used his alien energy to stop the wind. Pence, you have to be president now. Wake up. They're just poking him. 5 more minutes, Mom. 5 more minutes. Pensy Poo, there's a new Garfield strip. And it's almost as funny as the one where Garfield steals John's tobacco pipe. Okay, 2 more minutes then. Pensy Poo. I didn't pay much attention. I was shook up myself. Somehow, all this disastrous mess had something to do with me, right? The program wasn't over. There were more surprises. The captain of the ship that found me in the South Atlantic had given a statement last night when I arrived in England. His statement was taped while I was being driven by ambulance to London, a fair distance from shore. His ship was the newest British aircraft carrier. Again, useless fucking information. He's just got a fucking rock-hard boner for fucking boats and planes, this guy. As the BBC announcer explained, the program was quickly put together for me. I needed to know everything so that I could guess what Hal might be thinking all this time and why he did what he did. The captain's detailed statement was given in its entirety along with videos. So I do think confirmed that Hal was responsible for making the wind stop, perhaps in retaliation for the attempt on his life, right? That was an abrupt ending to that music. Damn. All right, let's start this over. All right. You know what? This should help us get a handle on things. Sorry. So what? There was a fucking Royal British aircraft carrier that was just floating along. By complete coincidence, happened to find Teresa floating with her fucking Coca-Cola bottles in the middle of the fucking ocean? By sheer fucking coincidence. Did she have a flare gun or anything? Like, I don't remember anything about a flare gun. You're not going to see a human being floating in the fucking ocean. Maybe they went to go investigate the nuclear detonation? I feel like if you're going to set a nuke off as a fucking country, like, you have to tell other ones, like, we're going to set a nuke off just so you know and you don't get alarmed by it, right? Unless you're North Korea, of course. Okay, with the exception, yes, of North Korea. It's probably, like, fucking customary and good form is what I'm saying. Diplomatic good form to let everybody know we're going to be setting a nuke off, right? Hold on, where was I? The captain's detailed statement was given in its entirety along with videos. We sailed with partial crews. Many sailors were visiting their homes all over England and couldn't be called back in time for this panicked rush to the South Atlantic. It was a fool's mission. I had taken 70 years to find the Titanic, although it was known where it sunk. Now, we were being asked to find a tiny body, which almost certainly sank, that may have been moved 100 miles or more by ocean currents in any direction. Madness, I thought. Absolutely mental. It was a completely mental request. Yeah, so... Okay, so they were asked to find Teresa's body. They gave him a rough estimate of where Teresa's body was going to be. Well, I mean, that implies that they knew that she didn't die in the explosion? Were they able to, like... Oh, dear fucking God, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, alright. This is... They'd see her fall out sick today? You think so? So they knew that she fell out? Okay, alright. They knew she didn't die in the explosion. And then they were like, let's make it an international effort to find her dead body. Because her dead body still contains, you know, the really dangerous alien that hasn't actually done anything yet to make us think it's dangerous. Yes, okay. Got it, okay. In the beginning of the voyage, we had to plow through 10 to 15 foot swells, typical of the North Atlantic in June. The ship's rolling motion was comforting to sailors who loved the rockabye baby sensation. What are you talking about? But in the last 2 days, the ship felt virtually motionless as it skimmed on water as smooth as plate glass. It was unnerving. The Queen Elizabeth was 120 miles from target at dawn when the radar screen operator said, "Something unusual ahead, sir." something quite strange on the horizon. Something shaped like a tangerine. A massive tangerine on the horizon. And I said, Bruce, they burnt down a forest. All over a fucking tangerine, Bruce. A tangerine. They're asking us to find a tangerine in a haystack. Alright, so the ship's rolling motion was comforting to sailors who loved the rockabye baby sensation. You gotta marvel at that fucking sentence. Because it's like, hey, why'd you join the service? Oh, man, I just love the rockabye baby sensation, I knew it was the sailor's life for me the first time I was on a boat and I got that rockabye baby sensation. I said, I have to sign up for Her Majesty's Royal fucking Navy because of the rockabye baby sensation. That's why I did it. That's why I serve the rockabye baby sensation. Maybe that's why fucking Norman joined the Navy. Don't forget, Norman was in the fucking Navy. Yeah? I looked at the radar screen. An indistinct horizontal smudge could be seen. How wide is it, I asked. A mile, sir. Can only be birds. Must be 1 million of them. I considered how this could come about. Perhaps nuclear radiation killed a lot of fish. If so, and Teresa's body was floating, she drifted with the fish. We might find her after all. Lay a course for that flock of birds, I said. An hour later, the sun was several diameters above the horizon. It was full light. On every ship, sailors not on duty were on deck to see the once-in-a-lifetime sight. Some passed around small, cheap binoculars bought in department stores, and some had picture cameras waiting for a remarkable recording opportunity. I'm sorry. My Michael Caine, it got a little overzealous. I'm trying to make it just as bad as I can. Blurgush, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going for. The butler. Dee's butler. Yeah. Why were the birds the thing that indicated Teresa's body? Was the implication that the fucking birds were like eating her corpse? That's pretty dark, huh? A mile wide smudge representing 1 million birds. So the birds are eating the fish. Teresa's body would be floating among the... All right, maybe checks out. That could check out. All right? So it's fucking stupid, but... Here's hoping there's like some cool mutant birds and shit. Some fucking three-eyed fish. Some Blinky from The Simpsons swimming around out there. That'd be fun. I'm always disappointed when, there's not mutants, in like a radioactive situation. That's why Fallout was always so satisfying for me as a game series. Like, even though maybe it didn't deliver on gameplay, it had fun, stupid creatures and shit. It had like the mutant crabs. I really enjoyed those giant mutant crabs and shit. Right? So much fun. Now, I know I don't want to hear because of cancer, Pate B. I mean, that's, like, don't hit me with logic in this situation, man. I want to see fun mutants and shit. Don't ruin my good time. Just give me what I want. No, Clyde, because even Fallout 76 had Mothman BJs, man. And I think the implication being, like, the Mothman was created by the radiation somehow, right? Like, the Mothman didn't actually exist before the nuclear apocalypse, right? It's a good time. It's fun. 2 more hours passed. I ordered a helicopter to fly ahead and take a closer look. It was soon close to the scene, but not close enough to have its blades fouled by the birds. The helicopter crew looked down with binoculars and saw something never beheld by human eyes. Captain, it's a school of sharks. There are tens of thousands of them. The water is red. All right. So we have a massive school of sharks. Doesn't look like they're cool radioactive mutant sharks either, which is lame. I think it'd be pretty fucking rad if it was like, the street sharks swimming around out there doing like breaststrokes with their big like fucking muscly arms and shit. Riding around on their cool skateboards because they're cool. That would be awesome. Jawsome. Wheatley Strider. Wheatley Strider, that would be jawsome. Yeah, doing push-ups and shit. Yeah. That's what I want to fucking see. What's the origin story for the street sharks? Is it literally just like Control-C, Control-V, fucking Ninja Turtles? Like mysterious goo got like dumped in the sewer or whatever? Is it the same thing? Sorta. They were humans who got mutated into sharks, not the other way around. Whereas the Ninja Turtles were turtles who got mutated into teenagers, yeah? Yeah, but why do I remember from the cartoon that like the bad guys were humans first? Like Bebop and Rocksteady were humans first. It was backwards. It was all over the fucking place. And by the way, what the fuck is Krang? How did that come into play? Why don't I remember any of this? Like, I feel like I watched a good amount of that, and I don't remember shit. The Professor Man makes something called a gene slammer that makes street sharks. Then he uses it on 4 children. It's fucking dark, man. Crossbone. Flip back to the family. Krang is a floating brain. Man, this fucking sick, twisted scientist, like, he robbed them of their humanity and their childhood. Because when they became fucking street sharks, like, they obviously also became adults. Right? Like, those are like men sharks. Those are not fucking kids anymore. It's fucked up. Also, he was their dad? This is some dark shit, man. I don't like the fucking street sharks anymore. I regret saying that. It was a massive, massive fading frenzy. As we came nearer, shark fins appeared briefly on the surface. They were all swimming towards the frenzy's bloody waters, which had spread out for many miles. It had been going on for days, and the sharks could smell the blood from a great distance. I recognized the cursed white tips on the rounded dorsal fins. Bloody ocean white tips, the scourge of seamen. Unlike the great white shark that stayed close to coastlines, the oceanic white-tip shark spanned the oceans. It killed more people than all other types of sharks combined. Norman, you just made that the fuck up, dude. Guaranteed. I'd bet anything he made that up. A dozen miles from the frenzy, we slowed down to lower speeds until we reached the frenzy, where we stopped to consider our next strategy. The frenzy was about... He really likes the word frenzy, guys. The frenzy was about 400 yards wide, and the carrier was stopped on the edge. The sea was red with blood, everywhere and around the ship. Through binoculars, I could see sharks fighting over pieces of dead sharks. They were eating each other. Yeah, we got that. Maybe they were affected by the radiation, like this. So the feeding, it's a shark feeding frenzy where the sharks are eating other sharks. It's so intensely stupid. I can't handle it anymore. Why is that a thing? Why is any of this necessary? Am I supposed to be, like, enthralled by this? Like Good says, guys, this is really stupid. Is anyone sitting there being like, wow, cool? Orange Juice Nut says, very occasionally that will happen. Oh my God. We're never going to get an actual age on the author because he keeps lying about it. And he keeps lying about how long it took him to write this and finish this book. But I keep thinking that this was written by a child. Like, I cannot... Like, I don't want to accept that what we just read was written by, like, a 60-something-year-old man. Like, I can't accept it. I can't. I searched the center of the frenzy where the activity was greatest. God in heaven, have mercy on us, I shouted. Teresa Hartley is in the middle of it. Sharks were lunging at the unconscious Teresa, but were being killed before they could get a bite of her. Other sharks fed on the bleeding dead. This nightmare had been going on for days. Do you know what's happening here? You get it now? She's fucking Aquaman. She's Aquaman. The sharks will not allow the other sharks to bite her. That's the implication, right? And yes, Ploptypus, we were told that there wouldn't be any violence anywhere in this book. I mean, I can't think of anything. There are probably few things more violent than a fucking, like, a shark cannibalism orgy. Like, what? You have a nuclear bomb detonation immediately followed by a cannibalist shark orgy. Cannibalism shark orgy. But this guy is saying there isn't going to be any violence in his book. I don't like this music. Okay. Oops. Okay. Hold on a second. Dr. Zoc says, my first thought is that sharks are getting chopped up by some kind of force field. No, other sharks are protecting her from other sharks, right? I ordered a launch be lowered and 20 machine gunners to the deck. So now they're gonna just sit there and, like, pump machine guns into a fucking horde of sharks. No violence, though. No violence. The launch was lowered with 6 sailors. It set off towards Teresa, but it would not be safe to pull her out of the water with a crowd of sharks lunging at them. I ordered the machine gunners to fire at the sharks. Officers kept them firing to the left and right of Teresa, but no closer than 50 yards from her, lest they hit her or the launch. It was only necessary to wound one of the monsters, and its blood drew attack from others. Thousands of rounds were fired per minute, but only a small fraction of the sharks were being killed. I don't know if it's just hard to read the sentences the way this guy writes them, or if I'm having a seizure right now. Many times, as many sharks swimming deeper down were coming up to the surface to join the frenzy. Nope, it's the sentences. It's the sentences. No, like, look at this. Like, please, I challenge you to read that out loud and not have a hard time with it. The slaughter was working. There were 2 areas of mayhem, safe distances from Teresa. By the time the launch got to her, there were only a few confused sharks nearby, and they weren't attacking. Dear fucking Christ. Teresa was unconscious. Her head and shoulders were above water. 2 men pulled her into the boat, and they headed back to the ship. She was placed in a large basket on a cable and hauled up to the deck as quickly as possible. She was rushed inside the carrier to sickbay. The jumpsuit was unzipped. 2 electrocardio leads were placed on her to see if there was any cardiac activity at all. There was no activity, no signs of life. The doctor pronounced her dead. The screen returned to a BBC announcer.
Next, we hear Prime Minister Blair.
Peter Blair came on the screen. He was reading from notes.
Good evening, Mrs. Hartley. You are asked to be told everything related to Hal. What I have to present involves his activity. I'll be complete.
What? I don't understand what I just read. Also, cooked pastrami. Look at that.
Welcome to the family, son.
Thank you. Does he mean concise? No, I don't know. Like, look at it yourself, man. I have no fucking idea. I got no ideas. Like, I got nothing. I'm having a hard time here.
Hey, Lois, it's me, Peter Blair.
Yeah, you want that? Someone in chat wants me to read. Yeah, you want the... Are you sure? What if it was Peter Griffin, but it was British?
When I heard you were dead, the tears leaked from my eyes. So much hope crushed, as a staff member said. It was a heroic effort, Prime Minister. Her family will be grateful. I said thank you. We are lost, ladies and gentlemen. Without you, there was no possibility of communicating with the alien. It was freaking sweet. Tip tip cheerio.
That hurts my whole body. That hurts every fucking cell of my being.
The ship set off for home. Your empty bottles were found in your suit, and we learned how you remained afloat. Of course, when you were on a Ronald Reagan, nobody would have believed you could escape the plane, so nobody was suspicious of anything you carried on board. You were allowed to carry the garbage bag of bottles without giving it a thought. The reason for wanting to remain afloat was easy to guess. A woman doesn't mind dying so much if she knows her body will be preserved.
You were allowed to carry the garbage bag of bottles without anybody giving it a thought. You know, I was concerned about that. Remember, I was like, why are they just letting her have that? I did say that, right? But it seems to me that the logic for everybody who saw her, with the garbage bag, and I mean, for him himself, the fucking prime minister, in order to make some sense of this in his head, was that a woman doesn't mind dying so much if she knows her body will be preserved. You know what? That is so true about women. I can't tell you, like, how many women I've known in my life. Like, women are just like that, where they're like, listen, death doesn't bother me at all as long as I know I'm going to be able to decompose safely in a fucking black plastic garbage bag. Like almost every woman I've ever met has said that. So you know what? That's accurate. That's accurate. That checks out for me. Shit. Unknown Autistico. Fear back to the family. Thank you for 15 months of support. Also, Lord Dickfist, thank you for that gift sub to Skull Jester. Fear to the family, Jester. One bad hombre cocked pastrami. All right, I get it. Fuck. You get a gold star for the username. Very, very creative. Top tier. Hold on a minute. Man Memories is here. Man Memories says, I have this stream on full volume and watching with full concentration, and I have no idea what is going on. You know what's funny about that? I'm the one reading this, and I echo that sentiment exactly 100%. That shouldn't be. I should have at least slightly any kind of idea of what's going on here at all, and I have absolutely nothing. I got nothing. This is that bad. It's anti-comprehension. It's almost like he went out of his way to write something that would be incomprehensible. Am I wrong? It's almost like there was an effort here.
Your Senate committee called Ronald Reagan Commander Admiral Ruck, who had been told to stay in the Virginia area in case he was naked. Here is his testimony after you were found.
The scene changed to a video of a large Senate hearing room. Admiral Ruck was nervous when he sat at the Senate hearings witness table. In the eyes of many, he was largely responsible for my death. Senator Clay began. Admiral, we already know the circumstances of June 13th. Before we go into the details, I would like to ask if Teresa Hartley could have been rescued after she entered the ocean water. Admiral Ruck held up a piece of paper. All right, I need a bad voice for Admiral Ruck, chat. There's too many voices. There's too many characters. I need a bad voice. Who's got a bad voice? Who's got a Marge Simpson.
I have a written answer to that question, which I believe will clarify the situation, homie. May I read it?
Go ahead.
There is a remote possibility Teresa Hartley could have been saved if we had immediately sent out a fighter jet. The pilot could have reached her in 10 minutes, and in the unlikely event he saw her while flying low at 200 miles an hour, he could have bailed out with the small raft, put her in the raft to get her out of the cold water, and she might have been revived when the helicopters came.
It's making less fucking sense the further we go. This is the vomit of a word processor. I don't understand any of what I just read. Did anybody get it? Could have sent a helicopter soy, which you fucking saying that implies that you understood any part of what I just said.
But all this would have required my knowing that she was still afloat. I did not know that Hal had stopped the wind and waves around her, causing the radio to go silent and leading me to believe she had sunk, as any unconscious person in turbulent waters would have to do. I did not know that Hal had gotten her out of the plane and might be doing more to keep her alive. I could only believe the government had arranged for the fighter jet canopy to open up and let her out of the plane, although what reason they had to do this was unknowable to me. I did not know about Teresa Hartley's connection to Hal until 1.5 hours later when the president spoke on television. By then it was long too late to save her. because I didn't know all these things at the time it mattered, I have to say it was not possible to save her.
Okay. Now, if this was a real Senate hearing, right? What really would have happened? I do not recall. 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 That's it. And you know what? Like, Norman Bhutan, if he wanted to create something believable here, all he had to do was write, I do not recall. He looked up at the chairman to give a heartbreaking remark.
What I saw was a girl. It was too late to change my mind. What could I do with her with 6,000 people on the ship?
I hate using cliches, but in this case, there really wasn't a dry eye in the room. It was a pitiful scene. Yeah, my eyes are really wet right now, but that's only because they're filled with blood, because this entire stream, I've been stabbing myself with a fucking fork in an attempt to get to my brain to end this. A long list of questions followed about how Admiral Ruck was given this assignment, what President Martin said to him, and who else knew about the operation. The Admiral looked like a broken man. Why didn't he just ignore the subpoena? Finally, the chairman said, "Thank you for testifying, Admiral." Right, Schnorkel. So the implication is everybody cried because she was a girl. I mean, that's it. So, like, yeah, if Hal had gone into... If this was a male protagonist and, like, Hal had gone into a male, and none of this... It would have been a completely different story. The implication is, like, all of a sudden these hardened military men forgot about their oaths and their duties, you know, to their country and having, you know... to follow orders, no matter, you know, how much it seemed like those orders, like, felt wrong, right? Because you have a duty to the fucking country and to the president and to God or the military or whatever the fuck. It's a girl, so just... This is bad. No one, it would have been this, Figgy friend. No one cried because he was a man and we were men. Nobody felt bad about what we had to do. It was an easy thing to do. I mean, remember how he kept saying, like, oh yeah, what some of them might have had daughters. And that's why they felt bad about the fact that they had to kill a woman. You know what I think this is just boomerism. This is just really aggressive, like, advanced stage, like, Terminal 7 boomer. Really? Like, that, I... Think about it. That's all it is. Prime Minister Blair came back on screen.
Your death made most people give up hope. Universal starvation could not be prevented. The end times had come.
Nancy had mentioned that Blair majored in literature in college, and it showed. He spoke dramatically. Nancy said he always talked like he was in a Shakespearean play.
Where art thou, my Romeo? Aroused by any other name?
Maybe he was grandstanding. These days would be remembered for a long time. Grandstanding is hard to resist, I guess, and maybe I'd do it myself before all this was over. Grandstand! So, grandstanding is hard to resist, and maybe I'd do it myself before all this was over. Right, because don't forget, Empress Teresa is going to be such a massive historical figure who is so pivotal to the course of human history that she is going to dwarf figures such as Winston Churchill and Adolf Hitler and Abraham Lincoln, reducing them to footnotes in history. Remember that from the first fucking paragraph? So how could she resist grandstanding, right? Especially taking into consideration that she's like a twisted, like weird, malignant narcissist. The world... Wait. So I don't know what, at this point, character is speaking anymore, so I'm just gonna... The world settled in for the long wait for the HMS Queen Elizabeth to return to England. Somber music was played on radio day and night. A favorite selection was Saint Saëns' The Swan for cello and piano, made famous by Russian ballet as the Dying Swan. Yeah, Saint Saëns. Yeah. Yeah, Saint Goku. I don't know how to say it. This one's on me, okay? Who is that? I don't know who that is. I don't think it's a Dragon Ball's character, okay? But the most appropriate piece for the girl, descended from the Irish, was a soulful instrumental version of Danny Boy. It was perfect. Great Britain was proud to bring one of its own back home for a final visit. Okay, what are they talking about? Yes, everybody knows Danny Boy, that classic British song. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know why. So let me break this down for you, and correct me if I'm not understanding this right. The British radio is playing a mournful, a soulful instrumental version of an Irish, a classic Irish, traditionally Irish song meant for funerals and shit, called Danny Boy, right? They're playing it for the return of a British vessel to England, carrying the corpse of an American citizen. And it was perfect. It was that's the line from the book. But for most of the world, there was no conclusion. Sorry. There was no consolation. Dreams of a good future were gone. There was nothing to look forward to but misery or death. Parents spent all the time they could with their children. Mothers held their children and cried, wondering why this horror was happening. The HMS Queen Elizabeth anchored near the coast of southern England while you were moved to shore by helicopter. You were put in an ambulance for the long ride to London. Soywich wants to know why the entire world is in mourning. Because the alien that's located in her large intestine made the wind stop across the entire planet Earth. Planet Earth doesn't have wind anymore, and that's a bad thing. Apparently. Yeah. Mal, it's in second person because I can't do dumb voices anymore because it's killing my heart. This is, I guess, the fucking prime minister now. Did people look like they were in pain from the Peter Griffin voice, so I stopped doing it? I waited in a London hospital to receive you. I had to be there. It would be an insult to America if I wasn't, but I wanted to be there. Why would it be an insult to America? America just tried to kill this bitch. This would be like fucking Tony Blair, like sending a fucking ship, a British ship out to get Osama bin Laden's body after we deliberately dumped him into the fucking ocean. And then bringing it back to England so they could give it a proper burial. I felt it was my duty to pay respects to this important personage. I was also curious to see you. When the ambulance was 2 miles from the hospital, I went down to the morgue where doctors and nurses waited. There would not be an autopsy. That was left to the Americans. But the English did want to make a careful examination. From somewhere in London, American soldiers had been found to carry the casket in. An American flag covered the casket as it was rolled into the morgue.
Danny boy, the pipes are calling.
The honor guard of U.S. soldiers removed the flag and took it away. The doctors moved you from the casket to an exam table. So Hartley is Irish. Maybe. I'll tell you what. I've been to funerals of, Irish American people, and that song is played. That song is played. They played that song there. Maybe it's that. Maybe she's ancestrally Irish, and that's why they're playing this. Guys, I just want it to make sense. The doctors moved you from the casket to an exam table. I feel like the American flag being over the casket would probably happen, after the autopsy. Like, they're going to move the casket with the American flag on it and then just, toss that shit on the floor and then give her the fucking autopsy and then put it back? It's been nearly 14 days, Prime Minister, said the chief doctor. This won't be pleasant. I've seen it before, I said. A plastic waterproof bag covered a velvet body bag. The plastic bag was removed. The body bag was unzipped and slipped off. There you lay on the table, still dressed in the clothes you wore when abducted 15 days earlier. Everybody moved closer. You were remarkably well preserved. In fact, you were in great shape. It soon dawned on us. You were perfectly preserved. You might have died 30 seconds ago. Well, you know what happened is Hal preserved her fucking body. Yes, that's right. The alien Hal, who currently is residing inside of her large intestine, released a pickling agent and pickled her entire body. There was pickle juice just coursing through her fucking veins, preserving her. Yes. Dill, in fact. In fact, it was dill. In fact, was dill pickle. Pickle Teresa, as she came to be known. And then when they cut into her, instead of the smell of rot, it was the sweet smell of dill pickling that filled the morgue. All right, that's not true. That sweet, briny scent, Twitch T. We looked at each other. Every person was afraid to say it. Could Teresa be alive? The chief doctor seized an ophthalmoscope to look at your retina, the only place where blood vessels could be seen directly. There was no breakdown. Well, we do know that she's alive, guys, yes. You were in absolutely perfect condition. Guys, is anybody really surprised by this? She is a fucking Christ-like figure, guys. She couldn't die. She's going to come back from the dead. This is a fucking Christ story by numbers, guys. Everybody looked at the doctor in expectant silence. What were we to do with you? The ranking doctor protested. I don't care how advanced these beings are. No technology can keep her alive this way. I waited a moment to give the doctor's comment due respect. Then I called him a fucking moron. I said, why not? Every atom needs to be kept in its proper place. Her body uses all the space available. There's no way to get to the atoms. It's all very scientific, guys. Like, listen, a lot of you seem lost and confused, all right? That's because you guys don't have fucking medical PhDs like Norman Boutin. It's only natural to be confused. It's only natural to not understand these highly, this medical jargon and shit. You're not experts, all right? You're not experts. Neither am I, all right? I'm doing the best I can to retell you this story, all right? Despite not understanding a lot of what I'm reading. It's all just, it's very professional. It's very scientific. There's no reason to feel stupid. Don't let yourself feel stupid, all right? Every atom needs to be kept in its proper place. Dear fucking Lord. All right, doctor, but if she dies, we are all lost. But you thought she was dead 5 minutes ago. Why has the situation changed suddenly? Oh man, so I think this might be a little bit more of Norman kind of assuming that we know what's happening in his fucking head. Like, I think what might be happening is the doctors have already come to the conclusion that if they're able to revive her, then the wind will resume and the earth will be saved. Maybe. But Norman decided we didn't need to know that part, right? That's what I think. That's the best I could do. Holy fuck. Everybody stared at the doctor. He knew he'd lost. Put her in a patient room. The room was heated to 105 degrees. The theory was that if your body temperature returned to normal, your heart would automatically start beating. Then the nano machines would kick in. Much argument ensued among the doctors about what resuscitation procedures to use. It was decided to use none, except as a desperate last resort. They didn't know what Hal was doing. Any interference on their part might be harmful. You see, it's leaning towards what I said now. The doctor in charge explained, "We're not even going to take a blood sample. If anything is wrong with it, there's nothing we can do. There's no circulation." I nodded my understanding. There is one more concern, Prime Minister. Some molecules of the body become denatured when subjected to low temperatures. It's irreversible. She may revive briefly, only to die later. Right, and that's based on, decades of data, medical data that detailed when people came back to life and then died briefly afterwards because the molecules of the body became denatured. So this is what Norman is trying to sell you right now, that there's medical professionals walking around on this earth who believe that it is possible to bring somebody back to life if you bring their body temperature up to a certain temperature, right? And then they'll be able to live, in that room and walk around in that room and be fine as long as it's fucking 105 degrees in the room. But as soon as they leave that room and it drops to like 103 degrees, they will die again. I really need everybody to think about that for a second. When will we know? Very quickly. It would be like radiation sickness. She will become nauseous within the hour, weaken, and die. We could do nothing to stop it. Thank you. Thank you for informing me. If such were the case, I'd have to get as much information out of you as possible in a short time. It would be a very unpleasant situation. Right, so that the narration, the first person narration in the dialogue from the character is doing a very, very bizarre thing, changing back and forth between the Prime Minister's flashback as he's on the scene of the autopsy, and then changing back to the Prime Minister speaking with Teresa during the BBC interview. You see how it's jumping back and forth with no fucking indication to the reader when what's what? The room was filled with every kind of diagnostic and monitoring equipment I could imagine, and some whose purpose I couldn't guess. Wires from your body led to a monitor to display temperature, an electrocardiogram machine to detect heartbeat, and an electroencephalogram machine to monitor brain waves. All these machines registered nil. Your temperature was 56 degrees. Up from 48 when you arrived at the hospital. It would take many hours to reach 98 degrees, my favorite boy band. Something had to be told to the people in the morning. But first, I had to deal with the husband.
Get Steve Hartley on the phone, I ordered. The connection was made after a representative at Steve's apartment told him to put the phone on the hook. Meh. 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 Oh, that's daft. Brilliant, mate. Meh.
Guys, I need something like what do British people say to each other when like something's awesome? Like, I'm asking you what the British version is of frickin' sweet. What's the British version of frickin' sweet? I'm only doing it for a minute, Limit of X, I swear. If this is just for I swear to God, I'm going to stop in like 1 second. I swear. Brilliant, smashing cheese and crackers. That's ace. Which one of these? Hold on. Which one of these will work? Can I get like an actual British person?
Rather dandy, mate. By Jove. Smashing. Absolutely smashing, mate.
Yeah, this is fucking disgusting.
By the Queen, Lois.
Yandere Cheney says there are 28 chapters. Yeah, I'm not reading 28 chapters. I'm only reading like another 2 chapters, okay? Listen, I know you're not having a good time. Listen to me. This hurts me as much as it hurts you, I promise. All right? It's almost over, okay? It's almost over, I promise. Take your medicine. This builds character, okay? This is a character building exercise. I lost my place in the fucking book. All right, the denatured molecules. Thank you for okay, diagnostic equipment. Okay. Guys, it's all just blurring on the fucking screen. Like, all the fucking sentences are just swapping with each other. It's just like a word soup in my brain. Someone had to be told to the... Okay, Mr. Hartley, this is Prime Minister Blair. We have some rather startling news. Your wife arrived in absolutely perfect physical condition. It has been suggested that she is still alive and can be revived. What does the husband sound like, chat? And please don't say Peter Griffin. When will this happen? Strong bad? I don't remember what strong bad sounds like. Like Joe Swanson? When will this happen? It's just different Family Guy characters. Yeah, that's what we're doing. You sure, chat? If it happens, and we're not sure it will happen in 12 or more hours. Her temperature is 58 degrees. The room is heated to 105 degrees to raise her temperature naturally. The doctors don't want to do anything unless she doesn't revive by herself. Resuscitation techniques will only be used as a final measure if all else fails. You know, like the reader just got that information and now we're getting it again. Because, you know, Steve Hartley wasn't in the room. So it had to be told to him again. Like, that's, imagine for a moment. That is the benefit. This is being done for the benefit of a character in the book who wasn't present for the conversation, right? As a consequence, the person reading the book has to receive the same exact information twice in quick succession. Isn't that mind-boggling? Isn't that can you fucking believe it? Can you believe it? And again, this was a book that was written with the intention that a human being would read it. Wow. Oh my God. Will she be the same Teresa? That, sir, is unpredictable. It would be sad to see her a vegetable, Peter. Yes. Would you do me a favor? Ask people to pray for her. God can't ignore 100 million people, Peter. He can't. We shall be insistent. God can't ignore 100 million people. I'm pretty sure he can. And has. And will again. I mean, I thought he was God. I thought God could do fucking anything. In fact, ignoring people is a passive thing. Takes no effort on his part at all to ignore any amount of people. But what do I know? What do I know? Remember the Black Plague? Remember all the world wars? Remember, just every fucking awful thing that ever happened in the history of the fucking planet where there were no doubt billions of people praying at once? Hey, man, maybe he did pay attention. The Black Plague did end after a while, right? You know, until the anti-vaxxers showed up. Maybe they prayed really hard too. I don't know. In many hours, your temperature reached 93 degrees. I had been visiting your room only 20 minutes at a time because of the heat, but now I remained. A nurse gave me a glass of ice water to sip. How pleasant. You reached 94.2 degrees. The cardiac monitor registered a single heartbeat and returned to a flat line. You died. Again. For the second time, you died right there in front of our eyes, Teresa. I took a refreshing sip of my glass of ice water, placed it down on the table, and took another. I sat for a moment and stared at your dead corpse, Teresa, which decomposition had set in once again as the air began to turn fetid with the rank odor of rotting internal organs. I began to lick the condensation off my refreshing glass of ice water that was still on the table and refreshing and cold. I had the nurse refill my glass so I could have a second. But not before crunching very, very loudly on the ice cubes that were remaining in the bottom of the glass. I crunched loudly. Everybody in the operating room stopped and stared. I crunched again awkwardly, louder this time. One of the doctors cleared their throat. I crunched down loudly on a third ice cube. The seconds ticked off. 22 seconds, and there was another solitary heartbeat. The count resumed. 12 more seconds, and a third heartbeat registered, followed 2 seconds later by a steady heartbeat. Your heart was functioning. A minute went by. Your chest heaved in what looked like the breath of death, a final reflexive breath before the body gives up. After a delay of a few seconds, your breathing resumed normally. All attention was now on the electroencephalograph monitor. If your brain didn't work, there was no artificial way to resuscitate it. It was all up to you. Too bad Norman's brain didn't work. You know, despite the fact that he knew all these really big words like electroencephalograph, which kind of just feels like an attempt on his part to prove how smart he is. Right? Like, look what word I know. Yeah, I could have Googled it too, Norman. And there it was. 2 of the 12 monitor lines were wiggling.
Commands the wiggling.
Soon, all lines were wiggling. Everything seemed to be working. And that, yes, Teresa, is the medical term for the fucking, like, basically EKG readout. Wiggling. The lines were wiggling. They were wiggling, Teresa. We're up to 12 wiggles per second. A few minutes later, you started squirming like somebody in a dream. Your eyes opened and you started loudly crying. I understood. You were remembering that this book existed and that you were the main character. You were remembering that terrible ordeal of freezing in the water. Well, of course. To you, it seemed a moment before. How had we failed to anticipate this? Blair stopped for a moment and then said, "The rest you know. I know you're the right person. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Why didn't you leave me dead?
So what had Hal done? Blair promised his presentation would show what Hal did, but I didn't see anything. What did Hal do? I asked Nancy. He just let me revive myself. Does Hal even know what happened? Nancy looked at me with that doe's eyes in the headlights expression. Nancy looked at me with that doe's eyes in the headlights expression. Commentators took over on the television screen. One said, "How does the Prime Minister know Mrs. Hartley is the right person to restore the wind? Does she have communication with the alien? What haven't we been told?" It was a good question. Blair already knew from the way I acted on the hospital balcony that I didn't even know about the wind business. The wind business. All wind ceases on planet Earth, and she's calling it the wind business. He could not be sure I could do something about it. "What do you do for a living?" "Well, I'm in the wind business. We've had a dry spell. The wind all dried up. We haven't been making much money. Times have been rough being in the wind business. I guess if you own like wind turbine farms, that would put you in the wind business, right? Though that's the business of like harvesting wind and using wind. That's not the business of creating wind. I bet you that this situation right here is the perfect opportunity for some enterprising young entrepreneur to come along and be like, "Y'all called me fucking crazy. You said it was stupid. You said it was pointless. You called me an idiot. But here it is, my fucking wind machine. There it is. Who's crazy now? I knew it. I knew one day this machine was going to be useful. Okay? Wind machine. Where do you want me to set it up?" And yes, I have to charge you to use it. You have to give me money if you want access to the wind machine. If you want me to fucking make wind for you, it's going to cost you. Okay? It's going to cost extra for the people who made fun of me. That's a fan, man. I guess it's just a really big fan. It's just a massive fucking fan that, I don't know, orbits the planet. Yeah. Giant orbital space fan. Wind machine. That'd work. Would that not work? It wouldn't work? It wouldn't work. Okay. People actually sell bottled air in China, Durgan. What's up, Durgans86? Thank you for coming to check out the channel tonight. Is that not the plot of Spaceballs? I mean, if there was going to be a place on Earth where people were going to be bottling air and selling it to people buying it, it'd be like a super polluted Chinese city, I think. The ones where you see the pictures of it and the air is just shit miasma. Perrier, right? Remember Perrier? It also happened in the Lorax, Skull Jester. And now it's happening in Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa. Empress Teresa. Holy shit! That was intentional, wasn't it? Fuck you, Norman. Oh, fuck you, Norman. Fuck you, Norman! God, I hate you, Norman! Oh, you just get worse and worse with each revelation. Ugh. She already was, recommended for sainthood by Father Donutty. We learned that in the summary for Chapter 5. Although a random fucking man made out of donuts usually doesn't get to decide who becomes canonized, right, as a saint. That's usually up to, I don't know, like the Pope and like some of the, the higher up bishops, right? Cardinals and shit. Father Donutty should not have any say in Teresa becoming a saint. But whatever. He's Father Donutty. He probably, he's got some extra weight. I would imagine. His opinion's got extra weight. He's made out of donuts. That's fucking cool. Right? they probably attribute that to, like the work of God, a miracle. And holy shit. This pile of fucking stale donuts in the shape of a man has risen from the earth and is now attempting to graduate from a seminary? That's like a golem. A fucking donut golem, right? Like a Jewish mythology, they have the golems, right? He's a donut golem. That's fucking awesome. You know that's awesome. There's a lot of holes in that story. Okay. He was probably a very popular guy in the seminary. Commentators took over. Okay, we read that bit. Blair already knew from the way I acted on the wind business. Okay, here we go. Then I remembered something. When I woke up in the hospital, Blair said I was the right kind of person to do what was needed. This made no sense if he meant restoring the wind. Anybody could do that if it could be done. Yeah? What he meant was I would be the right kind of person after the wind situation was fixed. If I could influence Hal to restore the wind, I could influence him to do other things later. What kind of person I was would be very important. You know, like Hal, if Hal is the main character, Hal's the one pulling all the strings, making everything happen. Like, why is this called Empress Teresa? This should just be called Hal. Or at least, like, Empress Teresa and her weird and wonderful tummy demon from space. Like, why the fuck? Teresa isn't doing shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way to, like, completely stop the wind is to stop the earth from turning completely. Am I right? You have to actually stop the earth from turning to stop the wind. I didn't like saying tummy demon either, Yankee Frog. You'd have to turn off the sun. I told Nancy, he's not talking about the wind. He's talking about what I'll do later. He knows I won't mess up the world like a world dictator. He knows I won't mess up the world like a world dictator. Why does he know that? He has no idea who you are. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. That's why it's shocking that everybody gives a fuck about you, Teresa. I see, said the suddenly aware Nancy. It's an amazing concept. It sure is. Your prime minister knew it 1 minute after I woke up. He's a smart man. Brilliant. Blair's job was to guide me in assuming great responsibilities without messing things up. He had to be very worried. How could a 40-something Englishman connect with an 18-year-old American girl? It was like I was the alien from space. This summer, Prime Minister Blair is a 40-something Englishman who finds himself in a wacky situation. He's got to connect with an 18-year-old American girl. And he's about to find out. Hugh Grant is Prime Minister Blair and Empress Teresa this summer. I thought this was funny and repeated it to Nancy. Poor Blair. Dealing with me must be like dealing with a space alien. She laughed. Yeah, well, poor me. I had to deal with the real alien who was destroying the world, and everybody expected me to save them. Just another day in a girl's life. Yeah.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Teresa, but it looks like I'll have to be guiding you to saving the world, Teresa. I'm so terribly sorry. I know it's quite awkward for me as well, Teresa. Let's
talk about it over a cuppa, Teresa. Is that all right? We'll just have a cuppa together, and I know it's quite an inconvenience, and I'm terribly, terribly humbled by this, and I'm quite sorry, Teresa. But there's simply no other way.
Mike, are you bullshitting? I made up some of it. Hold on. That's the real dialogue there. That's the real dialogue. You like it? Here, I don't want you guys to miss this bit. God forbid. I hung around for a few minutes and went downstairs. When I got out of the elevator, some government men pointed the way to the meeting room. All of humanity had been sweating blood all day, waiting to hear what I had to say. The earth stood still. Baseball games in America had been postponed. Highways were deserted. Plane flights were canceled for lack of passengers. Every person who could by any means stay home watching television did. This was the critical meeting. If nothing came out of it, we are all lost. Tim579, back to the family. Thank you for 16 months. I'm sorry this book is so terrible. Couple of problems with that paragraph. All of humanity had been sweating blood all day to hear what I had to say. Is that just a turn of phrase I'd never heard? Sweating blood, when people sweat blood when they're, chomping at the bit for some news. Have I just never heard that before? Yeah, that is a real expression. I've heard bullets. Sweating bullets. I think that's wrong. I think Norman fucked up. I bet you that's one of the arguments on one of the forums somewhere where someone was like, "Hey, idiot, it's not sweating blood, it's sweating bullets." And he was like, "Fuck you, I've heard it said before. It's real. I've heard it. You can't tell me I haven't heard it. It's real. Shut up." It's like, well, Norman, I that's true. I can't say you've never heard it before. And another thing, as somebody in chat pointed out, baseball games in America had been postponed. The best time to play baseball is when there's no wind. What a fucking shame. A lot of very angry Red Sox fans. Highways were deserted. Road trip, no traffic. Guys, let's go to the shore. Let's go down to Belmar, the Jersey Shore, baby. Get some cannolis, some funnel cake, and I'll suck your dick. What do you think? Johnny P in the situation. We'll go down to the Jersey Shore, no traffic. I'll jerk you off. I don't know why I keep saying homosexual things. Plane flights were canceled for lack of passengers. Imagine being people who actually needed to fucking get somewhere. And you're like, great, all the flights are fucking canceled because of a fucking 18-year-old girl that may or may not have an alien inside of her large intestine. That I don't care about. I can't fathom why everybody else gives a fucking shit. Great. I just lost my fucking job. I needed to be in Topeka, Kansas tonight. All the flights got canceled because of something immensely stupid. Dude, no wind, no turbulence. What the fuck? This sucks. That would be me. I would be the one guy who's sitting there like, oh, my flight got canceled. Because of Empress Teresa? Are you gonna comp my fucking tickets? Or am I gonna have to leave this airport in a fucking body bag? The fucking smug bitch who works for United Airlines on the other side of the counter like, Sir, please calm down. There's nothing I can do for you, okay? Your flight's I'm getting to Kansas tonight, lady. And you're gonna make this happen. You are gonna make this fucking happen. One way or another. I'm leaving this airport today. Soywich says, when he says no wind, does he mean no air? No, I mean no wind. Right. What about everybody in a sailboat? Yeah, Lil Pete. Everybody in a sailboat is fucked. Dead. How are they getting back to shore? They have fucking like paddles on that. You know how many people are not gonna make it back to shore? They have oars on a sailboat for that purpose, right? Like there's no wind and you fucked yourself, you could row your way back. It's fucking funny. All right, well, that's the end of chapter 6. What a fucking piece of shit. Oh my god. Up next we have something called Blair's Defense. Now, I'm going to describe to you what this chapter is real quick. Skull Jester wants to know, was the shark orgy ever explained? What do you think? Author's note. Due to President Martin's blunder, Hal stops the wind all over the world, threatening universal starvation from lack of rain. So you need to have wind to have rain. Is he right? Sure he's right. I mean, I'll buy that. I don't know. Ploptypus says, I can't believe this book has a mile-wide cannibalistic shark orgy and it somehow isn't the best book ever written. It's not even in the top 5, buddy. It's part of the water cycle. I don't care anymore. Only Teresa has any chance of preventing disaster. So confirmed, Hal was the one who stopped the wind in retaliation for the President of the United States trying to murder him with a nuclear weapon. She tells British Prime Minister Peter Blair she will try to gain control of Hal, but if she succeeds, she might also have limitless power. Blair finds this frightening. Teresa offers to share power with the committee. Blair finds that even more terrifying. He decides to let Teresa control Hal alone and defends his decision in a session of questions to the Prime Minister at the House of Commons. Teresa comments on this scene. Prime Minister Blair brought up 100 points about me I hadn't thought of myself. This was his Gettysburg Address. Fourscore and 11 Coca-Cola bottles ago, a woman was strapped to a nuclear device and saved herself from a bunch of ravenous sharks having an orgy with a force field from an alien in her small intestine. I'm going to get water. I need to lubricate my thrusty for the giant, girthy chapter that is to come. I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. Hello, Sir Brave Robin. Thank you for braving the stream tonight. They're saying this book was written by a lobotomite. Yeah. It must be really difficult to experience it being read also by a lobotomite. So you have a book that was written by a lobotomite that is now being read out loud to you by another lobotomite. That's gotta suck. I am doing my best. Talk about making a bad situation worse. Holy shit. How about we take a break with something fun? I got something real fun for you guys. Just a very short diversion, just a minute or two. Where did it go? There we go. Well, I have been having a really good time this weekend. Oh my, seems to be an issue here. Ooh, okay. Oh my goodness. Some technical difficulties to round out everything else here tonight. Very nice. Volume warning. 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 Oh. No, never mind. No volume warning. It won't work. The video won't play. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it won't work. 'Cause I said all that volume warnings for no reason. The video won't play. Yeah. Rad. All right. Wow, that sucks. Okay, never mind. I'll work on that later. I guess back to the book. Oof, no break. That sucks. Damn. No fun allowed tonight. All right. Big fucking oof hours, Lord. Okay. Back to Blair's defense. Yeah, sorry for that cock tease with the volume warning. A member from the opposition stood up and asked, "Can the Honorable Prime Minister assure this House that by his lonely decision, our esteemed friend, Mrs. Hartley, can be trusted with this arduous task, which she herself described the most impossible ever imposed on a human being without abundant assistance from His Majesty's government?" And that is one sentence. Blair jumped up to the table with his book of notes to answer. The time factor was crucial to my decision. Mrs. Hartley has been working on the problem for years. A team of assistants might take months to understand her theories and reach consensus on strategy. Let us give her a chance to make progress. He stalled and became pensive to get full control of his audience. We should consider how it came to be that Teresa Hartley was chosen to be host to Hal. Her character is impeccable. Her intellect is of the finest quality. No more perfect choice could be found for her task. Hal merged with her when she was 10, a few years earlier, and she would have told everybody about Hal, with most unfortunate results for herself and us. A few years later, and she might not have developed the skills needed for the challenge. But she received Hal at age 10, old enough to know to keep Hal a secret, but young enough to set herself on that path of intellectual development to enable her to address the Hal problem. Did all these happy circumstances happen by chance or by design? I really hate this. What dog shit? Jesus fuck. I'm having like an awe moment. Like my jaw just hit the floor. Just jaw agape. Where I'm just in fucking wide-eyed wonder at how bad this is. Her intellect is of the finest quality. I mean, only a fucking genius could devise the strategy of using Coca-Cola bottles as flotation devices. I mean, what more proof do you need? And as far as I could tell, that's literally the only fucking proof they have. What else are they basing that opinion on? What else has this woman done? Nothing. Now he really had their attention. They sat in stony silence, wondering where he was going. Mrs. Hartley is not vindictive. You saw she had not said a word about the assassination attempt in our long discussion. Not a reprobating word from her for the man who tried to kill her. Reprobating. I would bet a titty that word is being used incorrectly. Or is not a word at all. Or is not a word at all. Here it is. A reprobate is like a pervert, right? A reprobate is like a dreg of society. I think it leans towards pervert, right? You call somebody a reprobate when they're like a miscreant. What a great word. What a great synonym. Miscreant, right? I think reprobating should be a word, but it should refer exclusively to the act of a reprobate masturbating. A reprobate masturbating. And that alone. Reprobating. Yeah, he was just sitting in the corner reprobating. Yeah, he was at the adult theater. You know, he was looking through the little peephole reprobating. That fucking pervert, he was reprobating in there. That is what that word should mean. Repping off. Yeah, repping off. He is using it right. It is a real word. Well, fuck my ass. The situation to fuck my ass. What are you waiting for? It's lubed up. What's his actual name, the situation? Like his name is like something, the situation something. Paulie D. Is Paulie D the situation? Isn't Paulie D the fucking guy from The Sopranos, Omsil? His name is, Mike the situation? Believe it or not, I've never watched the fucking Jersey Shore. I've been to the Jersey Shore. I don't need to tell you that the entire fucking coastline, that entire stretch of coastline is a fucking hotbed of repressed homosexuality. Like, oh my God, like big time. Big fucking time, right? And I don't need to watch the fucking TV show to tell you that. And find me one person from New Jersey who doesn't back that up. Palantiri says, like your streams. My homosexuality is repressed. Since when? Anybody sitting here feeling like that's true? Fuck. The morning after I drove her to Mr. Parker's, she expressed sorrow for, in her words, the poor guy. This is Teresa Hartley. This is the woman chosen to save us all. This is Saint Teresa among us now. The house stood up as one to cheer the answer, but the leader of the opposition wouldn't let it rest. He stood up and was recognized. Guys, hold on. My throat is like starting to tap out. Is the Prime Minister aware it may come to pass Mrs. Hartley acting alone can do anything she wants, no matter how outrageous, and the whole world can't stop her? The PM jumped back up.
Who will trust the committee? We know Teresa well enough. The only thing that can stop Teresa is her own conscience, and it will.
The opposition leader kept at it. Does the Prime Minister agree a person with good conscience in ordinary circumstances can be overwhelmed in the extraordinary and be changed for the worse? There is only one version of the truth. Teresa knows it and lives by it. I spoke with President Stinson last evening. She said everything is known about Teresa. Their intelligence agency has a room full of reports and tapes on every moment of her life for 8 years. There's a lot of pooping in there. Actually, it's mostly pooping. It's puzzling why they would go to such great lengths to detail every bowel movement taken by Teresa. Yet there it is. And teams of psychologists have studied these documents. There is nothing to suggest a fault in the steadiness of her character, despite her youth. She is grounded on rock, not sand. She doesn't like sand. She says it's coarse and gets everywhere. And again. Does the Prime Minister agree a person with conscience should not be a physician if he has not been so trained, or one in a position of power without adequate education and experience? My honorable friend points to jobs requiring skills, but Teresa does not set out to manipulate organs or people. Teresa's only job requires cleverness and a good heart. And another question. Does the Prime Minister agree it may come to pass we have a person in power without democratic representation? President Stinson's people have studied Teresa and agree she supports democratic principles. But how do you make control of Hal democratic? I do not believe she will do anything contrary to people's wishes. Have courage. She will ask nothing from us. One more shot. Is the Prime Minister aware it is written, as the heavens in height, and the earth in depth, the heart of kings is unfathomable. It is also written, by patience is a ruler persuaded, and a soft tongue will break a bone. The story of a man is that the individual must deal with the world. In this case, it works both ways. The world must deal with Teresa. She and we must deal with each other reasonably. Better to be alone in the jungle than in a dictatorship, but also better to be a fisherman than a governor of men, if the people speak ill of you. Teresa will return kindness given to her. Snackalope is in the chat. Snackalope is saying, what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, this is like a really great, no punches pulled, heavy hitting coming at you, philosophical debate about, the nature of humanity and, the heart of darkness in there. And I see, just the nature of men. And some really philosophical stuff. Some really heady, important philosophical stuff. Norman Baton wants you to know that he thinks about the big questions, right? Right? The big questions. And he's giving you some big answers. Isn't he? Isn't he? And what a fucking ride, right? What a ride. Cannibal shark orgies to this. This book really does have everything. Fun images to show the BRB. Sick Today says, I regret asking. Thought you might. Thought you might. That's right, Mal. We're making it official. We're making the CBT official here tonight. You know, someone in chat just pointed this out. That P155 looks like it says piss. For the people who don't know, this is a dinosaur bone. Found in the, 1600s? This is a dinosaur bone. Yeah. Why would they do that? Why would they do it on purpose, Jump Gene? The P is not stored in the... Oh. Well, let me put it to you this way. P being stored in the balls was not a meme in the 1600s. Piss is stored in the bones. Who knew? Yeah, so anybody who was seriously wondering what they were talking about here, this is Norman Boutin trying to sound like a philosophical like bigwig or whatever. He's trying to sound like he's saying something here that has a lot of weight to it, that's supposed to make you sit back and be like, wow, what a great thinker. He really got the gears turning. Oh my God. This is some powerful stuff. But it's just dog shit, you know. Also, Aki Nor, back to the family. I mean, listen to it. Like, really try to follow it, right? Here we go. A woman rose to pose a question no American politician would get away with. But this was not America.
Does the Prime Minister agree a man's reaction to criticism is laughter, while a woman's reaction is unpredictable?
Who else but the Monty Python lady voice? Oh, he's getting a little bit politically incorrect here. Look out, Norman. Get risky there, buddy. The house burst out in laughter. It liked nothing better than a loaded question, and this one was a minefield. Blair milked the moment, looking around like he was afraid to answer. His expression was hilarious. Speaking of milking and prostates, which weren't mentioned, did anybody see the new amiibo? Guys, check it out. This is from thehardtimes.net. This was an excellent article for people who have, like, you know, the sense of humor of a fucking child. Well, not a fucking man-child.
Jerge, I'm going in. Here we go.
He's doing a plank. Oh, that gets rid of the cockaballs. I'll leave that there for now. This is a real amiibo, by the way, right? Like, this is not, you know, the Hard Times making a joke. They're actually selling this. Am I wrong? Morpheus has the amiibo. You have it? What do you have it for, man? What do you do with it? Well, it's one of his taunts, Sauvages, yeah. Yeah, the headline from Hard Times says, Luigi amiibo curved to hit G-spot. Please read the article. You're not going to regret it. Also, while I'm on my Twitter page, I'm going to just link you the fucking, like, the tweet that I've been, like, watching on repeat all weekend. You know, it's probably for the best because I might get a VOD mute if I play it. Guys, I need you to look how perfectly the dancing syncs up with the fucking music. It's really good. It's really good. Yeah, that's fucking excellent. I have not been able to stop. That's what I wanted to show you guys earlier. I've not been able to stop watching that for like the past 2 days. It's fucking brilliant. That is genius. You know what we were just listening to, guys? Hold on. That's the name of the composer that we were just listening to. Also, Rousdower, back to the family. Thank you for 2 years, dude. Thank you so much. Also, Rousdower has that first badge, founder of the channel. Fucking wild. You've had that sub for 2 fucking years, Rousdower.
Rousdower. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for not letting me be the final sacrifice, my bud. Also, I finally started watching the Mystery Science Theater Gauntlet, like the revival on Netflix. Pretty fucking great, man. Like those episodes, I watched like 3 or 4 of the episodes. It feels like the old series. They really captured it very well, I felt like. Like I was not looking forward to it because I felt like they were gonna fuck it up, but they did a really good fucking job. I don't know. My opinion. Like the writing feels on point. The bots, like the voice acting, I was worried it wasn't going to sound like the bots. It sounds, because again, they did a changing of the guard at one point in the original series too, where they still sounded kind of like the way they used to. It's like that again, and it's okay. It's going well. Guys, I fucking love this so much. My favorite part is when the shrimp like toast each other with the beer glasses. And look at how well it syncs up in the beginning. I really wish we could like watch this together. Oh, look at him go. Oh, look at him go. Oh, fuck yeah. All right, back to pain. Blair milked the moment. That whole segue was because the word milked got used. Blair milked the moment, looking around like he was afraid to answer. His expression was hilarious. Even Steve and I, watching at the Parker residence, were laughing. And finally, the PM got serious and paused. The world held its breath for 27 seconds. Exactly 27 seconds. No more, no less. His expression was hilarious. What do you think he looked like? You think he looked like this? Because that is a pretty hilarious expression. Or maybe it was this kind of hilarious expression. Guys, I'm just grasping at any fucking straw that means I don't have to read this anymore.
I understand your fears. What human being can bear the responsibilities demanded of this woman? It hardly seems possible. We've seen many strong men broken from lesser challenges, men trained 30 or 40 years for their tasks. What shall we do if a child leads us? And make no mistake, Teresa is younger than many of the children and grandchildren of the members of this house. Who are we dealing with? Will she change? I say, Teresa's interests and endeavors might change, but not her heart. It is too well considered. It is written, worse than death is the life of a fool. But we saw in my talk with her, Teresa is no fool. Woe to thee when your king is a child, says the good book. But Teresa shows lack of response to recent ill events. Meh. It is also written, you are the light of the world. A city set on a mountain cannot be hidden. Teresa's works will be seen by all. She can only do good works if she cares at all what we think. And we've seen she does. In dealing with the truth, we are immortal. A woman who puts her trust in a higher power will be unchanged. Teresa will remain Teresa.
Guys, that caused me physical pain. That caused me physical pain. Oh. But you see how philosophical it is? Like, now you're really thinking, right? You're really thinking. You're like, oh, damn, fucking Norman. That's some deep shit. That's some fucking deep shit. That is deep fucking shit. That's like being fully submerged in a septic tank. That's how deep that shit is, Norman. Wow. Now, here's an author's note. It says, later in the story, when 18-year-old Teresa has acquired limitless power over the whole world, she addresses the British House of Commons. He indicated I had the floor. I got up and nervously walked forward.
I'm not a public speaker. I never wanted to be. I'm talking to the media and the people on the street. Excuse this little piece of paper. It reminds me of the points I've been thinking of for a long time. And first, I'd like to say, every time we touch, I get this feeling.
So, whatever.
I've seen the world's reaction to what I did. Parents are going wild because their children won't die. Everybody is grateful. Believe me, I am aware of all this, and I am happy about it. Let's not talk about it.
Then why'd you bring it up? You... I just kind of thought of a better way to do this. Hold on.
Like everybody else, I've watched a lot of television. Everybody you see on television is there because they wanted to be. Movie stars, singers, dancers, politicians, reporters. They all wanted to get on television. They want the attention. I don't.
Why are you here?
Somebody asked. I could single him out because he had stood up when he said that. Yeah. Why are you here? Why are any of us here? What is this garbage? Can it stop? Here, look. Serious deduction skills, Paul Schrader. Thanks for coming tonight, Paul. The best character in the book. Why are you gay? Somebody asked. I could single him out because he had stood up when he said that. I suppose it was a house rule, as in House of Commons. I stared at him with no attempt to hide my contempt. How dare he interrupt me? In answer to his own question, why had he spoken if not to attract attention to himself? This hypocrisy had to become plain to everyone as I stared his political career into oblivion. Teresa is fucking out of control now with the narcissism and the fuck. Yeah, this is a... I'm starting to agree, finally, with Prime Minister Blair. I think that there's no way that this girl could become some kind of fucking, narcissistic, psychotic, totalitarian dictator. No fucking way. Not possible. Not with an attitude like that. And now in her own inner monologue, she's bragging about the fact that she's fucking destroying his career in front of the rest of the fucking House of Commons. Single-handedly destroying the guy's fucking career. This is not a person that we want in control of the entire fucking planet, and I'm fucking terrified. So I would say she's going full Danny. Perhaps somebody put the wrong amount of sugars in her Starbucks latte, soy witch, and that sent her off the deep end. What do you think, buddy? What do you think? This is a humble and pure character. Well, as far as I could tell, Empress Teresa has more reason to become an antagonist, to turn heel, if you will, than Daenerys Targaryen ever did in fucking 8 seasons of television. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a bitter, angry, jaded Game of Thrones fan. Anyway, I made no attempt to hide my contempt. That's how Norman Boutin started his rap career. I made no attempt to hide my contempt. I fucking hate this. I really hate this. Z Reserve. You know, I wanted to ask that before, Z Reserve. That's a really good question. I've been thinking that actually for this entire time. Are there any British people here? Specifically, I wanted to ask it this way. Who happen to know something about how, British government works? And is there any kind of veracity to anything that this guy is saying in terms of the way that any of this works? Did he just pull all of this out of his fucking asshole? Does anybody watch, I don't know, British C-SPAN or some shit? Any C-SPAN nerds? Sitting there watching Parliament and House of Commons sessions and shit or whatever. Wait.
You interrupted me.
I said.
Nobody interrupts me. I don't need you.
I pulled out a pistol and shot him square in the forehead.
Looks like you just got domed, Boomer.
I said. It's not there. You could almost see the miserable man's political career melting at his feet. Well, why? Why? He had dared to interrupt the world saver. There would be rioting in his hometown. I would see to that personally. Burned out husks of cars, destroyed livelihoods, children trampled in the street. That would be the last time anyone ever interrupted Empress Teresa ever again. I will show you what is real. Everything up to that was real. She's fucking drunk with power. I looked over the crowd.
Reporters are the same way. They don't let you complete a sentence. I didn't even have a chance to open my mouth, and they were telling lies about me the night I talked with Mr. Blair on television. It was fake news. You are fake news. You're all fake news. Every single one of you! Fake news!
Fucking Empress Teresa has gone full Trump.
They don't know crap, but they won't shut up. I told Mr. Blair the next morning I would never talk to reporters. I didn't ask for this, and I won't take garbage from anybody.
Guys. I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to fucking be. This is not me trying to be funny right now. Haha. Read that. A chill was felt around the room. The old rules were out. There was a new sheriff in town. Hold on. Let me try something. Remember when fucking Donald Trump said he wasn't going to have fucking press conferences anymore? He was like, no more press conferences. This is exactly what she's doing. This is fucking amazing. This is amazing. Holy fucking shit. Hold on. Wait. Read that. Tell me like we haven't seen that exact tweet before. Tell me like we haven't seen that exact tweet before. Tell me we haven't seen that exact fucking... I resumed.
I saw kids.
Wait.
In high school, I saw kids anxious to grow up. What's the big deal about the adult world? Everybody drives themselves crazy trying to get a piece of the pie.
Pie sounds pretty good right about now.
They want more than they could get. I just want to fool around and enjoy watching the world. People forget I'm a kid. I don't want to be anything else.
Norman Bhutan is the guy who like drafted the letter to Erdogan. I know. Politics and stream. That's it. It's over now. No more. No, she didn't shoot someone. I lied about that. I was just kidding. At that, everybody stood up to applaud and cheer. I struck some kind of nerve with them. I'd have to work out why later. They settled down.
I did the things I did because it was the decent thing to do. That's all. I wasn't looking to become famous. I didn't seek publicity. I don't want to be queen of the tabloids. I don't want to be asked, what's my favorite food?
What's your favorite food? Somebody asked.
Chicken fingers with honey mustard.
Cody Apocalypse. Back to the family. Feels like it's been only 18 months. Got her.
Kick him out, fake news. I won't answer reporters' questions. Nobody elected you. I'll talk with elected heads of state when necessary for the public good.
Jesus Christ. She's terrifying.
Reporters say they want to interview me to find out what I'm like. Steve already told you at the Senate that I was Steve already told you at the Senate that I was perfect in every way. He may have exaggerated, but 1,000 interviews won't tell you more than that.
All right, so just remember that, guys, right? During the next fucking presidential election, if the candidate's wife or husband gets on the stage and says, my spouse is a perfect human being and will be the best president ever, that is all the fucking proof you need to cast your ballot for that candidate. You never need to fucking get any information from you never need to hear the person themselves speak. They never need to be asked any questions. It's chill. They are the best, the greatest, fucking awesome, basically God themselves, because their wife or husband said so. That's all you need. That's it.
Steve
Steve already told you at the Senate that I was perfect in every way. This is now insanity. This is now fucking insanity. This is supposed to be a likable character. This is supposed to be a fucking protagonist that we can empathize with. This is a fucking monster of a human being. This is insane. She has a captive fucking planet of people that are terrified, and she's fucking raging out because people are asking her simple questions. Guys, this is fucking scary. And I'd say, you know what? This is worse than Donald Trump, because at least most of the time when Donald Trump gets pissed off, it's because somebody did already ask him the question and he did already answer it. I've seen that. And people are like, yeah, but you didn't answer it. It's like, obviously, he's not going to give you the fucking answer that you want. So, like, now all you're doing is pissing the guy off at this point. This isn't even what's happening here. This is worse. Nobody asked her anything, and she's fucking going apeshit because one guy stood up and asked her one question. This is madness.
Reporters want to find out what I plan to do. They say imagine the temptations that come with unlimited power. Unlimited power! Who could resist changing things? I can resist temptation. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. People know best what to do with their lives. When I was a little girl, baby chipmunks walked around my feet when I stood still.
She's a fucking Disney princess. And this qualifies you to lead the entire planet. Why? It's because you had nuts in your fucking shoes. There was crushed walnuts in your fucking socks, you crazy bitch. Clean the fucking nuts out of your shoes.
Mom taught me they need our protection. I was not to try to pick them up. Leave them alone and they'll be all right. I'm still that little girl.
Oh, well, the leader of the entire planet just compared every human being to a rodent. Yep, we got nothing to worry about here. I don't know why we were freaking out. She sees all of us like fucking literal rodents. Well, we're going to be fine. We're going to be just fine. And no, I'm not making any of this up. She's 18 at this point. 19 maybe. A woman house member directly opposite me started crying. I saw similar sad faces around the room like somebody had died. Yeah, freedom died. I looked back at Steve, who only shrugged. Blair said,
All is well.
I resumed.
Reporters want to interview me because I did remarkable things. I'm not remarkable. Millions of girls are just like me. Go interview them.
Yeah, millions of girls have an alien in their stomach that gives them auto-aim Z targeting. And other shit. What else was she do? Oh, yeah, super strength, Hulk strength, right? Hulk strength. We have to interview you because you were just apparently given like full fucking totalitarian authority over the entire planet. We're not interested in the other millions of girls. We're interested in you, Teresa. And you're saying you didn't do remarkable things, but you just apparently like kickstarted the fucking wind. I guess Beyonce was very literal in that song, Psychrophone. Girls run the world. Soywich says this has to be going for some sort of moral about total corruption and power. I fucking... that's the terrifying thing, Soywich. It's not. It's not. I know why you're thinking that, because that's the only thing that would make sense. That's the only way that any of this could be justifiable, but it isn't. Go watch Fred's video. That is not what's going on. Maybe there's nuance. All right, let's look for nuance. Let's go look for fucking nuance, okay? I'm sure it's here. It's like fucking trying to play Where's Waldo, all right, on a fucking Magic Eye poster. We already know Waldo's not in there. Why are we looking for it?
If I went around making speeches, somebody would find something I said that wasn't correct. Then people would say I lie. That's not going to happen.
That logic.
People need to know Teresa Hartley always tells the truth. I won't go around making speeches.
So the logic is if she never says anything to anybody, then she won't lie. Making her somebody who always tells the truth. Dear fucking Christ. Dear fucking Christ.
Step 3, profit.
Yeah. It's just a very heavy-handed and bad and wrong and inaccurate and fucking total complete shit political message. I'm sorry, it is. This is about this is Norman Boutin ranting against like the fuck media. Like this is not. And again, this is a guy who said that his opinion is not biased. How can you tell the truth if you don't speak, dead doucher? Well, it's not that you could say she only tells the truth, but you'll never be able to call her a liar.
If I never talk, that means I can never be wrong about anything.
Mr. Bain says, is the writer on bath salts? Yeah, I guess. Oh my God. Like, yeah, it's possible to have your fucking words twisted by the media. I'm sure it happens all the time. But like, I don't know, man. To me, it's like, you know, don't lie and then there won't be a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good time for a CNN fact check.
There is another important point. My work isn't done. I still have to watch what Hal is doing. Some people will want me to do this or that with him. They will demonstrate for their pet project when it will benefit them at the cost to others. I cannot allow myself to be influenced by demonstrations. I have a responsibility to be fair to everybody. And finally, this. I saved your lives. All I want in return is the right to walk on the street without being mobbed by a crowd of curiosity seekers and hounded by the paparazzi. You owe me that much.
I waited a few seconds to let that last remark sink in. Then Steve and I walked out of the room. A man's career lay in tatters. Yeah. What's up? Legend Cask? Legend Cask says this sort of thing just reminds me of how I miss GPM reading Tinglers. You know, I did notice that GPM was doing that. I unfortunately never got to show up to any of those streams. Am I to understand that the Tinglers were good books? Better than this? Is that the implication there? Am I to understand that the Chuck Tingle novels are literary masterpieces with genius on every page? Okay, better than this, yeah, but don't forget, the bar is real low here. The bar is real fucking low here. Chuck Tingle had some dignity, and they're also very much parodies. A book full of blank pages is better than this. Do you guys want me to stop? Because I can stop. I mean, I'd love to stop, actually. Especially because my throat is, like, fucked. Mike's hoping that someone says stop. No. Everybody said don't stop. Also, Unknown, thank you for the bits. Oh, do we want to have special guest Fred Newson come and read some of the chapters? Do you want to read some of the chapters? Well, I'll tell you what. Hold on. Let me kill this chapter because there's like one paragraph left. And then you could come and you could help me out a little bit. How's that sound? You'd not mind that? You want to? I'd love that. I'd love to have a life preserver thrown to me here. All right, hold on a second. Fred, you are a hero, a gentleman and a hero. Sir Erection says, Mike, stop evading the subject. Do some goddamn sex ASMR or end the stream. That'll be easier to do once I get Fred in here. So we'll do that once Fred's in here, all right? Okay, back to the book. All right. Where was I? Baby chipmunks. All right, got that. I saved your lives, right? Okay. Neither the House members nor any of the millions watching could believe it. They had never heard of any person with any kind of achievement, no matter how small, not seeking some kind of recognition for it. I have. Nobody was immune. Even Medal of Honor winners, whose aura depended on a show of humility, at least gave one interview to one reporter. Here I'd just saved the world, and I wanted nothing to do with them. The all-powerful world empress wouldn't make the rounds of the talk shows and political meetings. I wanted a private life. Well, you know what's amazing to me? I think she might believe that about herself. But all you have to do is look at the context, look at what she actually fucking said out loud in front of these people to invalidate that inner fucking first person dialogue. I saved your lives. I won't answer reporters' questions. Nobody elected you. I did the things I did because it was the decent thing to do. It's all over the place. She's out of fucking control. She's a psycho. Well, I don't think they elected her. I think they just gave her the fucking title. Roggle Boggle, she's right that nobody elected the reporters because it doesn't work that way. You ready, Fred? Ready, Freddy? I'm calling you, bud.
Haha.
Hey, buddy. What you doing?
Hey, Mike. I was just listening to your stream, and I heard you were having trouble with your voice, so I thought I'd pop on in and see if I could help you out.
Dude, please. Guys, this is Fred Knudsen, who's, of course, Down the Rabbit Hole video inspired this disaster. Which, by the way, if you want the backstory on old Empress Teresa and Norman Bhutan, please check out the video. It is really him, Mad Matter, in the flesh. Well, not with me physically.
I appear occasionally.
He's in the flesh somewhere.
Partially.
So, also, I wanted to tell you real quick, I've been thinking about that space game a lot.
Oh, Pulsar?
I had so much fun. We have to play that together again. That
It was so good, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I was like skipping around in the VOD earlier today, and it was just fucking like such a good time.
I had so much fun.
Shiny Anthrax says next Pulsar stream when? I'd soon, because again, I've been really fucking thinking about that a lot. I want to get back to it. I had a lot of fun that night. That game kicks ass.
Yeah, it's really, like, they added a lot. It was already fun. I think what helps is the core mechanics are just already so good, and then all the content around it is, like, finally being fleshed out.
I don't know how far away it is from full release, but I'm looking forward to it.
It's worth playing now.
I think so. We are on, by the way, chapter 22.
Chapter 22. Okay, right. So we went. So the look inside chapters available are 1, 4, 6. Blair's defense. I'm sorry, just like the fact that Tony Blair and his son. It was.
Oh, that's what's going on. That's who Peter is.
Yeah, I think so. Peter Blair, I think, is supposed to be like his son or something.
Ah, yes.
Tony Blair is a controversial British politician that, for some reason, Norman worships.
The royal Blair dynasty, family dynasty. Yeah.
Taking a cue from America.
I don't know. Obviously, the guy is like leaning to the right here, and
yes.
Whatever. Okay, so, what do you want to? You want to do characters? How you want to do it?
Oh fuck. My thought was I want to give your voice as much of a rest as possible. So like I'm thinking. Maybe I read the text and you just fucking interrupt me whenever you like.
You narrate. I'll do like any dialogue. Like it?
Yeah. And we. Oh yeah, sounds good. You do the character voices. Is your throat good to do the character voices?
With some breaks, yeah.
All right, fantastic. So there is a huge author's note at the beginning of chapter 22.
Yeah, this is important.
It spans 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs and 3 colors. Like this website is fucking like 90s web design.
Yeah. This is some Hypnospace Outlaw shit.
Yeah, the only thing it's missing is the angel fire backgrounds.
With the shitty GIFs, yeah.
Yeah, the GIFs, tiles.
This looks critical, actually. I think you should read all the authors, though. This looks important.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let me take a sip. I've not read the whole book. I refuse to.
Who the fuck would?
I can't in good conscience give Norman money. All right. Shall we?
Please.
All right. Author's note. This chapter is my personal favorite, but that's probably because I've been over the story so many times that nothing surprises me anymore. No doubt first-time readers will find the surprises in other chapters make them their favorites.
I love this guy.
What kills me is, like, he seems to think that, like, what makes this book exciting is you don't know what's going to happen, but, like, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, chat. But a good book should be enjoyable even if you know what happens.
Yeah.
Because the prose should be good and enjoyable.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
There is no prose in this book. It's like a book report about the book of Empress Teresa.
It is.
I think you might have said that.
I think it was in the comments, maybe at one point.
Okay, was it in the comments?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I'm not the one who said that. It actually might have been someone in chat.
But it's very fucking accurate.
Yes, it is extremely accurate.
Well, sometimes there's like botched attempts at prose. Like, what was the one with, like, the giant pulling on her arms? It felt like a giant was pulling on my arms. Or, like, there's a couple of botch jobs sprinkled in. I remember seeing some other ones that were, like, dog shit. Like, alliterations that were just dog shit.
Oh, God, yeah. It's very sophomoric is the word I would use.
His ego, but yeah, is off the fucking charts. No doubt first-time readers will find the surprises in other chapters make them their favorites. Well, you know, to be fair, there were some surprises, weren't there? Like, I didn't see a fox vomiting a fucking, you know, Rasengan into a girl's stomach. I didn't.
Did you expect the fucking shark swarm?
No, that was a surprise. I mean, you know what else is a surprise? Shitting your pants. Well, I shit my pants. Like, that doesn't mean it's like a pleasant surprise. Like, nobody expects to shit their pants unless they have like a diaper kink or something. Every surprise, quote unquote, in this book is akin to discovering that you've shit your pants. Including the Coke bottles. The Coke bottles was a massive surprise because how the fuck could anybody ever conceive of something so incredibly stupid and nonsensical?
I was there for that. I was there for that. For your moment of realization where, like, she's just been lugging this garbage bag full of Coke bottles with her on every plane and nobody said anything.
Nobody said shit.
It's like they're about to kill her with a nuclear bomb. Not one hardened military guy went, you can't take that. She's like, no, but I just want my Coke, but you can't take that. I think, like, well, another problem that I think, like, he likes to be very precise, and I seem to remember that the Coke bottles, like, the caps were screwed back on.
Yes.
Right? So, and she's down at sea level when she does that. If they flew up into the air as high as they were talking about, even in a pressurized, like, cabin, like, it's those bottles, like, as soon as that doesn't even matter, because as soon as the pressure was changed, as soon as she jumped out of the plane, they would have exploded. Like, I like how most of the science is okay, but the Coke bottles is where he, like, falls flat.
But you notice a lot of the science is needless, or a lot of the describing things like the fucking, what is it? It's like a piston on a plane, and like the whole thing on the aircraft carrier with like the hook that fucking drags the plane, and the fucking, I don't even fucking remember. It was just a word jumble where it was described so poorly. I myself personally could not visualize what was happening at all. And then he was giving you a play-by-play every time that the plane like gained altitude, how high they were. Every time the plane like changed speed, like how fast it was going and all that shit. Why did we need any of that? It's almost like that kind of shit was his substitute for prose.
This is what happens when a writer sees an image of what they want to show the reader in their head as a movie. Like that, I really think that a lot of writers, they say, or readers, they say, I can picture this happening in my head. That's a very young adult novel sort of thing to hear. And that's what he is kind of wanting to write, sort of. And so that's what he's doing. He's doing it from the perspective of, I want my reader to be able to imagine this as if they were there. The problem is, he keeps giving details about things that don't fucking matter, because you need to be like, part of the power of the reader is they can imagine some of this stuff. So he's detailing some of the things that don't matter and leaving out the things that do matter. So there's nothing for the reader to grasp onto. That's what makes the prose so meandering and difficult to follow.
It's almost like you might write a screenplay like this. In a sense.
Yeah. Like, here are the details of what you need to see, right? It's like and that's why he keeps saying, like, oh, he was like 200 feet away, 100 feet, 50.
He's visualizing a fucking movie in his head, this moron.
Yeah. The problem is that, like, people read at different paces, so this kind of thing doesn't really work.
Gaius Baltar says the author masturbates vigorously to military technology. He does. It's true. I feel like
we need to do an Empress Teresa version of that song. Writing and I'm screaming and I'm vigorously masturbating.
Let's make a movie, dude. Let's make our own screenplay with the green screen and like just dumb shit.
Please.
You want to do that? Who could play in
will.
this? Someone mentioned Kristen Stewart. I could see Kristen Stewart and fuck it, and Robert Pattinson in this. Like Robert Pattinson can be like Steve Harvey.
Someone saying use Gmod.
Oh.
Oh fuck.
Is that a good idea? I can't tell.
Yeah.
Sick
No,
today.
That's a fantastic idea.
Sick today. Is that a good idea?
Oh my god. You
What?
could oh.
He says that Sick today is one of like the
Oh fuck.
people
you
who
could
help
use
me.
Yeah. I remember. I just realized you could use Dr. Kleiner to play Norman. Because have you shown Stream a picture of Norman?
No. Hold on. Let's do that.
You absolutely should. You remember the bit in the Wings of Redemption episode where Kyle is like, now he looks like a milk dud. Now he looks like a thumb.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing.
Yeah. Yes.
Now he looks like a thumb.
Hold on a second. I have to rename the image. Serious? Hey, Norman. What's up, dude? Now, do we know for sure that's him?
Yes, that he shared this picture of him himself.
No, Gubbington, I do want to make another Detective Pikachu. I'm already writing the script for the third movie. The third video. It's not a movie. Oh, no. Oh, it's happening. But, I mean, I don't see why we couldn't do Empress Teresa. It would take a long... We would only do these chapters because, again, I refuse to read the fucking book. I'm not... No.
Or just, like, maybe do a trailer
Yeah,
of, some of the best moments.
The best bits. That's
But
the best bits.
I feel like low effort is a good sort of visual for this.
It really
like
is.
actual low effort. Like I know that you take great care in making it look like your videos are low effort.
Yes, I do.
And actually like putting
Yes,
a
I
lot
do.
of effort into that aesthetic.
Yeah.
This might be one of the times where it's like deliberately low effort, make this in 2 days sort of thing. Like,
That's the thing. Like, it's the amount of time spent on it. Like, if we wanted these videos to look good, we would not use Gmod. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know we know what we are here. In fact, I would say the main reason that last video took as long as it did to make was because of the length of it, more than anything.
mm-hmm.
But like, somewhat Easy Man says that he's a shaved George R.R. Martin.
Ooh.
Oh, he really is. But yeah, maybe we knock out Empress Teresa in like a fucking week. Sick today? What do you think? Like 1 week of shooting, whatever we have at the end of it is what we got. You want to do it? All right, so you want to get this fucking shit over with? All right.
Yeah, let's keep going. So we actually have a quote in here that he takes from one of his Amazon reviews. And that's why the color changes. Would you like to take the Amazon review?
Let me set it up too.
Sure.
Rev, thank you for the raid, buddy.
Oh shit!
Hope you're having a
Hi,
good night.
Rev.
Guys, please follow my buddy Rev. Appreciate it, dude. I hope you're having a great night. One of my most persistent critics on Amazon, who misses no chance to criticize me and my book, as you will see, did write this about chapter 22. God, that's fucking... Isn't that poetic that he put this here? Isn't that just so fucking perfect and so painfully fucking Norman that he put this here? And again, guys,
it's illustrative.
If you want to, it is very illustrative. If you want to understand why, please watch Fred's video on this. And I'm gonna do it in the Amazon review voice too.
All right, do it.
The transatlantic flight scene was so tense and exciting that I'm almost positive someone else wrote it. For once in the entire book, the situation was completely out of Teresa's hands. Her powers, which were her primary crutch, misfire and put the lives of 100 or so people in her hands. She had to deal with the situation, knowing that she didn't have Hal to save her if she failed. It was the only time she was truly vulnerable to harm, and it played out beautifully. I truly believe that this was a fantastic part of the book, and will swear my word to that effect.
May I take the next part?
Yes.
Actually, there are several situations in which Teresa's life is in danger and she can't use Hal to bail her out. This is the only chapter which reads like an action story, a James Bond or Mission Impossible. See what I mean? Movie. He just keeps trying to make it a movie.
Yep.
A James Bond or Mission Impossible story, let's say. And my critic uses this to hint I didn't write it. Well, I did write it. Empress Teresa is a character study story, not an action story. But there are jaw-dropping scenes.
You bet there are. As in your
feel
jaw
like-
drops at the abject fucking stupidity, which happened to me earlier tonight. My fucking jaw literally hit my keyboard because I couldn't believe what I was fucking reading.
So here's the thing. I feel like he tries to, like, one of the important rules of writing is that the stakes don't have to be high. They just have to be important to the character.
Yeah.
And to you, right? And then if you care about the character, then those stakes will be real. He seems to think that the potential budget of a scene, if this book were made into a movie, is what would make it good or worthwhile.
Well,
Also, hi, yeah, I'm here. From RevStream. Hi, guys. I'm Frederick.
Frederick Knudsen, Fred in the Nude, Fred K, Fred Knudsen, the Rabbit Holeman.
Rabbit Holman.
Is his last name. It's believe that's what is that? That's Norwegian. Rabbit Holman.
Yes, yes.
On Zeroic.
That area.
Back to the family. Thank you for 14 months of support. I have a theory, by the way, Fred. So he says one of his most persistent critics on Amazon, who misses no chance to criticize me in my book, did write this about Chapter 22. What are the odds? Because this was one of those people that day after day went on to Amazon for no other fucking reason but to antagonize this old man.
Yes.
He made this comment completely sarcastically and ironically.
It's possible? Like,
I think
the
it's
thing is,
guaranteed.
sometimes, here's the thing, right?
Look what scene
This
he's
book-
talking about. Look what scene he's talking. Arguably the dumbest thing in the entire story. It's got to
We're
be.
about
It's
to
got to be
read it.
ironic.
We're about to read it, and we're about to find out for ourselves.
Oh, I thought he was. I'm sorry. I thought he was talking about the fucking plane scene for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, no, I'm wrong. It's what
This
we're
is a
about to
different.
read.
Yeah, this is a different plane scene.
It's a. There's another plane scene. There's another plane scene.
New plane scene.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Why don't you read Norman telling us about how Chapter 22 is unique?
Chapter 22 is unique in several ways. It contains a complete story in itself. Teresa is alone. For once, she has no use of her powers. Getting through this episode must be done solely through her ingenuity and courage. It shares some elements of an old Hollywood movie storyline,
God damn it!
but it adds a few new twists. More than any other chapter, it shows her thinking processes to work through many problems of a complicated situation in a short time. Teresa is 19. Man, I wish I was that cool when I was 19 years old. What were you doing when you were 19? Anything
playing-
that cool?
No, not even close, ma'am.
You were playing old school RuneScape and jerking off into a sock. All right,
Well,
you
at least
wish
one of those.
you wish you were cool as Empress Teresa. 1 second, ghost disease. Back to the family. Thank you for 6 months of that delicious disease. Infect me harder. I can't believe this fucking shit. Do you want to start chapter 22? You ready?
Yeah, man. Let's raw dog this chapter. Let's fucking go.
no, get in there.
Chapter 22. The day came when Steve and I had to say goodbye to the Parkers.
Can I
It was-
copy and paste that sentence into the chat so they could see what we just saw?
Yes, absolutely. The day came when Steve and I had to say goodbye. Goodbye. Well, okay, my brain skipped over that.
Yeah, it was trying to protect you. Your brain was trying to protect you. That's a defense mechanism from nature.
Yeah.
To avoid like emotional distress. Your brain just glossed over it and you saw the actual word. Okay.
It was an emotional occasion, show don't tell. So much had happened in the last year, it seemed like we'd been in the house most of our lives. Now, the reality that we were leaving was very hard to bear, show don't tell. We were all packed, and the luggage had been sent ahead of us. Also, all the plywood and map boards that I used to control Hal had been put in crates.
What do you mean
Probably info that we skipped over.
We did skip like 19 chapters or something like that, right?
Yeah. There's a bunch.
Okay, so now apparently she could control Hal with plywood and mat boards. I'd love to know how and see how. Wait, no, I wouldn't, because I'm sure it's intensely stupid and makes no sense.
Fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I guarantee it's fucking dumb.
I have no doubt of this.
Okay.
Yes, Hal 9000, Tita. Just don't worry about it. Go ahead.
They would be transported by the British Navy under close guard. I couldn't let them fall in the wrong hands. They were as dangerous as a shipment of plutonium. I'm sort of picturing them like like you know when you're a kid and you make a spaceship out of like a cardboard box?
Yeah.
That's how I'm picturing all of this. Like when she wants to control Hal, she gets in this cardboard box and starts going.
It's like some pillows for the pillow fort, you know?
Yeah.
That's the radiation shielding.
The mom's like, "Can I have my pillows back, Teresa? God damn it. We're having company in a few minutes. I need my pillows back, you crazy bitch."
Steve went down first and asked Arthur to join him in the family room out of sight of the Parkers. Arthur, Teresa says you helped us a lot and she wants to reward you. Here's $10 million. Don't refuse to take it. It's nothing to Teresa. She wouldn't pick it up off the ground.
She hates money. Hates money.
And now, like, the economy of this small town is absolutely destroyed.
She's wrecked. She's so virtuous that she will, like, she will burn that money before giving it back to them.
Yeah.
Virtue.
He showed Arthur a large suitcase full of $100 bills. Arthur was deeply moved. Thank you, sir. I guess you'll hire your own butler now? Or sorry, you're doing the dialogue.
Oh, yeah, but I don't remember the voice for... it was Joe Swanson from Family Guy.
Oh, okay.
I guess you'll hire your own butler now.
Steve joked.
No, sir. You have made this house a shrine to the human spirit. I will never leave.
Oh, no, that's Arthur saying that.
Oh. Let me do it again in the Arthur voice. Hold on.
No, sir. You have made this house a shrine to the human spirit. I will never leave.
Yeah, I was asking for that one. Steve returned to me, and we took one last look around at the bedroom and my workroom where so much good had been done. We went downstairs to say goodbye.
Again.
The entire Parker family and Arthur waited in the living room, wearing brave smiles to cover their sorrow. I went up to Edmund Parker to shake his hand.
Goodbye, Mr. Parker. Thanks for everything.
He just doesn't know what the word goodbye is.
He did it again, yeah.
Again, yeah. He's doing it. That wasn't just a one-off. This is how he thinks it's written.
That's how he thinks the word, yeah.
Good space. It's great. B-Y.
Farewell, my dear. Will you write?
I will. Not.
Steve shook Parker's hand, too. I went on to Mrs. Parker.
Thank you.
It sounds like an orgy now.
It's so stupid. It's a swinger party.
Thank you for the use of your lovely home for our swinger party.
You made it a true palace, Teresa.
Next was the knights. Next was the 17-year-old son, John, and 13-year-old Stephanie, who could barely... I did not mean to do this, guys. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, that doesn't
13-year-old
work.
Stephanie,
Yeah, they're
who
not
could
legal.
barely keep, who could barely keep her eyes dry, and 11-year-old Jennifer, who was crying like she was losing everything she valued. Fuck.
It's obviously not actually a swinger party. You may have figured out.
Most painful of all was saying goodbye
Again?
to Arthur, standing a respectful 10 feet away.
Because everybody knows if you want to be respectful to women, you never stand closer than 10 feet.
I walked up to him and shook my head side to side with a teary smile.
I'll miss you most of all, Arthur.
And the other
wrap-
people are standing there like, what about... We could hear you. It's kind of shitty, Teresa.
I wrapped my arms around his neck in a tight hug. The normally imperturbable man came close to losing control. He could say nothing.
Yeah, that is the line from Wizard of Oz, right? I'll miss you most of all, Scarecrow. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Great.
I walked away. That seems like a slap in the face to all the other characters, doesn't it? That always bothered me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just like the Tin Man finally gets his heart and it's broken immediately. It's like, fuck off, Tin Man.
Oh, I'm right here, Dorothy. What the hell? Like, at least wait till we're out of earshot, you bitch.
Suck my dick. I walked away quickly. We're back to the book now. I walked away quickly. The Parkers and Arthur were left in mournful silence. Empress Teresa, the humble world saver and conqueror, the right hand of God, was no longer in their lives.
And don't forget, this is a first-person narration, so Teresa right now is describing herself that way.
Mm-hmm. Colonel James gave us a ride in an unmarked car. Plane tickets had been arranged secretly thanks to Prime Minister Blair. The inclusion of Tony Blair is so funny.
Bad.
The media knew we were planning to get home on July 1st, but didn't know how we'd travel. When we got to Heathrow Airport, we were rushed through staff doors and halls and loaded onto a Boeing 747 before anybody knew it. We were first on the plane. Other passengers came later and were surprised to see us. The ever-present security men had the seats in front and in back of us to act as a buffer zone from the curious. People waved and shouted, "Hi," to us, but we ignored it. This was the way it had to be, and if people didn't like it, too bad! I did not make that up. That is in the fucking book.
I copy-pasted it. Oh, yeah, Teresa's shit don't stink.
I was listening and I'd forgotten just how egotistical she became. Like,
isn't it
immediately
terrifying? Like, isn't it really scary and weird?
Way past too bad.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this young woman is not going to remain a benevolent dictator.
But, like, again, that's were you there obviously earlier? This wasn't too long ago at all when somebody in the chat was like, this has to be going towards a cautionary tale about how power corrupts or something. It is not, right?
No, it's just sucking Empress Teresa's dick the whole time. Riding that clit.
Dialing 0 on the pink telephone.
I've never been in a 747 before and couldn't believe how big it was. Could this thing get off the ground? Well, it did.
Oh,
We
dear
took off.
fucking Christ.
The amazing prose. The plane crossed England and headed out over the Atlantic towards New York City. There were 2 aisles. Stewardesses were coming down both aisles with their snack carts. One stewardess stood ahead of a cart and the other stood behind. We all watched them intently because we were like helpless children waiting for treats. God, I don't fucking care. The plane was so big, there were several more sets of carts far behind us. 2 carts were in front of us. God, why is it so... None of this information's important, I don't think.
Nope.
Like, none of this matters.
Nope.
All 4 stewardesses fell to the floor. Everybody else collapsed in their seats. Steve was unconscious, too, as if he wasn't included.
Steve! Steve!
I felt his carotid. Carotid. Sorry. I felt his carotid and found no pulse. I was terrified that he was dead, but a slight hope kept me from panicking. They'd once thought I was dead for 2 weeks. I was in what we were calling deep sleep. Could Steve only be in deep sleep? This thought kept me from losing it, but I was still scared for him. This is written so poorly.
Doesn't it
Now-
hurt? Doesn't you see what I'm saying now? Doesn't it hurt to read?
I ran the same gauntlet that you did a couple of years ago.
You did this. Fred also did this. You have that video somewhere too. If this was like not enough for you and you need more of this, there is a video. Do you want to link that video?
I did it in one go. Hold on, let me let me do live reading. Oh, it's one of the auto completes.
It's not on your main YouTube channel, right? It's
correct.
on like another
it's on my
channel.
secondary. That's there if you want. Like I do it all in 3.5 hours. I think I did all of it. Maybe
that'll
I'm
be
pretty sure.
that'll be less painful than this. For sure.
I don't think I did chapter 22. No, I just did up to chapter 6.
So you have a new world of pain here.
Yeah. Okay. So this is new. All right, now was the time to think clearly if there ever was. Why would Hal be putting everybody into deep sleep? I was in a plane. I'd made several plane flights around Europe and nothing happened. What made this flight different? The size of the plane, maybe? I was flying over the Atlantic. My government kidnappers put me in a plane and flew out with me to the carrier in the South Atlantic. This flight was getting Hal to rummage through his repertoire of reflexes.
He was very proud of that sentence. The what is it? Alliteration, where the rummage through his repertoire of reflexes. I bet you he was
absolutely.
very proud of that sentence.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he loved it. He sucked his own
mind.
dick.
He's living the dream. His mindless logic said something had to be done about this situation. There were 4 things to go after: the carrier, the Atlantic, the plane, the whole Atlantic Ocean, the plane, and my kidnappers, including Steve. Hal saw no carrier. He couldn't eliminate the Atlantic Ocean. The plane might be a part of me. What?
We were warned that this was mindless logic.
The plane might be a part of me. What?
Oh, that is
no. Hold on.
Yeah, I see it.
There were 4. So this is her reasoning. There were 4 things to go after: the carrier, the Atlantic, the plane, and my kidnappers. Hal saw no carrier. He couldn't eliminate the Atlantic Ocean. The plane might be a part of me. What does that mean?
I don't know. It's a typo?
Is
What
this? No. You know what this is? This is like the like that porn where people turn planes into sentient organisms.
Oh,
that
you're talking
can
about
fuck.
strike witches. You're talking about strike witches.
There's a name for that?
The hentai anime strike witches.
Oh no! I think I know what you're talking about. Isn't that one where like they eat them, or am I thinking of something else?
They might eat them. I don't know.
Essentially, like they go into like the fleshy head of them, and it's really abject.
Why wouldn't they eat them? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
We're getting off track. I'm like, I can't handle so much fuckery at once. Like, let's handle each fuckery in its own time.
You see my issue here. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's so easy. Like, the prose trails off, and it becomes so easy to just kind of let your mind wander.
But the fucking thing is horrific at actually keeping your attention because of how bad it sucks cock.
Yeah. So this is stupid. The only thing left was eliminating my kidnappers. But I had never killed anybody, and neither had Hal. He had put me into deep sleep last year. He put my kidnappers into deep sleep now. But who was who was flying the plane?
No survivors, brother.
I stepped into the aisle that was blocked by the snack cart, but they couldn't block both aisles at the same time. The center seat section had crossing aisles to use to get from one aisle to the other without crawling over 4 people. The carts were staggered in front and in back of those crossing aisles so that anybody could go to the front or back of the plane anytime. I went through a crossing aisle to the left and walked forward. The journey seemed like several miles. Christ, this is written. I can't visualize it.
No.
It's all... I can't visualize this. The Boeing 747, like, if I took a moment, maybe. But God, The Boeing 747 had a circular staircase leading up to a lounge. Finally, I got to the cockpit, or flight cabin, whatever it was called
Go
now.
find out, asshole.
He couldn't Google search it. The pilot, co-pilot, and navigator were in deep sleep, I hoped. The pilot wore earphones. I didn't want to disturb those and carefully put them on a kind of shelf to his left. I pulled him out of his seat and lay him down on the floor. I assumed his seat and put on the earphones. They were silent. There were no adjusting knobs on them or anything like that. I looked over the control panel. Some lights were on, some weren't. I swear to God, that's actually in the book. Some lights were on, some weren't. There were four computer monitors stacked 2 by 2. They must be for displaying all kinds of data. They were all blank. The plane's electronics were dead. I looked up at heaven with an accusing look. Couldn't God give me a break once in a while? I mean, really, this was going too far.
Come on, man.
Have you ever looked at God and just said, come the fuck on, man?
Actually, mood.
Yeah, that is a big mood.
Where I'm like, you're really doing this? You're really doing this, dude? You're really gonna do like come on, after everything else you're doing that? You're gonna do that?
Dude.
Really? That has to happen, God? That has to happen? Are you sure?
Truly.
Are you fucking sure, man? So yes, I have done that. Yes, I have done that.
Empress Teresa is a modern day Job, really.
Yeah.
You know, except for the fact that I think that he's trying to make a parallel to Job here. But the difference is, Job fucking had everything taken away from him. His, like, wives and children
Teresa's
were all killed.
Teresa's being given shit. She's being given powers.
Yeah, Teresa is literally the most powerful being on the fucking planet. Objectively.
Well, don't forget, you know, powers is a challenge. You know, it's difficult, right? To have power and to be in command and all that. They are trials, right? So maybe she is being tested. But if this was Job, fucking Steve's head would have just exploded. Steve would have turned into salt. Steve would have turned into a big old fucking salt lick.
Oh my fucking God. Okay, let's see. In a few seconds, I remembered there had to be hundreds of cell phones on the plane. I could use them to communicate with the ground. Well, not really. I went back downstairs to the passenger cabin. Virtually everybody in this plane had to have a... Wait a second! But they're over the Atlantic Ocean! Why does she think that cell phones are going to help? What?
Well,
how does Norman think cell phones work?
Well, I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. What are you trying to say?
No. So, in a few seconds, from the book, in a few seconds, I remembered there had to be hundreds of cell phones on the plane.
Yeah.
I could use them to communicate with the ground. Cell phones need cell phone
there's
towers.
towers. Yeah, there's no towers. Right.
And they just got done saying they're over the Atlantic Ocean. This is...
Well, it's okay. Well, maybe Teresa's not as smart as Norman thinks that she is.
Yeah, all right, yeah, maybe. Let's go. I went back downstairs to the passenger cabin. Virtually everybody in this plane had to have a cell phone. I quickly found one in a woman's handbag. It was dead. I found 2 more phones in men's shirt pockets, but they were dead too. Why? Yeah, that's the problem. They're dead, not like they fucking... I remembered something Steve said a few months back. He was talking about the deep sleep Hal put me in. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and yes, maybe Hal has a hotspot. Maybe Hal is a hotspot. Wi-Fi hotspot, whatever the fuck. He put dark matter in you to hold your atom nuclei in place by gravity. But this wouldn't work if electrons could move around. You would turn to soup. There was enough dark matter to keep the electrons from wandering around. Oh, now it's dark matter. Now dark matter's involved.
Oh baby.
Teresa
Oh,
soup.
baby.
He put dark matter in you to hold your atom nuclei in place by gravity. I want to hit this guy. Like, I'm reading that. I'm looking at his fucking face. I'm not a violent person. I am not a violent person. Violence is a last resort for me. Sometimes I get mad and I throw shit at walls. I've never hurt another human being in my life. I think that might have just changed. I'm sorry.
This is triggering your fight or flight response.
Yeah. And it's fight. It's going to fight. You will turn to soup. You would turn to soup. Oh man, I would love that though if that was something that took place here, like the atomic nuclei got freed from the gravity and she just fucking melted into a fucking like Cronenberg pile. That'd be really fun.
That'd be good. Go full like fucking The Thing.
Yeah, like I just want something fun to happen. Like it's anything. Like give me anything.
Oh my god, just Adam. You were almost a Jill sandwich. Great, Teresa soup and Jill sandwich.
What is Jill sandwich reference to? I don't remember.
That's the first Resident Evil game.
Evil.
Like the
first
fucking
one.
roof is coming down on her. Yeah, and then you save her, and the character is like, "You were almost a Jill sandwich."
I didn't play Resident Evil 1.
You don't have to.
Don't.
She turns into an Existence controller. Yeah.
Oh, that's good
That was
shit.
an underrated movie.
It was, man. That's a fun movie. It's not good, but it's fun.
I don't know. It came out before The Matrix. Like it was doing.
It's
Matrix,
like
I think, half a year before.
proto Matrix.
Well, it was only like half a year before. It was just or it might have been like a little after actually, but like it was in close enough proximity that it kind of got overshadowed.
There was enough dark matter to keep the electrons from wandering around. Where does dark matter? Oh, dark matter. Do you know how dark matter works?
I'm pretty sure that's not how. Like, I'm willing to put money on that's not how dark matter works.
It's one of those.
I don't know enough. It's one of those things where it's like I don't know enough to call bullshit, but I'm pretty sure this is bullshit.
It feels like common sense. That's bullshit.
I knew a little about physics.
Well, fucking Norman knows none.
Yeah,
so
I know,
it's okay,
right?
Teresa.
Computer chips used very low voltages. It wouldn't take much to interfere with the electrons, but electric lights and things like that use voltages 10,000 times higher. The sophisticated electronics I needed to learn how to fly this thing were dead. But this was not enough to bring down the plane. The earliest planes couldn't have had any electronics. They were all electrical. This plane... What? What?
He said the earliest planes couldn't have had any electronics. They were all electrical. What doesn't make sense about that? Makes perfect sense to me.
He's fucking he's contradicting himself, right? I'm
What?
reading that correctly,
No,
right?
what? No, he's not. Makes perfect sense. What don't you understand about that? That makes perfect sense.
They were all... This plane had to have all kinds of backup systems.
He meant mechanical. They were all mechanical.
I think he meant to say mechanical.
Yeah.
At this point, I feel like I want to plug you are listening to Inside the Black Box. It's like the best podcast that nobody is listening to right now. Look up Inside the Black Box. It's all about
aviation
aviation disasters. It is very dry. It is very much in the vein of what I make, in that like there's no personality of the person in there. He just takes you step by step. The plane crash takes you step by step through the investigation, how the plane crashed, how they discovered how the plane crashed, and then like how that affected aviation, like how they had to change code in order to accommodate for this sort of thing. It's fantastic.
Sit today's down. He loves disasters.
It is one of the best.
That's why he comes to these streams.
Yeah.
If you're a fan of disasters, which you obviously are if you're in this channel right now, check out Inside the Black Box.
Yeah, Inside the Black Box. It is fantastic. That podcast does not get enough listens. It doesn't have very many episodes yet, but he still uploads them, and they are quality. Anyway.
Yeah, Clyde points out, how dare anyone accuse Norman of not writing this chapter? This chapter is fucking peak Norman. That person had to be fucking sarcastic.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just keep going. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
This plane had to have all kinds of backup systems, enough to let the pilot fly no matter what if he knew how a plane works. I didn't. This is actually not true. You can have backup systems, but whatever is happening here would render them useless. Like, modern planes need a lot of hydraulics and electronics in order to work.
Mm-hmm.
And they do have backup systems, but the implication is that all of them were knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, Norman is incorrect, as far as I'm aware. Like,
Well, eventually there's going to come a fucking point where your plane's going down. It's over.
if someone can, like, tell me that I'm wrong, please, like, tell me why I'm wrong. I would love to know, but I'm calling bullshit.
At the point where nothing is fucking working, I think it... I don't know how this plane is still in the air at this point.
Well, like, they can glide. Like, it'll glide, but you're not going to have control.
Are the engines on still at this point? No.
These large planes need large systems in order to move the large parts associated with them. As long as the backups are all electrical, they won't need electronics, so they should be fine. I think Kip is riffing off of they were all electrical. Some of them didn't use like electronics.
Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
looking in chat. Please let me know if I'm wrong. You can have completely control with complete loss of pneumatics. It's happened not recently though. Yeah, that's the problem, right? The planes are so big now. A lot of the
Oh my
electronics
god,
are
we
bigger
get it sick today. You know the word pneumatics. Oh my god, you sure you didn't write this book, dude? Just kidding, sick. I love you.
Okay, anyway, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, how about
Never!
747s work this way in this universe?
All right, fine.
All right. I made an accusing look up to heaven again, much longer this time to show him how mad I was. This is like... this is... You know what this reminds me of? That moment in Conan the Barbarian where he looks up and is like, and if you don't help me, to hell with you. to his god.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, damn.
I had reached the end of my patience and let him have it.
What's the purpose of this trial? Does it have a point? Didn't I prove my courage in the South Atlantic last year? What more do you want from me?
I'd seen an old movie about a stewardess having to take over a plane, but she at least had some knowledge about flying, and she had radio communication. I had neither. I think she flew an old-fashioned propeller plane. I had this damn flying movie theater to deal with.
What?
I don't
What?
fucking know.
What is he
I don't
saying?
know. He's thinking about, like, planes as movie sets. Again, he's thinking about this as a movie.
Oh.
There was nothing to do but go back upstairs. By the time I got up there, I realized I needed to find manuals for how to fly the plane. There had to be some. There were storage lockers in the flight control cabin. I searched them and found a bunch of technical manuals. I pulled the co-pilot out to the floor too, so I could use his seat for the manuals. I sat in the captain's seat and checked my watch. We were scheduled to land in New York in 6.25 hours. I had that long to learn how to fly a Boeing 747. Real pilots probably took longer, as if she needed to, like, curl her back and suck her own dick somewhere.
Oh, fuck, I hate her. Oh, my God.
She sounds insufferable.
She is insufferable. What the fuck?
The technical manuals were about as useful as most of these things were. They were written for people who already knew everything. There was no flying for dummies. Every pet... by the way, he puts the period outside of the quotation marks. That's incorrect. So
You're
fact,
not supposed to do that. That's even I know that shit, and I'm a dumbass.
Yeah. So if you've ever wondered about where the period goes, if you end a section, like end a sentence with quotation marks, it goes inside the quotation marks.
Right.
Every page, like, there are just so many simple little errors like this that I spot. I don't want to point them all out.
It's what happens when you don't have an editor and don't think you need one. Right?
All right, yeah. Yep. Every page was filled with jargon that was defined in a pilot school back home. It was a mess. There was no way I could fly this damn thing. All right, and that's the end of the book, everyone. Thanks for listening. Teresa's dead.
About fucking time.
Wouldn't that be so great? She just says, fuck this, and, like, points the nose into the Atlantic.
Oh, if only we were getting off that fucking easy, man.
It's a terrible thing to be alone and not have anybody to talk to about a serious problem. It would have been nice just to give up, lie down, and forget everything. It was tempting, but something kept me going. The thought of masturbation again.
Whoa, Norman, I thought this was a Christian story. What's up, dude?
I allowed myself to luxuriate in this misery for a short while. It wasn't like losing valuable time. I think he meant it wasn't... Yeah, okay. I couldn't concentrate on the manuals until my mood changed. I saw a plane miles away. It was going in the same direction. Over several minutes, it got closer. I wondered if they were aware of my plane. But they had to be. These big planes all had radar. They couldn't fly around without it. The plane... Well, I mean, yours is, but you know. The plane moved up to only a couple hundred yards away from us on my right and stayed in that position. It was a jet fighter. I understood. When my plane went off the air... When my plane went off the air... What? When my plane went off the airports must have noticed immediately. There must have been a lot of panic. What the fuck? Could you go ahead and share that sentence with chat real quick?
1 second.
When my plane went off the airport... Oh! As in, like, they lost radio contact.
It makes sense?
Yes, it's just... The sentence structure is atrocious. When my plane went off the airports must have noticed immediately. So, when my plane lost radio contact, the airports must have noticed immediately. That's what he meant. Yeah, air traffic control has commercial flights on tracking. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that threw me for a loop. He does this sometimes, where, like, so there's two kinds of text. There's readerly text and writerly text.
Yeah.
Why did you give him a chin strap?
I had to. There was only one way to make this guy a bigger douchebag, and I found it.
The situation. Teresa Hartley's plane is missing! 5 exclamation marks.
Wait a minute. I can't find where you are because I was putting the chin strap on him.
It's okay.
Teresa Hartley, I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Teresa Hartley's plane is missing! Pentuple exclamation mark. Panicked calls were made to Prime Minister Blair, who hustled his jet fighters out to find the Hartley plane. And there they were. They were checking us out, ooh. I bet the pilot was looking at me with binoculars. That's not... The world was finding out something happened to everybody else, and I was flying the plane.
Reminds me of Sundar plane from Undertale.
Sundar plane, yeah. I fucking love that.
Yeah,
it took me a while to figure out the joke there. It also took me a while to figure out, like, how to beat that enemy, but then as soon as I learned, I was like, oh my fucking god.
You have nice wings.
Let's see. They had to know I didn't know how to fly a kite. There must have been pandemonium at the airport. The media would go nuts over this.
Yeah.
His binoculars should be able to see my depressed attitude. Teresa is giving up. Teresa has lost hope. Teresa wants to go back downstairs and wait for the end.
Wow, Teresa is fucking paranoid.
Teresa is really quick to despair.
Yeah.
You notice that?
Also quick to expect the worst of everybody around her as well, as I keep noticing. Quick to despair is a thing, and it is ironic considering that she's such a faithful person and had put so much trust in God and all that. You know, remember the previous chapter where she had accepted her death, that she was like, well, I'm going to die, but that's okay because heaven exists.
No. Like, but remember, like one of her virtues is she always trusts God. But like, even before she fucking resigns herself to death, she goes, "Fuck you, God!
Cursing God
Fuck
out.
you for doing this to me." That her first reaction isn't, "Oh no," it's "Fuck you, God." That's like even before she resigns herself to death. God, this is.
I can't center it.
It doesn't have to be.
Yes, it does. It does. All right, keep going. I'm gonna work on this while you're reading.
All right, go ahead. They understood me better than I did myself. If it weren't for Steve, I might have already given up. But I believed in something. And because I believed I didn't have the luxury of giving up, I couldn't abandon hope. I waved to the plane and went back to the technical manuals. I read for a while and learned a few things. I found the compass. It was scaled with 2-digit numbers. It currently was set on 23. What was that? I'd seen enough movies to know planes and ships used degrees for directions. 0 degrees was north, 180 degrees was south, 270 degrees was west. 23 on the compass had to mean 230 degrees or southwest.
Oh my
which
God,
made
Norman! Nobody cares. Or
which
am I
made
wrong?
sense.
And this is like the best part of the book.
I don't like. It's so long-winded. That's the problem. It's like there are much more condensed ways of putting this. The compass had to mean 230 degrees or southwest, which made sense since we were going to New York, and Europe was way up there level with Canada. There was one way to prove it. Change direction.
Oh shit! Flat Earth. Here we go.
Here we go. I did know there was something called the autopilot, and with a little more research in the manual, I found out how to turn the autopilot off and on. I thought the electronics were down. What? What? The autopilot is electronic.
Obviously,
Why?
you know, the autopilot isn't what you think it is, Fred. The autopilot is a small man who is seated inside the console in the cockpit, who takes over in the event that the actual pilot falls asleep. Okay, this is how it's done. It's always been done that way.
I got this. Don't worry, guys.
Oh my fucking god. With a little more research in the manual, I found out how to turn the autopilot off and on. Turn on, Mr. Autopilot. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a little manual autopilot, if you will. Analog autopilot.
Hey, Teresa, you want to grab my flight stick? Oh. The steering wheel was a rectangular-shaped thing. I turned off the... I swear to God. The steering wheel was a rectangular-shaped thing. I turned off the autopilot and moved the wheel counterclockwise. The compass changed down to 21, 19, 17. No, that would just roll the plane. You have to turn and then pull up. But, fuck! That jived with the counterclockwise direction I was turning. That confirmed it. I returned the compass to 23 and let the autopilot take over. That's not... No. So, in planes, as soon as you provide manual input, I'm pretty sure the autopilot turns off.
Because then it's not autopilot anymore.
Right. Like, you're taking over.
Well, he was in the
Anyway.
Navy. If anything, he knows how boats work, but he shouldn't know how planes work. He should maybe arguably know how boats work, but we could... Well, you know what, man? If you don't know how fucking planes work, maybe you shouldn't be writing about them!
Just, none of this is hard to research either, right? Like, even back when he was writing it, I don't know, whatever. I guess we keep going. Like, we just assume this is how Norman's world works. The jet fighter was gone and replaced by a commercial airliner. That made sense too. Jet fighters were fast, but couldn't carry enough fuel to cross the ocean. That's not true. I learned many things from the manuals. How to operate the speed of the jet engines, which would also control altitude. How to use the rudder to turn the plane without using the wheel to lean the plane to the side. Yeah. How to use the 2 large brake pedals. How to lower and raise the landing gear. Over the next 4 hours, I did small experiments with all things except for the brakes and landing gear. I thought lowering the landing gear at these altitudes might cause damage. Anyways, I wasn't willing to take the chance. My little experiments caused small changes in the plane's position. The other plane stayed right next to us all the time. I took a break and remembered that dramatic scene in the movie where Charles Lindbergh landed in Paris and 200,000 people pushed down the fences to run to his plane. It was known that what Lindbergh was trying was possible. It was only a question of whether Lindbergh would be the first or kill himself trying. Could I pull this off? The world must be wondering. There would be a lot of people at the airport.
Why is she assuming that people know about this? Because there's a fucking jet plane next to her?
Because everyone now knows that Teresa is in danger.
Oh, man. Like, this is such shit. I can't even... So, remember the dramatic scene in the movie where Charles Lindbergh landed in Paris and 200,000 people pushed down the fences to run to his plane? Remember that? What is this fucking... This is not writing. What is this?
No,
what is
it's
this?
Not. It's invoking works better than his own, but not in, like, a good way. Or, like, a useful way.
Empress Teresa, the next Sully Sullenberger. John Sully Sullenberger. Bubba Fair, thank you for the gift sub. Jazz Jen.
To the family.
Oh, my fucking God. Hours later, a small business jet approached from the direction of the United States. It made a wide turn and came up directly in front of us.
How did they know that it was a business jet? Did it have a fucking, like, 3-piece suit on?
Yeah, this is Donald Trump's private plane.
Okay, it says Trump on it.
Yeah. At a distance. So it made a wide turn and came up directly in front of us at a distance of several hundred yards. It clearly intended that I follow it. The other commercial airliner backed away until I lost sight of it. In a few minutes, the business jet dropped altitude by 100 or so feet. I pulled back on the engine control lever to lower myself down to his level. He went down again at much lower altitude. I matched him again. A third time, he went down, and I followed him, staying as directly behind him as possible. We were communicating. I was telling him I would follow his movements, which was what he wanted. I also was telling him I could maneuver the plane. There are such more elegant ways to write this.
Yeah.
The people on the ground must have... I remember I was listening to you the first time, and I was like, fuck this. I'm going to write a better version of this paragraph.
Really?
I was that incensed at having to listen to it again.
Did you?
Yes!
Hold on a second. I want to thank Limit of X for gifting subs. Morally Confused Zora, Tortoise Tabby, and Super Shy Guy. Free to the family. Thank you so much, Limit of X. Do you want to read your rewritten paragraph?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, let me find it.
read first the shitty paragraph, and then let's hear the good one.
Oh, this was the bit where she was being kidnapped by Oops, so that she could be nuked.
Oops.
That you remember when they So, where she gets cut off when she's, oh yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go find that little part. I think it was the beginning of the chapters, at the beginning of chapter 4. Yeah. So the original is, I preferred to go to a supermarket in a direction away from Framingham because the extra 3 miles it took to drive along this isolated road more than made up for the waiting in Framingham traffic. It was on this road that 3 cars ahead of me suddenly drew abreast of each other and stopped. I was forced to stop too. 6 men with handguns drawn got out of these cars and surrounded me.
All right, dog shit.
Get out of the car, one man ordered. I got out just as a van pulled up from behind. It was a large van with 3 bench seats. Get in, someone yelled as the door to the middle seat opened. I got in, sat down, and found myself surrounded by men pointing guns at me, 3 behind me and 2 more in the front seat.
Now you rewrote that.
I rewrote that. I don't know if it's like super good, I threw this together in just a couple of minutes.
I mean, I'm sure
So-
it's got to be better than that. My fucking like 10-year-old niece can do better than that.
Yeah. All right, here's how I wrote it. The car lurched over a pothole in the poorly maintained, quiet back road. An extra 3 miles, but worth it to avoid the traffic. And by now, the potholes had become familiar, like friends patting me on the back for another day overcome. Often the cars were familiar too, and I wrote stories in my head to go with each of them. That one had a man going home to his wife. That one was a woman returning home to gorge herself on Cheetos after another bad Tinder date. They would change. They would change every day. But this time, there were no others sharing the road, something I only noticed after a few minutes. Ahead of me, across 3 lanes, a row of unfamiliar black vans pulled up next to each other, and I felt a lump grow in my throat, as though the noose that had been hanging around my neck since childhood was finally being tightened, the one tied there by the agents whose faces had faded from memory. As the van slowed, the lump grew, and I could feel panic settling in my gut as I searched for a method of escape, but the location had been chosen with the cool efficiency of oops, and there was no way out, hemmed in by a thick forest on one side and a concrete barrier on the other. In less than 10 seconds, they had forced us all to stop, and in my rearview mirror, the blinding LED high beams of another black van blinded me. It felt as though even the power of Hal couldn't save me from the devil's deal I had made all those years ago. A part of me knew that this day was coming soon, but another part had known that they couldn't let someone like me loose for much longer. When the agents in... Oh, what? Sorry, I fucked that sentence up. It was supposed to be a part of me hoped that this day would never come. Would never come. But another part had known that they couldn't let someone like me loose for much longer. When the agents in front of me exited their vans and pulled their pistols, I expected to die at that moment, but instead, one of them motioned with their pistol and shouted something that got lost in the roar of blood in my ears and the adrenaline clouding my head. I desperately threw my seatbelt over my shoulder and opened the door with my hands up. The barrels of their pistols seemed to snarl at me, but they wouldn't kill me here. They were more discreet than that. That's what I wrote.
Then what?
And then she grabbed 11 Coke bottles.
Dude, I want to hear the rest of that. Like, well, here's the problem, right? I really appreciate the exercise, but
It wasn't great, right? Like, it's not an amazing piece of writing.
I thought it was good enough, and you know what? The real problem is, you can't save this. You can't fucking save this. You can't take this story and make it into something palatable. I don't care how fucking talented you are. Nobody's gonna be able to fucking do it. Empress Teresa, done right, done well, done in a compelling way.
That was like
the story.
thrown
It's so
together, super slapdash.
fundamentally flawed that there can be no recovering it. But I thought it was fucking great. It was funny. You know, it had a little joke in there, right, with the Tinder date. I had some good, I don't know what the word is, metaphors or whatever, like about the potholes and the...
My goal was to take all the information that he gave and pack it in. So I think like that goal was part of why it was so wordy, right?
Fred, by the way, is an excellent creative writer. He's been doing it for a long time. It's a passion of his. I've read some of his stuff. I have. Well, I don't know if you want me to talk about what you did, but
Oh, like my old shitty book.
not the old shitty book, but that other thing that you were working on that I don't know if you want me to talk about because, you know, sexual content.
I've been working on
There's no such thing. I'm just being a dick.
Okay. I was like, what? What are you, what? When did I start?
Well, there was the sci-fi thing that you showed me. Remember that? The sci-fi
thing?
the sci-fi Twitter thing. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. I was actually pretty proud of that.
You should have been. It was cool.
It might see the light of day in a different format.
I hope so. Platypus Nuggets.
obviously,
Welcome back to the family. Sorry, Fred. Platypus. Thank you for the resub. Okay,
No,
buddy.
it's all good. It's all good. No, it's I know that my prose was kind of purple in there. I just like
What do you mean
I
purple?
definitely would want to cut it down. But that was like 5 minutes of writing or something.
I don't know. It was Well, it was a lot better than this, but I mean I don't think that's hard. Sorry.
And now back to Norman.
Oh joy!
Shall we?
Oh joy! We
Okay,
were
let's see.
at in a few minutes. The business jet dropped altitude, right?
Let me see. There we go. I just control left. Yeah. Okay. We were communicating. I was telling him I would follow his movements, which
Sorry,
was what he
87
wanted.
Morpheus. It took him 4 minutes to write that, and it took Norman like at least 20 years or 40 years to write this entire book. Just saying. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. It's not a great piece of writing, but fuck, I mean, that's first draft fucking... I'm also, like, I need to shake off some rust for my creative writing. I also was telling him I could maneuver the plane. The people on the ground must have stopped stampeding in circles. I might pull this off after all. He moved slightly to the left. I understood he was doing a slight turn.
God,
I
that's bad.
followed him. Now the compass arrow was on 22. It had been a 10-degree course correction. I knew transatlantic air traffic was crowded, and planes had to be put into slots. One of these slots might not be a straight line all the way across the ocean. A plane might have to zigzag left and right all the way to stay away from other planes. That's not... No, that's not how... Okay, whatever. I found the phrase mechanical altimeter in a technical manual, and you have something to say?
I mean, it depends on the flight path, but I don't think that fucking transatlantic flights are fucking zigzagging across the fucking ocean to avoid each other. Like, just again, common sense.
So it more has to do with like the timing of the landings than anything, and also avoiding like bad weather. But in emergency situations like this, they'll push everyone else out of the way and be like, all right, we're landing that plane immediately at the closest airport.
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll coordinate that and be like, okay, well, we're gonna bump everyone else out. You might have to circle the airport a little bit, but like we have an emergency situation. So like I don't know if they're going to make her zigzag but I think that he thinks it's because they're afraid of planes colliding, and that's not. No, they take care of that with altitude.
Maybe if you're
like they just have the planes at different altitudes.
If you're at the airport, it's a bigger concern, but I don't think she's at the airport yet.
No, like there's a lot of open space. Anyway, I found the phrase mechanical altimeter in a technical manual and located it among the instruments. It said 29,000 feet. It did not depend on electronics, and it worked. That was one more thing in my repertoire.
Fuck you, Teresa.
According to my watch, we were 80 minutes from New York. There was a lot of cloud cover below, and I wanted to see something. I turned off the autopilot and pulled back on the engine speed control lever gently. We started going down. The business jet ahead of me followed me down. We went down at a leisurely pace and down. We went down at a leisurely pace, and in a few minutes reached the clouds at 15,000 feet. The cloud layer was a few thousand feet thick. We got under it at 12,000 feet, and I stopped there. The business jet was to my right. He repositioned in front of me and seemed satisfied with the altitude. Like, what how did he seem so... Okay. He didn't try to make me change it. Soon, another small plane came towards us. It was a 2-engine propeller plane. It maneuvered over close to the business jet. Suddenly, the jet veered off to the left, leaving the two propeller plane as my guide.
Hi, Sonic.
Tails waved from the propeller plane.
Oh,
I'm
no.
here to guide you down to the ground. Wait, you're not Sonic. Fuck you, lady.
Wow, fuck you, Tails! I'm landing this thing however I like, and how I like is straight into the fucking dirt!
With no survivors, brother.
No survivors!
Yeah, good.
You can see a long distance at 12,000 feet. The horizon was probably 400 miles away. Well, over 200 anyways. I looked for land. A while later, I could see some. I had a map of the New York airport at my right hand and also a map of the coast around New York. Long Island stuck out 118 miles from the city. Could I be looking at Long Island? There was a large ship down there, and although at this altitude I couldn't see details, I could see from its shadow it was high above the water. It could only be a cruise ship with 2,000 or 3,000 people on board. Where were they going? They had to be wondering the same thing about me. They could not fail to know those 2 planes overhead were my lead plane and my own plane. Safe on their ship, most of them must have pitied me and my fellow passengers, but maybe a few of them were envious. When their cruise was over, what would be worth remembering about it other than seeing me fly overhead? I mean, to be fair, cruises are fucking like gross conceptually. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna travel the world, and by that I mean I'm just gonna sit on the deck of this ship and sip martinis and catch a cold.
Listen, I always wanted to go on a cruise, but I will say there are some cruise options that seem pretty fucking cool. Like, for example, I saw this once. I'll never be able to fucking afford to do this, but I mean, you fly to like probably, I don't know, you fly to Europe somewhere. I don't remember where, but it is a cruise ship that goes basically the length of the Danube River and stops at cities along the Danube River. So you get out for like a day or 2, maybe, I don't know, and actually like experience that city before you get back on the boat, and then it takes you to the next city. Like, that might be more affordable to see like a bunch of shit in Europe than you being like, well, I'm just gonna fly to all these different cities that I want to see.
Yeah, see, that like actually sounds really cool.
Sounds
like,
cool,
that's,
right?
Like you go somewhere and then like you stop in the city. Like that's more interesting.
And there's
But,
one
like,
there's one in China too that I think goes along like the, you know, so one of the bigger rivers in China. I don't know. I don't remember which one, Yellow or Yangtze or something, but it does a similar thing. And I remember this fucking river basically had like probably almost any city you might want to see as a tourist in China.
Sure.
And I was like, that's kind of cool. Somebody wants to see China. That seems like a cool way to see like a big swath of a country as a tourist, I think.
Yeah, totally.
And the one in Europe was cool, dude. It went to like it went 1 or 2 cities in Germany. I think like Poland. I want to say I think like Bulgaria, Romania, maybe. Eventually went into Russia. I think St. Petersburg was like the final stop, and then you flew back from St. Petersburg, maybe.
It's just talking about anything other than this book.
I know, isn't
like,
it beautiful?
It's nice. It's like, because like I know that a lot of people might not know this, but we hang out like a fair bit off stream and just chat, and like we'll spend hours just chatting. This is what it's like.
Just talking about bullshit.
And like that's really pleasant, and it's like, oh, it's a breath of fresh air while reading this
Just
pile of duty.
remembering that there is life to be enjoyed outside of this fucking hell book.
Yeah. Instead of taking a cruise down the Yangtze, we're reading about Empress Teresa flying a plane.
All right, well, let's fucking just power through this. You want to keep going, or you want me to take over for a bit?
Oh, I can keep going.
All right.
Rest your voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's why I'm here.
You're a pal.
I got you, boy. Let's see. When their cruise was over, what would be worth remembering about it other than seeing me fly overhead? An owner of a popular magazine had recently died. He was a bon vivant. Was this?
What the fuck is
Bon
that?
vivant? Well, I'm gonna learn this.
Bon vivant.
A bon, was it?
Bon vivant.
A bon vivant. A person who enjoys a sociable and luxurious lifestyle. Okay, I gotcha.
Oh,
he
it was
a
fucking.
bon vivant.
It was you after.
Who had many interesting experiences besides his magazine. The next issue showed a picture of him on one of his adventures. The caption read, "While alive, he lived. I'll bet there were people on that ship who would gladly trade places with me now even. I bet there were people on that ship who would gladly trade places with me now, even if it meant that this was their last day."
Why? Why would they do that? Why?
When-
Why?
Hold on. I just realized something. When was the last time he used a comma?
Oh, I didn't think he knew what a comma was.
No, so because like these sentences are really awkward, largely because he uses.
I'm going on the
uses-
theory that his fucking keyboard, like the comma key, just popped off. Like he doesn't have a comma. He hasn't had a comma for years.
Oh, he uses it occasionally, just never in the places where it would help.
Maybe it sticks. So like sometimes he had pressed the comma key and it would, it would get him a comma. But in other times he pressed it, it did nothing, and he didn't care. He just kept typing.
Yeah. Also, I love these little inserts where he's like, he talks about, I remember seeing like something in a magazine, or you remember like when he was talking about like how Teresa witnessed a car crash, it's like, and how that definitely was something that he experienced. Like you got that sensation too, right?
It's Norman's fucking stream of conscious. Yes. Yeah, it was like, I do remember that, where it was like, what the fuck is the purpose of this paragraph? And then you read it, and you think it's going to become relevant later, and it doesn't. And the only conclusion you could come to is, he was just freeballing, man. He was just fucking saying what was on his mind in that moment. He was just fucking, he was like, oh, I remember that car crash that me and Joanne saw on Interstate 92? And then fucking wrote it in the into his book for no reason. For no reason. What, to increase the page count?
Yeah, my theory was that these are often the way that he processes things. So like him talking about the car crash is him trying to come to terms with it from witnessing this horrific accident.
Yeah, maybe. It's just a therapeutic exercise for Norman. The whole goddamn thing.
Wait a minute. Jazz Gen. Wait, I just remembered. Since in Sonic Adventure 2 it is shown that Sonic can use Chaos Control without a real Emerald and without knowing how, plus Sonic can turn super and survive, unlike Shadow. This proves that Sonic is indeed the ultimate life form and Shadow is a copy. So when Shadow says Sonic is the faker, it is Shadow who is the faker.
That's true. That's confirmed. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, no, because the dialogue was Sonic first calls Shadow the faker. I found you, faker. Faker? I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? You're not even good enough to be. I'll make you eat those words!
Why do you know why do you know all of that in fucking excruciating word for word detail? Like, why do you know that entire fucking dialogue scene between Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog?
I played that game so much growing up.
Why don't I? Fake Sonic fan. I never played Sonic Adventure 2, or I started it and then I didn't finish it. I don't remember what happened. But my God. Everyone remembers it? Fake Sonic fan, I guess.
God, yeah, man. Come on. Where the fuck have you been?
I'm going to get to it eventually.
Okay. Let's keep going. Sorry, folks. I wouldn't trade with you. Oh, wait. That's in quotation marks. So she says this aloud.
Sorry, folks. I wouldn't trade with you.
My lead plane had directed me to a compass heading of 27 due west. In a while, I could see land on the right side. This had to be Long Island, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. New Jersey would still be further away. Farther, he used the wrong further.
Yeah.
It's a common mistake. A few minutes later, I could see roughness over a small portion of the horizon. It was my sandpaper vagina. This was the skyscrapers of Manhattan.
Teresa gonna pull like a 9/11?
This was the skyscrapers of Manhattan.
Yeah, I was about to do that. There it is. Yeah.
This was the skyscrapers of Manhattan. I think it's technically grammatically correct, but fuck, it sounds bad.
Yeah, I hate it. This could have been done well. This entire thing could have not have happened, actually, if you really think about it.
It refers to the roughness, which is singular. So you would say this was, that is, so this sentence
it has to be past tense. It has to be past tense.
Technically grammatically correct. So it is the roughness is singular, was the skyscrapers of Manhattan.
It's still
But
dog shit.
Fuck, it sounds bad. The lead plane started lowering its altitude, and I followed.
You missed,
We descended to 3...
Oh, you missed the paragraph, my friend.
Oh, I fucking did?
Yeah, you can't do
Oh.
that in this book. You need to fucking absorb every single juicy little fucking syllable, my guy.
What did I miss?
I was starting to see pleasure boats.
No.
You know why that
skipped
fuck?
one.
You know why that fucked me up? Because look at the fucking two paragraphs start exactly the same way.
Yeah, my lead plane is the and then the lead plane. Oh, look at the paragraph after the one we're about to read too. The lead plane again.
Oh my god!
My lead plane. Yeah, he just keeps the lead plane again. I'm scrolling down, just oh my god,
Oh, this hurts.
over and over again. Fuck. Okay. The lead plane started lowering its altitude, and I followed. We descended to 3,000 feet and stayed there for a while. I was starting to see pleasure boats far below. The tip of Long Island was no longer an amorphous blur, but I could see features, or rather differences, in how land was used, some green areas and some developed areas. It was still too far to see buildings and streets from my angle. The lead plane led me down to 1,800 feet. They had some reason for this. I guess that they wanted to see how I handled the plane at lower speeds or denser air. At this height, I could clearly see the pleasure boats and people on board waving enthusiastically at me. We reached the tip of my penis. We reached the tip of Long Island, and I noticed something. Many hundreds of pleasure boats were going around the tip, but all in a southward direction. They were trying... I'm
Pleasure
sorry.
boats.
There's no way that you can't fucking read it this
You
way.
keep saying pleasure
Pleasure-
boats, and it's like tips, pleasure and tips, and boats and southward direction.
Southward direction.
Come on, this is fucking. I'm starting to think Norman is a fucking huge pervert. Well, no, we knew that already, like definitively, didn't we? Also, let me say thank you to Animals as leader, Feel back to the family, and thank you for 6 months. Laggood says, Mike, after this, you should read a good book on stream. Nope, gonna find an even worse one. That is the plan. That's the actual plan.
That's the actual fucking plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I'm gonna need Fred. Fred, I'm gonna need you to come like bail me out again, like every time I do one of these streams. Is that cool?
Yeah, all right.
Have you on retainer?
Yeah, sure.
Queen Bee Machine says those exist. Good point.
I actually have a weird book that I'd like to talk with you about sometime that I picked up for $0.25 at
Okay.
like at a book sale at one point.
Is it dog shit?
The person that wrote it, I did a little bit of research into it, and he's a flim flam man from Britain, I believe.
I'm sorry. What the fuck
he
is a flim flam, man?
Just someone who sells horse shit, basically.
Okay.
Snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
No,
right.
He said he was like the reincarnation of like a bodhisattva or something.
Oh, okay. I see the kind of a bamboozler, a swindler.
Yeah. He said he was like the reincarnation, so it's like it gets real wooey around there, and he like was pseudoscientist sort of. So I got this book, and I know having no idea what it was, but it was $0.25. So I picked it up just for the fun of it, and maybe we should check it out because it's I bet there's gonna be some horse shit in there.
I love horse shit. Also, I want you to check out Skeletoxin's comment in the chat. Do you guys think that Norman tried to run this by editors, but then when they tried to give him constructive criticisms, like, oh, you should add variety to how you start your sentences and paragraphs, he would flip his shit and talk about how he can do no wrong and that his editor was a shit to question the integrity of his first and only draft? I can guarantee that.
I actually can answer this question with a little bit of detail.
Mm-hmm.
Before he took this book, before he published this book, he took it around to a bunch of all things, Catholic forums.
Of course, yeah. That is in the video.
Online forums, as well as writing forums. And people would give him constructive criticism, but he would always explain away the reasoning behind the way that he was writing something. And that reasoning was always more important to him than like the actual function of it. Like, you can have plenty of reasons as to why you're doing something, but that doesn't mean that it works.
Yeah.
And that was basically his problem. He would just always be like, no, it's made like this. Like, it was made to be that way, and it's like the people would just be like, "Then you made it fucking wrong, dude."
Yeah, that sucks ass. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, Norman. No, it is good, and here's why it's good, and here's why you should think it's good, and why you're stupid. Thanks, Norman.
Yep. Pretty much.
That's a very good cautionary tale for would-be creatives out there.
Yeah, intent doesn't save crap. Yep, all that matters is the final product. And if it does, like, I've done things with like it in my videos where I've intended it to work one way, but it just doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you got to eat that. You got to be
it.
able to accept that. I mean, it just doesn't work.
You know how many fucking trash like drumming ideas I'd have for Redvox, where I'd be like, "No, it's good. No, look, it's good," and then the rest of the band is like, "Michael, this fucking blows," and then like they'll make a recording and I'll listen to it and I'll be like, "Oh, that does blow, yeah."
Yeah,
you have to.
It's like you may have a good intention behind it, and the idea may be sound, but in practice,
Yeah, exactly. Like that's it's a thing. That's that's part of being creative, and recognizing like, all right, so you know what, I've got to maybe kill my darlings, or just kind of, just like listening to criticism is fucking huge, especially if you're an amateur, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
I mean,
super important.
a band situation is maybe like not one of the better examples, because in a band situation you're working with other people towards a common creative goal.
Yeah.
I think it's a better. It is there. You can use that comparison, but it also has to do with it's more apt for, I think, creative writing, art like painting and drawing and that kind of art too, right?
I mean, it works for all of them. Let's continue.
Yes.
God, we're only like halfway done with this chapter.
Let's just barrel through it.
All right, let's fucking do it.
Try not to interrupt you. It's getting late too.
Do me a favor, cover for me for just a minute. I got a ways.
Do you want me to read some of it, or?
Yeah. Read. I'll be AFK for just a minute.
Okay.
But I'll be right back, and then I can take over again.
Okay.
Okay.
Orange Juice Nut was not aware that I am Redvox's drummer. Yes, that is true. A good example of what not to do is M. Night Shyamalan, who, when shit on by critics, just made a critic character in some movie of his who gets killed and shit on violently. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Shit, what movie was that? Lady in the Water? I feel like that's right. I feel like that did happen in Lady in the Water. Yeah, the mermaid one is Lady in the Water. I think he might have got better about it, though, as he went through his career. Like, that was him. I feel like that was kind of earlier in his career when he was a little bit more petty and... I don't know. I feel like the guy might have had a personal renaissance. I'm going to read some of this. All right? Sorry. I apologize in advance. Many hundreds of pleasure boats were going around the tip, but all in a southward direction. They were trying to get to New York City to greet me, but they were too far away to make it in time. As the next minutes passed, I saw thousands of more boats heading for New York. This seemed odd. I was supposed to land at the airport and immediately fly out to West Point by helicopter. Yeah, she's like a fucking military hero now. They're flying Teresa to West Point, Fred, so she can give an inspirational speech to the fucking cadets. Even though she just fucking want to give speeches.
Did she land?
No. They would never see me. Then I realized they must know exactly where I was. The media would be informing them. They just wanted to see me flying over, which was likely to be the closest they could get to me.
All right. Did I miss anything?
No, you missed absolutely nothing. That was a fast whiz.
Right, great. Yeah, I did it quickly so I could come back.
Speed P.
We were about Speed P. We were about 20 miles from New York, and now the ocean seemed covered with pleasure boats. They spread out as far as I could see. How many of them were there? 500,000? 1,000,000? I didn't know there were this many boats in the whole world. What? My lead plane prompted me to go down to...
It's a cannibalistic boat orgy.
Is that... No, this is just what happened with the sharks.
Exactly.
All over again.
Yeah.
It's fucking bumper boats. My lead plane prompted me to go down to 900 feet. At this height, the noise from my plane's engines had to be bursting the eardrums of the people on the boats.
Ow!
This was not a normal airplane approach. I thought they didn't want me to come down too quickly when we reached the airport. They were reducing the challenge of one of the 3 dimensions I had to worry about.
Okay.
There's such a more elegant way.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I had a map of New York and the airport in my right hand. The runway was 2 miles long and pointed straight at the Empire State Building. I would have no problem finding the runway even without the lead plane.
I'm gonna say there is no such fucking runway. There's no...
I don't know.
The fucking New York City area airports are nowhere near Manhattan. Look at the map.
I believe it. I believe you.
You see
I 100% believe you.
Could there be one aligned with the Empire State Building? I suppose, maybe.
Yeah. All right, let's keep fucking going.
I hate this.
I lowered the landing gear. Lights indicated they were locked in place. Everything was set. But then my lead plane lowered its landing gear and immediately raised it again. What did that mean? The lead plane did it 2 more times. He lowered the wheels and raised them up. I got the hint and raised my landing gear too. He now turned left and I followed. New York City was to my right. We were getting away from it. What the hell? He lowered his altitude and I followed him down to 500 feet. The ocean was really covered with boats around here. Millions of them, it looked like.
They're gonna land on a runway made out of boats. It's right. It's true. That's what this is. Fred, that has to be what this is.
No.
Dude, it's
No.
stupid. Dude, it's
No
stupid.
fucking way.
It's
No
gotta be.
fucking way.
It's gotta
No,
be.
no,
Dude,
no,
it's gotta
no,
be.
No.
You know it can be that stupid. You know it can be that stupid. You know it can be.
Oh, no. The ocean was really covered with boats around here. Millions of them, it looked like. Then I saw a clear space ahead. 2 rows of ships were lined up in parallel. And between them, there wasn't a single boat. The clear water was a rectangle, something like 2 miles long, and we were going right down the middle of it. Why? Just, why do you need to make a runway for her? Just, it's the fucking ocean.
Dude, it's real.
Just land it in the fucking ocean. Why do you need to do it on this 2-mile strip of ocean? Why do you need to land it near the boats? Just fucking do it a few miles out from shore.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Why?
Oh.
Oh, this is... I did not read this. I remember nothing of this. This is some fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, this is next level fucking stupid.
What was wrong with the actual runways? What was wrong with the
No,
airport?
I get it. So like emergency landing in water, yeah, okay, sure. It can be dangerous in its own way. I actually can't attest to whether landing on water or the ground is safer. But I think that water is safer. That's correct. But why do they need to make a fake runway for her? Like they're Sick Today is saying water landings are very risky. Yeah. But like, what? I don't know. It's much safer to land on the ground. Okay, Ivan is saying it's safer to land on the ground.
It's the fucking plane is meant to land on the ground. Unless you're talking about a fucking, like, what are those things? The aquatic, amphibious, fucking whatever? The skiffs, whatever the fuck? What are those things called?
Yeah.
The planes that are meant to land on water? Seaplanes. Unless it's a fucking seaplane. Pontoons. Float
it's
planes.
pontoon planes, yeah.
Float planes.
There are a lot of names for them. But yeah, like, okay, so some people are saying it's riskier to land in the water. It's like, here's the problem, right? Like, I don't, like, at this point, Norman has fucked up so many different things about aviation so badly. I don't fucking care anymore, right? Let's just assume that in, like, Bhutan land,
Yeah.
like, this is just how it is. You know, this is how planes work in the weird fucking head. Even in his stupid, weird, backward world.
Yeah.
Why would you make a fake landing strip with boats?
This man.
Why?
This man lives the B movie script.
Oh. Why? No, what is the purpose? If you're landing in the water, who fucking cares? Just get everyone out of the way.
Norman.
Don't put them into the direct path of the plane.
Norman defies all known laws of aviation. It's making it harder. Your point is it's making it harder. It's putting
they gotta up the challenge for her.
The boats are in peril. The plane is in peril. It's creating unnecessary risk. Right? It's like the exercise of reading this book. You're putting yourself at risk for a fucking aneurysm for no reason.
Shall we keep going?
God, I hope the sharks come back to HD. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 2 rows of ships were lined up in parallel, and between them there wasn't a single boat. The clear water was a rectangle, something like 2 miles long, and we were going right down the middle of it. They wanted me to land on water. I nearly panicked, but rallied. I had to make a decision. Something you saw in the news about once a year was a plane landing without its nose landing geared down. Oh, the plane would land with the nose scraping the ground in a cloud of sparks. I'd seen this several times, but I had never heard of was a pilot deliberately landing on water. The lead plane was going down closer to the water. I went down a little, but not as far as him. We reached the beginning of the clear rectangle. He went down to just a few feet above the water. I chickened out. I couldn't do it. I kept 300 or 400 feet up. It took less than a minute to reach the end of the clear water, and the lead plane suddenly turned off to the left, much more sharply than the 747 could do. He abandoned me. I was on my own. My heart must have been beating 200 times a minute. What happened? What was wrong with landing at the airport? No pilot ever landed on water if he had a choice. It must be very dangerous. Why did they want me to do it? I developed a theory. They didn't know how skillful I was at controlling the plane. Any mistake on my part would not be forgiven by the hard runway. The water might give me some slack. That's not really how it works, but no. Yeah, well, I've been manipulating the... I swear to God, this next sentence is real. Yeah, well, I've been manipulating this plane for hours, and I thought I was doing pretty good. And go ahead and read her
he
dialogue.
ain't fucking forgetting about the comma there.
I'm going to the airport. They can go to hell.
That's real. That is the actual... Those are in the book.
That's not very Christian-like of you, Teresa.
I made a long, slow turn to the left until I was finally pointed to New York. I kept checking the map of New York and the relationship of the beginning of the runway with the contour of the shoreline before it. Then I positioned the plane towards where the runway should be, and sure, like, he writes like he's in fucking middle school.
Yeah, he does.
Then I positioned the plane towards where the runway should be.
I've thought
and
that
sure
so
enough,
many times. It's like a fucking 8-year-old wrote it.
Yeah. And sure enough, there it was in the distance. I lowered the landing gear. Lights indicated they were locked in place. I moved the plane some distance to the right and aimed it straight down the runway's throat. I stayed down at 400 feet.
What do you mean? Oh, man.
He's trying to be poetic.
Sure enough.
What does that metaphor do, though? Right? Like, a metaphor needs to be in service to
I told
creating
you
a feeling.
He fucking attempts prose here and there. Like, he goes for it. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's an abortion every time, but he does put that effort in to some degree.
when you use metaphor, it needs to be more than just creating that image, right? It needs to be like the metaphor needs to somehow invoke the feeling that you're trying to invoke.
Yeah.
Or evoke. Or invoke. Both would work.
How does this work? How is aiming it down a throat working at servicing this in any way?
I don't know. I was half a mile from the runway when I saw something. There were trucks parked on the runway. In 20 seconds, I reached the beginning. There were hundreds of trucks on the runway blocking my way. I kept moving down the runway. It was the same the entire length. Buses, fire engines, and trucks and more trucks. Large vehicles that I couldn't miss seeing.
dude. Dude, she's gonna just fucking plow through all these fucking vehicles and shit. Dude.
Please.
Dude, this is like fucking, what is it, Die Hard 2? Norman just watched Die Hard 2 and was like, I'm putting that in my book.
Yup. The runway's end was in sight. I pushed forward on the engine's speed lever. You mean the throttle?
Oh my god.
The plane the engine's speed lever is like what a 3-year-old would say when he forgets, like, what the name of the throttle.
The speed lever.
Engine's speed lever. The plane started climbing slowly. Too slowly. The Empire State Building was straight ahead. I pushed the lever further forward. Farther. The plane climbed. There was something I wasn't doing right. The plane wasn't climbing fast enough. We were over developed areas. The altimeter read 340 feet. It had to be hell on the ground. Storefront windows being blown out. People being knocked off their feet. I was getting to the end of Queens. The East River was coming up. I could see I wasn't going to get over the Empire State Building. I turned the wheel just slightly to the left.
Teresa
Just to the
did
left of
9/11.
the Empire.
Teresa did 9/11. It's confirmed. Oh my god.
Yup. Just to the left of the Empire State was a few hundred yards of buildings only a few hundred feet tall. Then the skyscrapers covered the rest of Manhattan. I aimed for this narrow gap of lower buildings. Seconds later, I reached the eastern edge of Manhattan. The plane passed a few hundred feet above the buildings in this gap, but it was still far below the top of the Empire State Building, which was not very far to my right, and below the tops of buildings to my left.
That's right, like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
A fucking 5-year-old wrote it.
Can anyone in the chat visualize
Oh
this?
my god, no.
Can anyone visualize this?
Like I can, but it's so stupid. Like barely I can, and it's fucking dumb as shit. It's dumb as shit.
It's terrible.
Go ahead, read the rest of the paragraph, please.
Oh my fucking god! Okay, all right, we're getting there. For what seemed like an eternity, I passed over the buildings of Manhattan, probably blowing out 1,000,000 windows, and all the time I thought what a disaster it would be if I crashed this gigantic plane among those buildings. It would be worse than 9/11.
What the fuck? Oh, you actually fucking referenced it. What is the point of this? Why? Fucking why? Why? Why?
Then, so he takes a shit, and then he puts a little cherry on top with this. It
Oh
would
my-
be
this
worse
is the-
than 9/11. It would take months to clean the mess.
It's the candied fucking cherry on top of the shit sundae. Oh my god. What
like
the
how-
fuck is wrong with this guy?
I like how he says it would be worse than 9/11, and then implies that the worst part about 9/11 was the big mess that it made.
Oh. Oh, you're right. Oh my god, Norman, as a New Yorker, I have to fight you. I now have to fight you. Please read the next sentence.
You know, I would say give him an uppercut to the chin, but the flab would just sort of absorb it.
Absorb it. I love this next sentence. I love this next sentence. Please read this next sentence.
Finally, I arrived over the river and into New Jersey, which did not have buildings here. What?
That is the entire paragraph. If you never been to New Jersey, Fred?
Not personally, no.
There's not a single building in the entire state.
None. Not. Oh, okay. I'm glad that they just left.
Like,
nature there.
people live there and shit, but they just live in like tree trunks and stuff. There's like, they have like some tree houses and shit. It's like an Ewok village, basically.
Like
People live in
stumps.
trees and stuff, and yeah, like they'll hollow out like fallen trees and like live inside of the hollowed out like tree trunks and things like that. And they make little holes in the ground like a hobbit holes like the Shire, But there isn't a single building anywhere in the entire state of New Jersey. And if you feel like you've seen that, you're fucking wrong. I know you're thinking like you've seen TV shows and movies and stuff that are set in New Jersey. That's all creative license. There's actually no buildings in New Jersey at all.
Never
That's
been
fact.
any buildings.
That's a fact. Except the fact that now I understood what. I'm sorry. I'm mad. I'm sorry. I'm yelling. I'm sorry. That's not. I apologize, Fred. I'm gonna calm down for a second.
Okay.
Sorry. So just let me.
Okay.
Okay. The implication here is that once Teresa had cleared Manhattan with her plane, right, and then made it to the other side of the Hudson River, there would no longer be any danger of hitting into a tall building. That is insanely fucking inaccurate. There are Jersey City. You ever hear of Jersey City?
Yeah.
Jersey City is abuts the shoreline exactly opposite of Manhattan on the other side of the Hudson River. There are more skyscrapers. You didn't evade danger here, Teresa. It's like Norman didn't even fucking look at pictures of New York City before he wrote this.
Norman had
And then Ivan, Newark, New Jersey, which is a little bit further away, but there's still plenty of buildings to slam into. There are so many buildings that Teresa could still hit on the other side of that river. It's not like you make it across the river and it's like fucking home free. There's cows down there. There's urban sprawl for miles into New Jersey on the other side of that river. It is part of the same metropolitan area, despite being in a different state.
Mike, I'd like you to imagine yourself for a moment. You are 6 years old. The way that you understand cities is like on placemats. On placemats and drawings.
Yeah.
And like that on the wall of your elementary school.
Yeah.
Or wait, when does elementary school start?
Oh my God.
That's your understanding of a city. If that was the way that you understood cities to be, you would legitimately think that the skyscrapers stop and then suddenly it's farmland. Yeah. Suddenly it's just grass and rolling hills.
Yeah, oh my God.
That, like, the argument I'm trying to make is that Norman Bouton has a 6-year-old's understanding of how the world works.
Yeah, he does. He does.
It's not that he is ignoring the world. It's just like he can't conceive of it. He doesn't have the mental faculty to conceive of the world as being anything other than he understands it. Oh my God, that's why when he asks for criticism, he's just looking for people to support him, and he can't understand why someone wouldn't like his work is because he only understands a world in which people think that his writing is the best.
Right, well, guys, it is called the Garden State. That's a good point. The reason that they call it the Garden State is because there's no buildings there. It is literally a garden. The entire fucking state is just fuck plants and very short trees. The entire swath of fucking New Jersey is just fucking shrubs, basically. Shrubs, some tall grass. That's as tall as it gets. There is an airport in Newark. Is another airport. But, dude, there's Jersey City, there's Hoboken, there's Weehawken, there's basically the entire length of the Hudson River, going like even to an extent past the George Washington Bridge, is dotted with more fucking city. There's just more city
but not in his head. He hasn't thought about it. These are just the things that he didn't think about. Because when he was dreaming up the story of Empress Teresa, he stopped at some point. He just said, yeah, I'm going to write a story with all of the knowledge that I have and not going to slow down to research or try to make it accurate. He just wanted to tell his story.
He
that
felt
takes place in his world.
He felt strongly that he had all the information he needed to write this, all up in his fucking brain, despite obviously having never been to this part of the world, despite knowing nothing about British politics, UK politics, despite knowing nothing about fucking obviously aviation or fucking human physiology or medicine or fucking or sharks or physics or fucking anything.
Well, I think that this might actually reflect more of his 6-year-old mentality.
Yeah.
Because when you are a kid, when you're a kid, you're 6 years old, you think of a city as a bunch of skyscrapers and then rolling hills right when it stops. When you are a 6-year-old, you think of a writer as someone who sits down at their desk and just writes. They just write. That is what a writer does. He doesn't research. He doesn't like ask other people for help. He just sits down with a candle at his table and he writes.
It's just an extension of the fucking the mentality. Yeah.
That's what I actually think that might be what he did.
It's like they say, it's like, how do you become a writer? Well, you must write. He took that like way too fucking literally.
Too literally.
Yeah. Orange Juice Nut says, I almost feel bad for him. Almost. You got to keep going. There's more juicy.
There is. I screamed and shook my head. Then I broke down and cried. The unfairness and hopelessness of this situation. Even if I didn't crash this thing, Steve might already be dead. It was too much. I cried and cried. The little 2 propeller plane was at my side again. It must have been there all along to document my crash into Manhattan, killing 40,000 people. They had to have seen my breakdown. Well, what did they expect? I stopped crying out loud and sniffled my way into calmness. There was still this colossal community coffin to land. I bet he jerked himself off real hard after writing that.
No, he did. Colossal community coffin. Right here on Triple C.
I made a U-turn and climbed higher as I went over Staten Island. The damned Atlantic Ocean was ahead.
No, my hometown has the ignominious honor of being in Empress Teresa.
She flew over your head, Mike.
No, get away from me, you bitch! Oh, fuck. I could feel her over me as we speak.
Her power. Can you feel the tingling in the top of your head knowing that she's above you?
Feel her looking out the window at me and imagining I'm a chipmunk and my life is worth as much as a chipmunk's. I'm craving nuts and not the situation's nuts, actual nuts.
I could imagine a bunch... Oh, wait, The little 2-engine propeller plane stayed at my side, but didn't try to lead me. They were leaving me alone. They didn't want to spook me anymore. But what did they want me to do? I tried to think calmly. Pilots didn't want to land on water if they could avoid it. It must be dangerous. They were afraid to let me use the runway. Or were they? Might they have changed their minds?
You tell us, Norman.
I could imagine a bunch of people in a room reviewing the video of my aborted landing at the airport, sort of like... Never mind.
The abortion of this book? Yeah. I thought it too. Yeah, I thought it too. Yeah, I thought it too, yeah.
Go ahead.
She didn't bob the nose up or down or side to side. Come on, everybody, let's land in the water. Swing your nose down to the earth.
Come on, everybody, let's crash the fucking plane with no survivors. Doot, killing everyone.
And my pain.
Yeah. She didn't lean the plane side to side. She didn't wander off of the runway. She kept the plane at the same height. She has fair control. The landing gear looks good. I vote we let her land on the runway. I agree. Holy fucking shit, guys, please. Look at this. Holy shit. Oh my god. All right, so
You read every single one of those I agrees.
I agree.
I agree. I agree.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
That's what could be happening. Or not.
Well, you see, Fred, Teresa wasn't there for that imaginary scenario, so that could be what was happening, but she doesn't know because she wasn't there, and there wouldn't be any way for her to know if it was happening because she's not there. She can imagine that it might have happened. She doesn't know. She won't know for sure. There is a possibility, but it's impossible for people to know about an event if they aren't there. And everything that I just said is almost verbatim a paragraph from the first chapter.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. Oh, you know what this whole section reminds me of? It reminds me of my favorite Trump quote.
Go.
Where he's talking about the border wall. He says, what are they, like, if they climb up it using a ladder, how are they going to get down? Maybe a rope.
Or not.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's what could be happening. Or not.
Or I don't know, like the same ladder, potentially.
My point isn't the ridiculousness of that quote.
I know.
It's just, wow, this sound, it just reminded me of it a lot.
A rope, maybe?
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay.
I reached the ocean.
The ocean. The rectangle was still clear of boats. They hadn't blocked it to force me back to the runway, but neither did the lead plane get in front of me to choose a landing for me. Or else they still wanted me to use the water. Or else they didn't want me to use the water, but were afraid to block the rectangle because it might throw me into total panic. Or else they wanted me to look for another airport where I wouldn't crash into skyscrapers. They hoped I'd figure out what they really wanted. There was only one way to find out.
That's fucking real. That's a real paragraph.
This makes no sense.
Or else.
This is just the what's the wait a minute, does everybody know that this is the edited down version? Oh yeah, this is the trimmed down version of the chapter. She's okay. So this reminds me a lot of
kidding
her.
me. What? Oh, so what more could he have put in here, man?
Okay. So this reminds me that this is almost exactly like when she was trying to figure out whether or not her phone line was bugged, but Norman doesn't know how bugging phones works.
Yeah. It does. Yeah, it does. It's just Batman logic. Like fucking old school Batman logic. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I made another long U-turn and used the map to zero in on the runway as before and lowered the plane to 700 feet. The runway was in sight. From a distance, it looked clear. I got close to it, and it was clear. There wasn't a Matchbox toy on it anywhere.
A Matchbox toy? A car? They're saying a vehicle? A vehicle? That's his way of saying a vehicle.
Yeah. She's saying, like, oh, they're as small as Matchbox cars.
Uh-huh.
Whether they preferred me to land there or not, they were leaving it up to me. I noticed an enormous crowd a few hundred yards off the northern side of the runway. I'd seen the crowd at Red Sox games. This one must have been 100 times as big. There had to be 2 million people down there, maybe 3 million. Aw, heck, maybe everybody in North America was here.
He's like, oh, that is just a fucking senile boomer moment. He just fucking typed out his senile boomer moment.
This okay, actually, no. Hold on, because I remember that one of the traits of autism is that it's very difficult to, and I'm not just pulling your leg here. Like, this is a thing.
Numbers? You can't, like, you have a hard time with numbers and amounts?
Yes, yeah, and one of the examples of this is like Chris Chan says that, you know, she was lifting boxes of soda cans and saying they were like a couple 100 pounds each.
So is
like,
there?
It's hard to estimate that kind of thing.
Do you think that is there like maybe evidence to suggest that Norman may be autistic?
Maybe. That's the thing, right? Is like we just don't know. Like there are a million. Like I think that the one thing that we can be like the point I'm making isn't that like he's autistic. The point I'm making is there might be mental health issues at stake here.
Well, look at it this way: there are hundreds of up to thousands of comments of him arguing with people on internet forums, of arguing with people on fucking Amazon, the Amazon store page, right? The reviews.
Yeah.
Like in all of that, and I imagine before you made that video, you must have looked at a lot of that, huh? Like, did you ever get the impression that like you were dealing with somebody who was maybe like just more than like an arrogant like dick, like an obstinate fucking like just dick, like a dickhead, who was just fucking like unwilling to learn or unwilling to listen to criticism because that's the kind of person he is? Or do you think this is a possibility where this guy might have been on the spectrum in some capacity?
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like obviously I'm not a psychologist. Like there are some times where you can be like, this looks like schizophrenia, right? Like you can do that with Terry A. Davis. It was so severe that like you could read his posts
textbook.
and be
it was like textbook.
Okay, yeah, I even me, a completely uneducated person, can see it, right? But with Norman, it's not so clear. That's the point that I'm making, is like occasionally you can sort of get telltale signs that like there's some sort of mental illness going on, but it's never like obvious enough for a layperson to like say like for certain. But like, and that's why it always kind of feels weird making fun of him, because like they're like, this is hilarious, right? And this is amazingly inept, but I don't think that he's that bad, but it seems like there's a touch of something.
Well, I think one of the biggest pieces of evidence here actually isn't this book. One of the biggest pieces of evidence that would make you say like, all right, yeah, there is some degree of mental illness happening, is the fact that for fucking what, like 5 years, he went on these fucking internet forums every fucking day, and argued with people. Like you'd think somebody like, but then again, like you see like mentally healthy people doing that too. Just
exactly.
Like,
and I think we're at the point where like he's just a dick either way.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's like with Terry it feels bad to like make fun of him. With this guy, it's like, nah, he's just a fucking asshole, right?
Part of it is I always feel I always feel bad making fun of somebody who can't help it, or
people, like Snackalope is making a good point though in chat. It's like mentally ill and have a developmental disorder, and you don't do that shit. Yeah, exactly. Like people can have these issues, and no, what is it last podcast on the left always says, like mental illness is not your fault, but it is your responsibility.
I have known people who either suffered from a mental illness or were on the spectrum somewhere, who maybe overstepped a boundary or made a mistake.
Or, you let them know, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that," and then
and then they actually work sometimes very hard to correct the behavior and do it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not like, I mean, this is, you could take a completely like healthy, mentally healthy person, and this person's a fucking cockhead, This person is just a total fucking dick, right? Goes through their life being a fucking dick. And then when people point out to them, hey, you're a dick, their response is fuck you. Now, you could just take that person and, apply a mental illness, and you kind of, you see what I'm getting at here?
I feel like even if at no point in his life, right, did he look at himself and say, maybe I should grow up. I think that's the point of this, right? He just, whatever issues he might have, he made a choice not to grow up.
No introspection, as Soywich points out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or just willful.
I feel like we're hanging on this a little too long.
Willful, ignoring, really ignoring, I get people around you, ignoring, anybody who's, a part of your life that, lives with you and wants the best for you in some cases, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And just saying, and again, you don't have to be, mentally ill at all or on a spectrum at all to have that kind of fucking attitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, all right, we have spent a lot of time on this. Let's
keep going.
We're in the home stretch.
I feel like we have very sort of milquetoast opinions too, right? Nothing about our opinions are terribly revelatory.
No, I don't think we're
revelatory. Sorry, revelatory. Revelatory.
No, I don't think so. I'm just a dumbass, really. We're going on 5 hours, so yeah, let's try to kill it.
Let's go. Let's barrel through this. Oh heck, everybody in North America was here. This situation had never happened before and would never happen again. It was the Hindenburg disaster multiplied 100 times. They wanted to tell their grandchildren they were here.
The restroom line
Let me try that again.
The restroom line must reach to Philadelphia.
I didn't go down.
Meaning that there's fucking hundreds of thousands of people lining the fucking shoulder of the highway to Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a gaffe, but I think that the implication is literally every person in North America is here, which makes no fucking sense. Anyway,
that would be hard.
As my ex said, I didn't go down. No, I'm just fucking with you. I didn't go down. This high off the ground, I felt safe to lean the plane slightly to the left to turn around again while pushing the engine control speed levers forward to increase altitude a little. The people on the ground had to be going nuts, wondering what I'd do next.
Yeah, they're going to use the people of North America as a runway, Orange Fresh.
I circled around over the bay, far back out to sea. That, by the way, that my ex comment was a joke. I love my ex said comments. All of my exes are pretty.
They live in Texas.
All of them what?
And he went down on each and every single one of them and ate all the S.
Was it 18 naked cowboys at Ram Ranch?
Fred, do you eat ass?
Next question.
Fred, do you eat ass?
Sorry, we don't have to do that again.
I circled around over the bay, far back out to sea, then turned back to New York while lowering the altitude to 200 feet. I wanted to simplify the landing. Already being barely off the ground, it would be easy to cut the engines a little and drop down. God help the thousands of boats below me. People were probably being knocked overboard. The airport was in sight. The runway was still clear. I was only hundreds of yards from the runway. I pulled the levers back slightly until I thought I was very close to the ground. I found that a big plane didn't react instantly. Just 5 seconds before reaching the beginning of the runway, I pulled the engine speed control lever most of the way back. Throttle. The landing gear hit the pavement hard and the plane bounced. I had anticipated this possibility and knew there was no changing my mind now. I pulled the engine speed control lever all the way back. The plane hit the pavement again, but didn't bounce. We were rolling. I pushed down on the 2 large brake pedals. The plane was going toward the left of the runway. I turned the wheel right. The plane went slightly to the right. I turned the wheel slightly to the left. I'd gotten to know the feel of the wheel.
Good.
The curl of the burl. We were still rolling at high speed. I could hear the brakes screeching, but we weren't slowing down that much. I slammed into the entire population of North America. What the hell was wrong now? I'd used up a third of the runway and still we were going over 100 miles an hour. I released the brakes for 1 second. The screeching stopped in that second, so the brakes were working. I pressed down again. I could see the end of the runway because emergency vehicles were parked near it. We were still whizzing by vehicles on the side of the runway at high speed. What would happen if I ran out of runway? Finally, I could see that the plane was slowing down. The runway was only half a mile away. The plane kept slowing down and slowing down and slowing down.
He
The
really
end of
did
the
that.
runway was maybe 200 yards away when the plane stopped. What a fucking flat ending.
Abysmal.
I released the brakes, but the plane started creeping forward again. I pushed back down on the brakes. I was exhausted. This was worse than falling from the jet fighter. At least then there was only one outcome to worry about. Tears streamed from my eyes. I was relieved, but also very shaken up. Not stirred. I got to thinking. The plane was
I got to thinking. Oh, I love
I got
that.
to thinking. The plane was
Fucking
safely on the
cunt.
ground with nobody at the wheel but a 19-year-old kid who knew nothing about flying. I could see people rushing towards the plane. Go ahead.
I can do anything.
I
I
said,
said out loud to myself. Did you want to take the rest?
I can do anything.
it's getting really hard for me to talk, so I can't.
Okay, okay. I'll carry you.
I thought it was
over
more
the finish
dialogue. I
line.
thought it was more dialogue, but it wasn't. My bad. She's fucking
It's okay.
Jevil. She's Jevil from fucking Undertale. Sorry, Deltarune.
Delta Tail.
Delta. Deltarune.
I actually really liked Deltarune. I played it recently.
It was cool, right? Did you
Yeah.
beat the character? Did you beat Jevil?
No, I didn't find him.
I came so close. It really pissed me off.
Mhm.
So yeah,
I never found him actually. Like, just I don't.
He's a little. Somebody in chat like walked me through how to find him and shit.
Okay. A few hours earlier, I was ready to give up and wait for death. All kinds of vehicles were surrounding the plane. They were all blasting their horns and sirens in celebration of my latest miracle. I noticed one of the fire trucks getting in place at my left. It wasn't a city fire truck, but some kind of airport vehicle, but it did have a ladder. They extended the ladder towards the side of the plane.
Just say it's a airport vehicle. Like I don't understand why it's got to be some kind of airport vehicle. What is the
Just
damage?
a fire truck.
Pseudo competent says, "What does this chapter contribute to the story? What does it tell us about her character? Did we learn anything?" Yes, Teresa is awesome. Weren't you paying attention? She taught herself how to fly a plane and landed it. Teresa is awesome. You
Norman
probably
admits that this is basically a filler episode. He said, like, this part stands alone.
I fucking hate him. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, cue the Naruto opening, right? Got a Sharingan, or not a Sharingan. What did you call it? Rasengan, right?
Rasengan!
In her fucking belly, full of filler episodes. Let's go.
Humble Teresa wants to remind everybody that she can do anything.
Mm-hmm. In a minute, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. He entered the cockpit.
I can't let go of the brakes.
I told him. He reached up to play with some switches on the ceiling panel. After a few seconds, he said,
No, you can.
"That was good enough for me." I jumped up, leaving it all to him, and went downstairs. The passenger entrance door was open, and airport workers poured through the door to scatter around the plane.
What happened?
One of them asked.
Oh, wait, let me do that again real quick. Hold on.
Okay, okay.
What happened?
One of them asked.
I hope Hal only... Oh.
I hope Hal only put them to sleep, but I don't know.
I worked my way down the left aisle and across to the right to rejoin Steve. He had a heartbeat. He was alive. Thank God. In a moment, he started breathing and slowly regained consciousness. He saw me and the commotion in the cabin.
We finally got to use that emote.
Which one?
Peter, what happened?
Hal put everyone
what
to sleep except me. We were over the Atlantic.
He understood.
Don't tell me you landed the plane.
Yep, not bad for a math major, hun.
Hun? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's spelled H-U-N-H. Hun? Hun?
Not bad.
Huh? He grinned proudly. All doors were now opening, allowing sounds from outside to come in.
How do you grin
Then-
proudly? Can you? I guess so. Whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
just fucking seeing problems now where there aren't any. This has to
There are-
end.
The nearby vehicles were still blaring their horns and sirens. An immense crowd of people was cheering, and from the nearby water, thousands and thousands of boats were tooting their horns.
Toot, toot, toot,
How many
toot,
millions
toot,
of
toot.
people had waited here to see me arrive? The rest of the passengers and crew were awake. Some order was restored. Steve and I waited patiently until the powers that be told people to move out. The captain, co-pilot, and 3 stewardesses came over to meet us. The captain said,
They told me you landed the plane without using the flaps and reverse thrusters. Do you know how amazing that is?
Not really. I don't know what you're talking about.
You made history. They'll be talking about it for years.
I told Steve,
When I found out I had to land the plane without help, I got angry with God. I asked him what the heck the point of this was.
What did he say?
He said, "Look what you've done. You could do anything. Don't let people down. You're fucking God awesome. And the best. You're so great."
I just realized, you know what this is?
What?
Teresa is just a modern day Samson.
She's a Job. She's a Samson. She's a Jesus.
Mostly Samson. He didn't actually write, God awesome.
No, I made that part up. I remember when in the Bible when Samson landed a plane.
Yeah, that was awesome. And
He
like
landed
millions,
a plane
and
without
all of them.
landing gear or whatever. It was really cool.
The plane was inspected and towed to a terminal after the difficult task of clearing vehicles and crowds out of the way. We disembarked and were met by airport officials. They needed information to write reports to the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB. Why did everybody on the plane go to sleep? How much did I know about flying? What did I do with my time during the crossing over the Atlantic? Why did I refuse to land on water? Why did I try to land at the airport a second time? When they had all the information they needed for reports, nobody would read one. No, when they had all the information they needed for reports, nobody would read one of the official commas.
What an awkward
Fucking use
fucking
commas, Norman.
sentence. One comma would have just solved that entire mess.
Yep, one of the officials said,
You left a real mess in Queens and Manhattan. The Boeing 747 generates a lot of energy, and it has to be absorbed by something. What kind of mess?
Steve asked.
Thousands of windows broken, some people injured. Who's going to be responsible? Not Teresa.
No, she can't be held responsible. I don't know who will take the fall. Nobody looks responsible.
I added,
If there had been a simple written procedure for how to fly the plane, things might have been different. All I had was a pile of technical manuals. They don't explain anything if you don't already know everything.
I think the NTSB will consider that.
I like how he thinks he has this amazing, wonderful revelation.
Yeah, and I like how the implication is that he's a fucking genius and Teresa is a genius. Teresa has everything fucking figured out. Teresa really this book is Norman's way of saying I should be running the world. Why am I not already running the world? You people are all incompetent. The fact that you haven't already made me Emperor of Earth is quite frankly insulting. And really just demonstrates all of your incompetence because I'm a fucking genius. I got it all figured out. The end.
Pretty much. Yep, I have nothing to add. There was one more thing I wanted clarified.
What if I had gone straight to the airport?
Without knowing about the water landing option,
Yeah.
President Stinson would have ordered the runway cleared. She couldn't risk putting you in a panic.
We went out into the public area to get away and were surrounded by hundreds of... Get away... From what? We went out into the public area to get away and were surrounded by hundreds of reporters sticking microphones and cameras at us. Dozens of them were shouting questions all at the same time. Each reporter was desperate to get a response from me. It would make his career. When we got to the main room of the terminal, it was wall-to-wall people cheering wildly. They wanted to be part of history. We would have been crushed to death if not for the team of government security people pushing outwards at this mob. It had been decided to take us to West Point by car rather than helicopter as originally planned. We finally made it to a limousine and took off.
The stretch limo arriving in style. Yeah, nobody elected the press. Nobody elected the press. Pseudo competent.
We have a snippet at the very bottom here. May I?
Please.
The 4 cornerstones of Teresa's philosophy. We're lost in... actually, this is Teresa saying this.
Yeah, and I had read this because he's got this on the bottom of every page.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Never mind then. Yep, that's all we got. That's all that's available of Empress Teresa on Monsieur Bouton's.
Don't you fucking hate
website. You were going to go read the Amazon comments too, though? I heard.
Ooh, that could be a good time.
Were you going to go to the Amazon page?
Yeah, let's. Why don't you join me? Why don't you meet me there?
Sure.
Empress Teresa, and that actually is everything that Norman has supplied as far as sample chapters go on his website for this book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Empress Teresa. I see that there is a first edition, paperback, Kindle.
Yep.
I'm just gonna click the first one here. Oh my.
It might be enjoyable to read the about this book section.
I actually read a good chunk of it the first stream, in the beginning of the first stream.
Ah, okay.
Do you wanna pick out some comments?
Well, there is the classic by Ben W.
Let me read.
What would you do with a 400+ page rough draft presented as a finished work?
I want you to read that right after I read this one. Ready for this one?
Okay, I'm ready.
From Taylor Patrick, May 14th, 2019. Right. I saw a Down the Rabbit Hole video about this and was so intrigued, I had to snag a Kindle copy. The product description had me howling. The author is very defensive of this strange and surreal tome. I gotta know. How does Empress Teresa solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Me too. Don't let me down, Teresa. You have a genocide to stop. Not sure why the author says no sex, but subsequently spends a lot of time sexualizing the protagonist and describing her body. Weird flex, but okay, I guess. This is a surreal masterpiece of unintentional comedy, hearkening to a visceral lack of self-awareness and some weird underlying fixations. 1 star.
I had no idea. I haven't checked the reviews for this book in like a year and a half or something. So seeing that's amazing.
Well, didn't the reviews actually reach the max amount of fucking like comments allowed on a fucking Amazon store page?
The Ben W review is like there are a lot more comment. Oh my god, read reviews that mention rabbit hole. That's one of the that's one of the things that's in the...
You know what, Fred? I hate to fucking tell you this because I know how you feel about it. You said so earlier tonight, but you sold a lot of copies of this book for Norman.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
How you feel about that?
It's actually, that's the funny thing, right? It's like only a few dozen a month, like for a while. Like
Still,
I didn't make this man, right?
It's more than he would have.
Yeah, true.
All right, let me read this one.
So
go ahead.
The comment. So the comment thread that I talk about, there are only a few reviews on this thing before, but the comment thread, the 10,000 comment thread, is on the Ben W comment.
Right. Okay.
If you want to look at that,
that's where stuff got fucked up. Do me a favor, take a look at that. And you read some from that, and I read some from, like, the main page.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What the fuck?
What do you got, man?
What? Oh. They're gone.
He got them.
Showing 5 What?
He got them removed?
Wait. What the fuck?
Seriously?
Hold on, I'm looking. So I'm going by oldest now.
He got it removed.
I think the 10,000 comment thing.
He got it deleted. He fucking bitched to Amazon till they got rid of it.
I think they're gone.
Did you archive it?
No.
Wayback
so
Machine.
much.
Albino Octopus says you can use the Wayback Machine.
Maybe.
The end of an era for sure. Dull Memes is here saying, a tragedy worse than the Library of Alexandria.
Mm.
Let me read one while you're investigating that, because I like this. 1-star review from David Noland. It is titled, Literary Sadomasochism. The worst book I have ever read. It is literary Dadaism. The characters are poorly written. The story filled with enough Jesus symbolism to make the Man of Steel movie groan. And horrible writing filled with grammatical errors. This book actually makes me cheer for terrorists, North Koreans, and oil industry. I would only recommend this book to anyone who wants to torture themselves. No gods on this planet would allow this book to exist. All right, I'm digging in. From Darren Skimansky, a 5-star review. Own the meme. Couldn't pass up a chance to own a meme. 19 people found this helpful. From Joshua, went in expecting so bad it's good. It's just awful.
No, the whole comment thread on Ben W's comment, I think it's gone. No, it says 50 plus comments, showing 5 comments. I'm trying. It's just the new, but they're what? Come on, they're not loading. What in the fuck?
There's some shenanigans going on there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
He was probably able to make the case to Amazon that qualified as harassment.
Maybe. So yeah, showing 5 comments.
Seems like a Norman move.
Show
don't you
more
think?
comments. Here we go. Yeah, there they all. They're all still there.
Oh, there you go.
They're all still there. Don't worry. We haven't lost history yet.
Oh, I see a comment that you used in the video, and I love this. Can I read a snippet? Empress Teresa is not a bad book. Neither is it a terrible book. It is one of those things, like 50 Cent's music, that convinces me of the infinite mercy of God. Anything lesser than infinite mercy would have struck down 50 Cent long ago. Bulletproof be hanged. And anything less than infinite mercy would have incinerated this book before it was unleashed on an unsuspecting public. I gotta say, and in your video, you left out anything about 50 Cent. You left out the 50 Cent criticism.
Yeah.
But I really have to say, I did enjoy this person's kind of like using this Amazon review as a fucking opportunity to make a dig at 50 Cent and his music. Like, this is a guy who goes through life just constantly thinking about how much he hates 50 Cent and his music and uses any fucking opportunity to remind people how bad it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this guy. Like, why does that belong here? Why is that here? And then, in his video, guys, he reads the comment out loud but doesn't read anything. Well, he leaves out the 50 Cent part. Oh, there's a 4-star review. Quite actually the best thing I ever read. Oh, it's sarcastic. Who would have thought?
It really.
I went in knowing fully well the backstory and reputation of this book, and it did not disappoint. Between wholly unnecessary information, creepy phrases, plot holes, and bewildering typos, it lives up to everything the critics of both this book and its author, Norman Boutin, have said. I'm very happy to have this small piece of internet history. Very nice. Although I suggest purchasing a used copy as to not pay Bhutan unless you make it your imperative to preserve a new physical copy, something that I may consider soon.
He seems to revise the book a lot. That's the only thing.
A review by B, 1 star. This book is just bad. I will prefix by saying I also write, so I do respect the amount of care and love that goes into making a novel. That being said, I have no problems ripping this novel a new one because no love or care was given to this terrible Mary Sue fic. I tried to suffer through chapter 1, but I was immediately turned off by Teresa's Sue-ness. Teresa makes Bella Swan look likable. Everyone loves Teresa, and if you don't, it's because you're a bully. Teresa is good at everything and better than everyone. She's so pretty and cute as heck at 10. Seriously, I wanted to choke this girl. She's so smart and smarter than her sister that her parents tell her sister, Catherine, go to trade school while Teresa goes to college. What kind of parent does that? Other than that, the writing is just bad. The sentences are short and simple with very little variances. There's editing, consistency errors, and typos. That's not even getting to the cover. Shudders in asterisks. The cover. You could buy a cover and a decent one at that. Mr. Bhutan insisted on making one, and like the book he wrote, it's terrible. I would not say this is the Room of fiction, but that's an insult to the Room. Tommy Wiseau had love for his movie and put a lot of time and money into perfecting it. Norman Bhutan did none of this. He doesn't even care enough to invest in a book cover. Do not give this man your money. Do not buy this book. Bun time. Back to the family. Thank you for 35 months. You got any you wanna read? You got one?
I'm having fun with you just exploring yourself.
Here's a good one from TC Hall. Norman Bhutan hits one out of the park. Way out. This is the exception that breaks the rule. You can't judge a book by its cover. Having read the sample online and even downloading it to ensure I gave it a fair second read, I'm convinced that the only way I'm going to be comfortable again is to reformat my tablet to ensure all traces of this book are wiped from its memory. The 2-star rating reflects the fact I might read this book if I was stuck on the commode for an extended period and there were no other reading materials in reach. There are many authors I've read and thought, I wish I could write like that. Other authors, that is, this work makes me hope exactly the opposite. Having visited the author's website and gleaned all the information there about the genesis of this book and its cover art, I've come to a firm decision. I'll be reviewing my own manuscripts much more carefully from now on to ensure I don't become delusional about my abilities as a storyteller. There you go. See, it had that educational power right there, right?
Yeah.
Kind of inspired people to not be as fucking incompetent as Norman. That's a fucking there's value in that, isn't there? Here's a really great review. One more. I got one more, buddy. Sorry. 1-star review, very short, from William Heinrichsen. Single ply. Why is this toilet paper so rough? I can't believe I spent $12 on this.
Right. That's one of the old ones.
You got one?
Yes. So I have an earnest 5-star review.
Ernest
From Robert Schuler, who throws his reviewer dick around a little bit.
Okay. An Amazon curator, perhaps.
Yes, this is a top 1,000 reviewer. This is a serious review. Only 2 of the 5-star reviews seem to be serious. Like some other readers, I saw the YouTube documentary on the controversial reviews on Down the Rabbit Hole channel.
Hey,
What the
I know
fuck?
that guy. He sucks
Grant?
a mean dick.
Yeah. No, like 3rd sentence, there's already a grammatical error, so you know. He's take it for what you will. I am a top 1,000 reviewer with 767 reviews and over 3,200 upvotes. If I like a book, that doesn't mean you will, but I stand behind this review as objective within my tastes. Not everyone agrees with my reviews. I am no stranger to controversy and have a huge feud with fans of Mistborn, for example. As another review
Oh
pointed
God,
out,
Fred, he's a fucking professional contrarian.
yeah. As another review pointed out, the first few pages have some archaisms. For me, it just gave it a nice charm, indicating this is not quite the reality we know. He's
Archaisms,
reading
huh?
way too much into this.
Yeah, he
The
is.
author further explains in a postscript that a key plot element involving a decision of a US president he does not think would really happen. It was done to set up what-if scenarios. That's fine. The cover is an amateur painting done by the author and object of ridicule in some reviews. So what? You don't have to look at the cover. But really, it's kind of... that's such bullshit. This person is such a bullshit reviewer.
Oh my God,
It's like because the cover is something to consider. Like, it is a part of the thing you are buying. And as a reviewer, that is part of what you review.
this guy also defends Sword Art Online.
Oh, good. The author further explains that... yeah, I already read that. But really, it's kind of cultish. The only problem is some people see what they expect, and it sets low expectations. But book is way better than the cover. That is how he wrote it. Is it juvenile? It is told from the point of view of a 10 years old girl who is not past 18 until the very last page. What? No. That's not right.
It's not right.
No, that's completely incorrect. It's written from, like, her as an adult.
I'm trying to find
She-
the book covers,
telling you-
guys. I'm sorry. Hold on.
What the No, this person is
Wrong.
wrong.
Just fucking straight
That
up.
that
wrong.
is a really important part of the book, and he's just fucking wrong. It is told from the point of view of a 10 years old girl who is not past 18 until the very last page.
Did he not
No.
read it?
I don't think so.
He didn't read it.
It better be juvenile. Is it a typical 10-year-old girl? Is it a typical 10-year-old girl? Period. No. It states specifically she has scored over 98 percentile on aptitude tests. The personalities of such people are often not likable. I think this explains about half the critique. For example, although D.L. Harrison's Alicia Jones has similar alien connections and even greater scientific ability, he does not write her as a goody two-shoes egghead. He writes her as lusting after military-grade hunks and nights on the town with her girlfriends. Teresa is much more realistically written for what she is supposed to be. As far as the use of religion in the plot, it's not overdone at all. Lots of girls like this will be religious. The commentary is balanced. But he's getting core parts of the book wrong.
He didn't read it. I'm telling you,
And
he's just a
he-
professional. He was like, look
I-
at all these people like ripping on this book. I'm gonna come defend it because I'm right about everything. And God damn it, that's what I do.
Did this man think that Teresa Hartley was fucking her husband when she was 10?
Guys, for clarity, the image on the right is the original cover of the book. The one on the left is the later revised
The latest
second
cover.
cover of the book. Yeah.
You know that there's a middle cover, though, right?
No, there's another. There's a third cover.
Give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. Here you go.
Dude, what are the odds that the person who wrote that is Norman? Because
It's
like
in
of course,
Discord.
because only somebody with that kind of fucking mentality, with that kind of attitude, could think that Teresa is a likable character, and by extension, think that Norman is a likable human being.
But no. But Norman understands the plot of his book inside and out. He wouldn't make such a basic mistake.
Good point.
I sent you the cover in Discord.
Oh no, that one's up there as well. Oh no,
Oh,
that's
is it?
it was repainted.
Yeah, he repainted it.
Huh. Okay, hold on, guys.
It's the same scene, but just different again. I also have
Big surprise! It has airplanes in it.
So here, here's the. So that's actually the third cover that I just sent you. Here is the second cover.
Right, that one. Oh my God, there's a lot of them. Hold on.
There are 4 covers in all, I believe, to my memory. And though those are not airplanes, by the way, those are soldiers on the ground.
Oh my God, they
Flying
are.
From. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice. I can't tell what he's trying to draw. What was the comment about the one person said, I don't think the author has ever seen a woman because he doesn't know where boobs are supposed to go?
Yeah. He doesn't know where breasts belong.
Oh, fuck. There are like too many versions of this.
I think that's all 4.
All right, you want to wrap this up? I gotta wrap this up. I can't speak.
Yeah,
anymore.
man. All right. I think now is a good time.
My throat is destroyed. Thank you, everybody who came to hang out. I hope you managed to eke some small sliver of enjoyment out of this. Guys, it's been a wild fucking ride. I don't think I'll be revisiting this book. Although I have to say, I am kind of curious specifically about how Teresa resolved the Israeli-Palestine conflict. I really, that is a burning question that I need answers to. Maybe we'll look at that wiki page. But guys, thank you to anybody, especially who had the stomach to make it through this entire fucking thing. God bless you. I barely did. Thank you. As well, guys, for all the support, the bits, the subs, the resubs, all that. Thank you so much, guys. I am on social media. I am on YouTube. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jabroni Mike. The links to all of that shit is right there in the chat. I am going to be doing more things like this in the future. Maybe Chuck Tingle novels. Maybe. I had considered it. I didn't want to rip Alex off, but it was a good idea. And I know a good idea when I see one. I'm sure he wouldn't mind either. I will ask him first, okay?
I doubt he'd mind.
Oh, no. Also, Fred, I want to thank you for joining me tonight. You rescued my thrusts. You rode in on a white knight and rescued my fucking throat.
I rode in on the night.
He rode in on a white knight. He was on the he was piggybacking on the knight's shoulders. Were you on his shoulders, or were you wrapped around his back like a baby koala or some shit?
Oh, no. He was crab walking and I was riding his dick.
Okay. Yep, that works. I could see that. I could easily see that. And now I have I have something for the spank bank later. What do you
True
fucking
Blue Review just had a great idea. Have you ever read The Eye of Argon?
I have not. You got a good suggestion? Guys, if you have suggestions for streams like this, if there is anything you think that I would enjoy reading and the chat would enjoy reading, send me an email about it.
I beg you.
The
As
Eye
your
of Argon?
friend,
The Eye of Argon.
The Eye of Argon.
You like this one?
It is choice shit.
Oh, I like choice shit.
It is shit in a very special way.
Special
shit. Because it was the background to it is it was written in the 80s for a zine.
Ooh.
Just by a college student who'd never written before, really. And it was a fantasy story, very inspired by Conan the Barbarian, except it's like a mishmash of the absolute worst tropes and full of purple prose. There's a game that people play at parties where they all take turns reading, and as soon as they laugh while they're reading it, they have to take a shot and pass it on.
That's in the game? No, that's in the book? No.
That's just part of the game. This terrible story was rediscovered many years later. And it became one of the first so bad it's good viral sensations before the internet.
That seems like a must hit. Got to hit that up on this channel for sure. If we're going to keep doing this, that seems like I can't miss that.
This is pre-internet. It was discovered and passed around pre-internet.
I don't want to encourage alcohol abuse.
The Orb of Argon.
We will read it while I gently encourage people not to partake.
My favorite choice line is sagging nipples.
Ooh, color me intrigued. All right. I have to go now. Fred, thank you again for bailing me out. Guys, if you're not familiar with Fred Knudsen, he's got a really cool YouTube channel. He makes documentaries. The link will be in the chat. Please check it out. It's fucking great, including one on the book that we just read. It's a wild ride. And yeah, no point to go harass this fucking guy. It seems to have subsided. Hopefully this guy got on with his life. And hopefully he's not anywhere near a typewriter or a keyboard or a word processor ever again.
Please.
For the good of us all.
He said that he had no interest in writing a sequel. This seems to be the one thing he wanted to write and then be done.
Well, God bless us for that.
Yeah.
I
Thank you very
can't.
much. Thank you so much for having me on.
I can't handle a sequel. My pleasure, dude. Always. You know you're always welcome on my streams, man. And I really appreciate you, bailing me out because you hear my throat. I gotta like stop talking.
Oh no, you were talking, and it's just I'm hearing your voice twice.
Oh yeah. Well, you could have mute the stream in that.
No. I mean like you have that roughness in your voice.
Oh,
where
yeah,
it kind
you
of
hear
sounds
it?
like you're in it twice.
Yeah, it's rough. I gotta just chill for the night. Okay. I think I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow for Mike Grift. That'll be on Rev's channel this time. 90% sure. We'll be tweeting about it. You'll be aware of it. That's it. Just nothing left to
Sweet.
say except thanks again, guys, for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. And there will be more like this. Good night, Ivan. Please, again, I'm sorry for whatever I did. Don't beat me up. Oh, Art. My goodness, Art. I forgot about Art. Let's look at the art.
Yeah. Right.
Love these shrimp.
Oh,
Look
shit.
at these
yeah,
jiggling shrimp.
There's some awesome.
You seen the shrimp, right? Fred, you seen the shrimp?
The shrimp? No.
Oh, Fred, please look at the shrimp.
You linked it, but I couldn't click on it at the time.
Fred, please watch the shrimp, please. I need you to do that. Man, like Twitter is just refusing to bring up the art hashtag.
What the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck this is. It's just I can't
Why?
show me
Oh,
the
no,
art hashtag, dude.
The redesign completely fucked the search function.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Fuck. All right,
here,
guys. Well,
I got you though. I
oh,
got.
no,
I
no,
have the.
no.
heart link.
I got it to
Oh, you
work.
got
I got it to work.
Okay,
Guys,
okay.
if you did make art for the stream tonight, if you made art for the channel here, tweet it at me with the hashtag Jabroni Mike Art. We'll take a look right now. From Codbo to RGM Gaming Guy person, it says, made this with my new drawing tablet for my 20th birthday, which was today. Hap. Empress Teresa. That doesn't work. Empress Teresa?
Empress Teresa.
Empress Teresa. I love a Codbo. Thank you for this. Very cute.
I can do anything.
From Jolly Dark Matter, it says, a small something for Mike. Thank you for suffering through a bad book for our amusement. It was the perfect background noise for drawing. I love being told I can, help people out with their creative endeavors in any way. There's an awesome looking Venetian mask from Jolly Dark Matter. This is really cool. Wow. Awesome fucking style. Thank you so much for this. That's really cool. That could be like a Twitter avatar at one point. I like that a lot. Thank you for that. God, awesome. From Jazz Jen says first ever digital art. WIP of Space Station 13 Clown Mike. It is a shame. It is a shame that there is no clown class of playable character in Pulsar. But you could be like the Q, I guess. Q might be the closest thing to a clown that the Enterprise had, right?
Oh yeah.
But Jen, really good work. This is adorable. I love it. Keep up the good work. The pixel art. It's still one of my favorite art styles to date, man. I love fucking pixel art. I'm always gonna love pixel art. This is just really cool, Jen. Very nice. Planeteer, you're a Jolly Dark Matter. That's very fucking cool, man. Thank you. And finally from Lemon Line says potential new BRB for Mike. Based on an image of a guy floating in the middle of a school hallway. I remember seeing that.
Yup,
Mike,
it's creepy as hell.
Mike will BRB. Very cool, Lemon Line. Thank you for this spooky art just in time for the spoop season here. And on that note, I really have to stop talking. Thank you once again, guys. Thank you for all the cool art. Thank you for hanging out. I gotta go. I gotta shut my yap.
I'll catch you later.
Have an awesome night, everybody. Have a great night, Fred. Thank you again.
Bye, everyone.